everybody. Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. Corey will be here. Is Corey? No. Corey will be here in just a little bit. Welcome to the show. We've got a good one today. Lots of stuff to talk about. Lots of tiny little podcast snippets. Lots of little things going on in the podcast world right now. I saw somebody in the chat already mentioned it before while the music was playing. Ricky Garcia says, no more Dan Soder on Bonfire. I haven't listened to the Bonfire in a long time, probably a few years. But they were. It's not because, sometimes you just stop listening to something. There's not always a reason. I'm sure in the history of Steel Toe, there's been thousands and thousands of people who have at one point listened and now don't listen. And if I were to ask them, hey, why don't you listen? They're like, I just don't. You don't do a bad job. I don't listen anymore. Same thing with the Bonfire. And Dan Soder has apparently left the Bonfire, doing something else. I did see on Twitter yesterday that Bobby Kelly is going to be taking over for him. Was that true, or was he just goofing around? I don't know. But either way, little podcast news there. The other piece of podcast news I wanted to share with Corey because Corey would know about this. I don't think anybody else would. It was shared to me on Twitter a little bit ago. There he is. Oh my God, he's got his XFL hat on. Good morning.
What up?
Oh man, I watched the games last week, and I gotta say, I think Saturday I was less than blown away, and then Sunday you had that big St. Louis comeback game. And and then you had the terrible fumble on the goal line of the next game, the night game. So it was a little more dramatic on Sunday. It was a little more dramatic Sunday, and it was a little bit better football. I am a little bit worried about the quarterback play, but look, it's just going to take some getting used to.
Like it's minor league football. What do you fucking want?
Now, what's the deal? Why has there never been any kind of any kind of movement to and maybe it's because, there was COVID and they went away, but to have the XFL be bought by the NFL and just have it be a minor league system.
I think the NFL doesn't care is the main thing.
Okay.
Honestly, they in the XFL and the NFL seemed like they were flirting with it before COVID.
Yeah.
So who knows? It might happen anyways.
I wonder, yeah, and also, when a league like that starts, they're never making money. So does NFL franchises want to take on extra cost?
Hell no, hell fucking no.
When they could just have the XFL pay for it, and if there's anybody good, they'll just take them anyway.
They can sit there and let the XFL do it all on their own and reap the exact rewards as if they would if they were there. That's the advantage of being top of the hill,
Yeah, it's just nice to have football when football's not on.
I'll tell you this, man. You at the very least, you have to love being a St. Louis Battlehawks fan for the memes alone. And I just it's. So I'll give you a little thing. I don't know about if you remember, but I'm a huge XFL mark. I liked it the first rendition when I was going for the Enforcers. I loved it last time when it was the Battlehawks. But the St. Louis Battlehawks fans are some of the just grossest people on the planet, and it's fucking hilarious. They embody internet troll.
Okay.
They have a Reddit where it's the XFL and it's just a bunch of St. Louis Battlehawks people arbitrarily saying "caw is the law" and "caw" over everything that people say because that's their battle cry is "caw."
I have to
say
"caw
is the law."
I have to say "caw is the law" makes me want to rip my own eyeballs and ears off.
Right, but now imagine it's another opponent that you're saying that to, say in the Alamo Dome on Sunday to a bunch of Brahma fans that were super, they hate it, and you're just sitting there half in the can, flapping your wings, going "caca." They're like these fucking assholes. It's the greatest, it's the greatest troll ever. And then the other thing, and I don't know if it's carrying over because they moved, but they arbitrarily just started shitting on. This was back the second time, in 2020. Yeah. They just started arbitrarily shitting on the Viper fans because birds hate snakes. And then they, the big thing that they did all over the internet was they kept the big insult that they would huck is that Viper fans shit standing up. It's honestly, it's like indie wrestling mixed with the NFL. And when you go to these games, it's the coolest thing, because everybody wants to be there for the football. They don't care about anything else. And it's funny because nobody cares about the actual game. They're more concerned with, like, you know, you have, like, last night I was on Reddit before I went to bed, and they, like, you saw the, like, beer snake can gate, all that shit. Or yeah. So the beer cup snake is a thing they did in the 2020. And then as they did it the other night, they fucking took it away. And so they started throwing lemons, and then a bunch of people started selling and making this come and take it flag, but instead of the cannon, it was a cup with a beer on it and a star. Jesus. And then the defenders on the Reddit thread were talking about how the field that they're playing at next week sells the lemons, but they sell them as like whatever in bourbon. It's like, you can get your lemons here to throw, and they'll even come with bourbon. I mean, they lean in so hard. It reminds me of everything I loved about indie wrestling. And then on top of that, it's a different rule set, and they're not necessarily trying to be the NFL. I just like it. I always have.
Losing the Rams really damaged those people, didn't it?
Oh, it's the best thing ever. And then, like, the fact that I can go to San Antonio had the highest attendance of any of the XFL games last week.
Yeah.
And that is LA's X game. And what's really funny is that LA and New York both lost their team because the states were pulling a bunch of legislative bullshit with the teams. Like, well, we want to tax this and this. Like, oh, that's weird. I guess you guys will go to Texas, and Guardians, you're in Orlando now. Good game, New York and LA get fucked.
Well,
and now Vegas represents California, which I think, if we're all honest, we would be okay if that happened in our country anyway.
In real life, yeah. Well, it'll be fun to watch. I know the attendance was down from the last time around, but there's a lot of different circumstances this time around, so who knows what's going to happen. I want to throw some thank yous out there as we start the morning. Balls Deep getting us started with $10 super chat. Says Corey Bits. I taste my own pre-cum, renewing his membership. It says it's my two favorite dads. And Aaron's best friend becoming a member. Thank you very much. We're starting today at 310. You know how it works. We get under 300 by 7. We get under 200 by 8, 100 by 9. That's an optimum day, so we're on our way. Thank you very much. If you'd like to contribute to our show, we are a listener-supported program. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. If you contribute there, 95% of what you give goes to the show. 100% of it gets counted towards the goal. If you do it via Super Chat, 70% gets counted towards the goal as YouTube takes their 30%. We have some podcast news to go over. I know that you knew of this show years ago. I know that I don't really think it has an audience anymore.
Sounds like most of the shows I listen to.
So it's and by the way, I want to apologize in advance. I went to bed last night going, oh shit, I forgot to send Corey the prep document. And now, in my defense, I think I was on like a 2 or 3 week run there.
Yeah. You know, and I'll say this, man, you've leaned in, you've adapted your role as a Battlehawk fan. You understand that Caw is in fact the law. It's fine. I forgive you.
Now it's
so annoying. It's the best.
Caw is the law is the saying, but caw is the cheer.
Yeah. Well, caw is just, and you have to flap your wings, and it's about being annoying and drunk at the other person's stadium. That's the whole point of it.
The caw thing.
Caw is just like caw, and then but the main thing is just caw is the law, and there's shirts on it, and it's just again, and it's like every time you win, you're like caw is the law. Fuck you.
While I like AJ McCarron and I want to see that team do well, it kind of reminds me when I was a Ricky Hatton fan in boxing, and as much as I liked Ricky Hatton, the fans doing that fucking Winter Wonderland chant made me want to rip my ears out. And
just the moment you get to do it and somebody else gets that mad at it, you'll love it even more.
Like, I remember when he fought Mayweather, I was so pulling for Ricky Hatton to beat Floyd Mayweather, and I thought he was going to do it. But, like, everywhere he went was that fucking song, just British people singing that Hatton Wonderland song, and I wanted to smash my screen every time it came on.
I know you're not a big soccer guy. That's actually one of the reasons I always had problems rooting for the Minnesota United. Is because when they win a game, they play Oasis Wonderwall, and I fucking hate that song. And I'm like, did you just turn our wins into a loss, you pieces of shit?
Check this out. This is what I'm talking about. People may not remember this because, you know, Ricky Hatton, 15 years ago was a big deal. This is that chant. I can't play the video because they'll for sure pop it.
6 pounds and 10 ounces. His professional record, 47 contests. 45 victories, including 32 knockouts, with 2 defeats and 4 world titles. He's the former 4-time light welterweight and former welterweight champion of the world, the charismatic pride of Manchester, England, Ricky Hitman.
So then they do this fucking chant. And, okay, I'm going to play it for you guys once, but imagine everywhere he goes, at every event he's at, you hear this at least 3 times.
There is Jennifer, his partner, mother of his
I
daughter,
think I said partner.
who was screaming when Hatton was knocked out by Manny Pacquiao 3.5 years ago. Victor Lachlan is the referee, and you can hardly hear your...
I mean, I'll tell you this. I think they need to take a cue from wrestling play-by-play guys and shut the fuck up when something like that is going on. Like, nobody gives a shit, all right? We got it. There's a boxing match coming. First of all, boxing commentators are like football commentators. Less is more. We can see what's going on. Like, just, broad strokes, please. But when you got like 15,000 people chanting, there's only one Ricky Hatton, walking along, singing a song, walking in a Hatton Wonderland. It's kind of like the first couple times you hear a song, you're like, oh, that's fun, that's cool. And then they won't fucking stop. And you just
that's exactly what it is.
Right. And that's
like the thing is being on the other side of it is that, like, I don't know, being on the like side, being annoying is just the best.
Exactly.
They also had somebody draw up a fucking Gadsden flag made out of cups, and it said "Don't confiscate me." Jesus. For the DC Guardians, it's just so leaned in, and I just that the fact they took away their beer cup snake in DC, and then the crowd started throwing lemons. Like I almost shed a fucking tear of American pride. I did. I swear to God, I just love it.
I need to break through like this weird 2-week period where, like, as I look at the chat and we get ready to go talk to the audience here before we jump into our stories for the day, I am going to have to get through a weird like 2-week period. If I'm really going to grow this area of my face out, I'm going to have to really trudge through the detraction.
Are you trying to grow that? Oh, honeybean, that's adorable.
See, yeah, it's going to take a couple
Jesus
weeks.
Christ. This right here is from 2 days.
This is about 5 or 6.
Wow.
This is about 5 or 6
You look like a guy in a movie who's trying to grow a beard.
Well, I am a guy in a movie trying to grow a beard.
You look like Rabbit in fucking Super Troopers. Would you go grow a goddamn mustache?
Hey,
Rabbit?
I'm growing mine. Oh, yeah, you're growing yours, huh?
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
And at the end of this show, you're gonna have a fucking fake like rip-off mustache on there.
I'm gonna just put a Groucho Marx thing on and just
might as well
go that route. So I just want to say to you, thanks for the help. Appreciate that. And it's gonna take about 2 weeks. I got a lot of people saying I'm gonna turn down my video quality until Aaron's hideous mustache and beard attempt.
Yeah, what the like why you hate bullshit on your face?
I do. I really hate it. But somebody said that if you give it like a week or two and you get past that phase, it stops bothering you. So I'm like, okay, I'll check it out. I'll give it a shot. We'll see how it looks. I've never done it before, ever in my life. So I want to figure out what it looks like. We'll see.
That must be nice. I literally I forget to shave 2 days and I have almost a beard.
What a professional show we have. As you were saying that, I'm sitting here picking gunk out of my eye. I'm literally with 2 hands wiping gunk out of my eyeballs. What a piece of shit. Oh, there's a good one. All right.
Oh, dude, the Tigger next door just wrote, Corey, nobody cares how fast you grow facial hair. Love you, but politely shut up. That's a guy who can't grow facial hair.
That's definitely, as a guy who can't grow facial hair and doesn't care that I can't grow facial hair, that's a guy who can't grow facial hair.
He's just actually happy that somebody else has his affliction.
Don Lemon's AIDS was happy that we played a Ricky Hatton clip this morning. He says, I thought Manny Pacquiao killed Ricky Hatton. No, it looked like it, but he did not kill him. You know, Ricky Hatton's got an underrated resume. He's a 2-division world champion. And if you look, his only 2 losses are against Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Manny Pacquiao. That's a hell of a resume. I mean, That's literally nothing to be ashamed of. That's 2 all-time Hall of Fame greats away from having an undefeated career. I mean, that's like Joe Frazier, for example. Joe Frazier lost to 2 guys his entire career, and they were Muhammad Ali and George Foreman.
Yeah. Whoops.
Nothing to sneeze at. De La Hoya's kind of got a similar thing. I think his losses are like Mayweather, Hopkins, Trinidad, Mosley, I think are the guys and Pacquiao when he was way past his prime. So like, it's not, I think in UFC, they do a better job of focusing on this. It's not really your record. It's who you fought, who you've beat, and who you've lost to.
Yeah.
More than anything else. Roger Dodger with a nice poll from like 2003 says Kostya Tszyu is the best. I appreciate a good Kostya Tszyu reference.
I forgot about those references, but here we are.
Kostya Tszyu was a great 140-pound champion that Ricky Hatton took the belt off of. I loved Kostya Tszyu. Then I think he lost to Hatton, and he just called it quits. He said, you know what? I'm good. That's kind of like Marvin Hagler, too. Marvin Hagler had a great career. He just kicked the shit out of everyone, lost one controversial decision to Ray Leonard, and he went, I think I'm done now. I'm good.
Yeah, it's like, that's enough.
Yeah. The Tigger next door says Corey Noble. Oh, there's the okay, so I'm behind in the chat here. I'm going to catch up. We're going to get to you guys here. Then we got a couple of things to talk about on today's show. Corey Dinosaur says, from a certain light, you look like Squeak in basketball. See, it's going to take me a couple weeks to not cut this thing off just because of shit like that.
Oh, before we even move over, the other thing I love most about XFL is Ben DiNucci is one of the quarterbacks, so we get that meme and all those songs back, which is great. I don't know if you remember those back when he was sucking ass on the Cowboys.
I don't.
It was like a Roy Jenkins type thing. It was really funny, and they made a lot of fun with him. And the moment he got signed to the XFL, the memes were right back.
Triple N says Mayweather bounced his head off the turnbuckle. Yeah, the Mayweather-Hatton knockout is one of the funniest knockouts in boxing history. It's a check hook. Hatton's coming in. He thinks he's got Mayweather cornered. Mayweather lands a left check hook, and he moves. Hatton goes head first right into the turnbuckle and then falls down. Oh, yeah. It's a comical knockout.
It looked like a pratfall.
Mr. Eric Nagel says, you get any snow coming your way? Nothing. Seeing nothing about it on every 30 minutes on every national and local newscast here in New York City. Yeah, we're kind of the belle of the ball with our, I heard this morning, 13 to 18 inches of snow.
They were saying 20 down in the cities on the little app that I never got rid of.
Oh, really?
Yep. I just sat outside on my porch in my chair drinking cappuccino in 80-degree weather. I turned on my AC.
Yeah, we've got...
it's humid here already.
We've got the show today, and then after the show, we went grocery shopping. We bought a bunch of fun Blizzard food. And then we're going to shovel a couple times today and just...
What does fun Blizzard food entail?
Oh, man, last night we had some roast beef in the freezer. We shaved some roast beef. We got some cheddar sauce, and we melted that down, and we made Arby's roast beef sandwiches with pretzel buns. That was fantastic.
Oh, that actually sounds good.
Yeah, for lunch we had some jambalaya and a turkey sandwich. We split a turkey sandwich and had some jambalaya like an old married couple. And then, we just got things like soup.
You guys do a crossword together after that? Or
Sudoku, actually. We're a more millennial
Some word searches?
Yeah, we put together a 1,000-piece puzzle of a blue sky. It was great.
Swap medication and watch an episode of Matlock.
Exactly. Little Murder, She Wrote, too. Something for him, something for her. But then, we got a bunch of, then you get some Creeders, cheddar and caramel popcorn, and just some fun wintertime stuff. We're gonna hunker down in the cutest goddamn way possible during the blizzard. Return Trip wants to know, Joe Calzaghe, overrated or nah? Ooh, that's a tough one.
I don't think he's that high, so barely.
I don't know if Calzaghe's overrated. Every good fighter he decimated Joe Lacey, and they were building Jeff Lacey. I'm sorry, they were building Jeff Lacey up as I saw one publication call him the next Marvin Hagler, and
what happened to Lacey?
Joe Calzaghe took his soul away. Beat the fuck out of him for 12 rounds, and the guy was never the same. An old Roy Jones beat him after that. But he beat Roy when Roy was already dead. He barely beat Hopkins. In fact, I'm going to go back and watch that fight. I've been doing a thing recently with my scorecard app where I've been going on ESPN Plus and just watching classic fights and scoring them. Look, gay, I get it. But I did Ollie Norton 3 yesterday. I've done Leonard Hagler, De La Hoya Mayweather. I think that would be a good one to go back and watch is Calzaghe Hopkins. It's going to be hard for me to not be biased, though, because I am the biggest Bernard Hopkins mark of all time. So a lot of people thought Bernard won that fight. He didn't get it was a split decision. But, sometimes we talked about this with the Volkanovski-Islam Makhachev fight, that just because a decision's close doesn't mean somebody got robbed. Like, sometimes you literally just have a fight that could have gone either way. Like, if you pick the other guy, you're not wrong. If you pick this guy, you're not wrong. It's just a matter of opinion. There are some where it's an outright robbery, though. Like, somebody had it 4-1 for Islam. You can't.
That's insane.
Matt Joe with $2.99 says, that's a nice mustache, dude. I don't know which one you're talking about, but thank you. Somebody.
I wonder who's got the nice mustache here, Peach Fuzz.
Somebody said, yeah, this is how the weather is.
Pretty soon you're going to finish going through puberty and you'll be able to grow hair in weird places.
Oh, God, I can't wait for that. This is how the weather works in Minnesota. You go on, watch TV to see how much snow you're going to get, and they go, it's going to be about 0 to 100 inches. Oh, well, thank you. Now you can't be wrong. That's great. Catching up here just a little bit. Should be more draws in boxing. Snowmobile is a jet ski with less room for error. Okie dokie. Triple N says, based on the scoring criteria, Islam won. Based on schoolyard rules, Volkanovski won. See, now that's fair. Because you look at the punch.
I think Volkanovski won very clearly 3-2, but it's close enough to where, like, again, you're not going to. I don't know. I love to say, oh, robbery, this and that. But the reality is when a fight's really close, it's not really go either way. Don't leave it in the hands of judges.
Marvin Hagler beat the shit out of Vito Antuofermo for the middleweight title, and he got a draw. And he said in the locker room afterwards, he held up his fists, and he goes, from now on, these will be my judges.
That's amazing. Yeah, I still to this day, and I haven't found it ever. I want that one fight where the judges screw a guy, and then the person that wins goes, yeah, I didn't win this fight, but I'll take it.
I haven't even told April this news yet because I had such a weird day at the gym yesterday. But I'm like half and half between like fighting again or coaching. Like I've been training guys now, so I'm kind of like I can't decide.
I thought you were always gonna fight again. I didn't realize that was like not in the.
Well, I got really into training. Like I'm sparring with like the younger guys, and watching them get better as you give them advice is kind of fun.
Plus, they'll take the hits for you when you're coaching,
right? And if you tell them to do something in the ring and then they do it, you're like, holy shit, I won without fighting. That's great. But Dr. K says somebody said Aaron had a boxing match stolen, but it was definitely a definite home team win. Yeah, I definitely I talked to somebody.
One for sure.
I talked to somebody at the gym yesterday, and they said, yeah, I heard from a couple of coaches here at the gym. They were talking about your last fight, and they said, boy, you really got robbed. And I was like, that feels good to hear in a way that, everyone still talks about it and goes, God, he got fucked. So yesterday I told the guy who runs the gym, I said, look, if I'm going to fight again this year, why don't you call the owner of that gym, Chris Holt, former professional fighter. And I said, tell him me and his boy ought to run it back. The guy I fought last time, I said, let's do that one again. I go, that's a fun one. Let's
do it not in that stadium, though.
One of the dates is in their place, though.
Fuck that. Don't do it, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. But
how many times you got to lose to hometown cooking, bro?
Well, I've kind of got the Marvin Hagler attitude. I'm a lot better than I was a year ago, and I'm going to let these be my judges. I had the guy, I knocked the guy, I dropped a guy in the third round, but there were only like 15 seconds left. I think if I asked for I think they made us do 1.5 rounds. I want to push for 2-minute rounds this time, and if I would have had another 30 seconds, I could have stopped the guy. But
just if you do fight him again, if you drop him, just please whisper "Caw is the law."
I will yell. I will if I stop him as soon as the referee waves it off, I will flap my arms in the ring, run around in circles, and go caw.
Yes.
There you go.
That guy was such a dick in his victory too. I hope you fucking crushed him.
No, not that guy. The second guy I fought. After I
thought you were the first guy.
No, I don't. I've not seen him take a fight since then, so I don't even know.
I bet not.
Doing anything. VC Stallion says Otaku might do a rap on you now. Very excited
because you beat the career out of him.
Yeah. Today, Corey gets to meet Wrestling Otaku, so that's gonna be you're gonna meet a new guy today.
Okay.
We've been talking about him once in a while, but I don't think he's ever fallen on a day where you've been on. Wrestling Otaku is this big, fat wrestling YouTuber, but like once in a while, he goes out of the realm of pro wrestling, and he's done videos on like why women are dog shit, like why women are undateable, his rules for dating him. And he's like a 300-pound guy who lives in his grandma's house and just shits on WWE, and he loves AEW. And he made a video.
I love that.
Yeah, he made a video saying that, what's his name? Ariel Helwani needs his ass kicked. And
that's a true statement right
well,
there.
who knows? Maybe you'll become a Wrestling Otaku fan then. But we got him coming up. If we get overtime today, we're gonna do some Wrestling Otaku. We are 305.
I'm actually excited about that. That should be fun.
You're gonna like it. And then maybe some Brendan Schaub during overtime. He tried to make talking about Jake Paul's fight. He projected it onto his ever-going battle with the haters.
Of course. One more quick thing too. XFL is tonight, not Sunday for the St. Louis fans. That's all.
Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday this week, right?
Thursday. Yeah, Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking whatever.
So when do they play? Do they play tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I'm an idiot.
Okay, tomorrow. So Thursday.
I'm used to being on Thursday as well.
All right, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday for the XFL. Spreading it around. Thank you, VC Stallion, for the $1.99. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat if you'd like to contribute that way. 305 away. You know how we do it. 300 by 7, 200 by 8, 100 by 9. We're going to knock this out today. If you'd like to become a Steel Toe VIP, let's throw that possibility out there real quick, and then we'll get into everything here. SteelToeEntertainment.com/shop. If you go there, you see all of our merch. Steel Toe there it is. God, it's right on top. Sorry about that, guys.
Earthshag's out on our site. That's so cool. I love that show.
SteelToeEntertainment.com/shop. If you throw in $250 in a 7-day period, you get all of this merch you see in front of you here, 2 of the stickers. You get entered in a $100 drawing every month, and that's forever. You don't have to renew that or anything like that. We just put you in the drawing, $100 up for grabs just for you. You also get 2 tickets to every live event we do, including our anniversary show coming up Saturday, August 12th. Corey will be there. Gino Bisconti and his lovely girlfriend Canu will be there. Johnny, myself, April, you name it. And then also, when a new piece of merch comes out, you get it sent right to you. That's the Steel Toe VIP program, if you'd like to become a part of that. All right.
Also, there's 350 watching right now. Let's get those likes up. We're at 61 on YouTube. Let's crank them.
Oh, we'll get 200 by 7. How about that? 200 by 7 o'clock. Hit the like button. Subscribe. We crossed over 9,100 yesterday on our march to 10,000. Very cool. Nice. Corey, you've mentioned this show before, and I don't think it's a show. We were running up to this a little bit before we got into XFL and boxing and all that. You remember Nobody Likes Onions, the show that your friend Josh Denny used to be on?
With Patrick fucking Milton. I remember him well.
Patrick Melton. And it doesn't really, I don't think it does anything anymore. Somebody sent me a clip of it today, and I checked it. It's from yesterday. It has 125 views. So I don't really know if it's a show anybody listens to anymore. And a sign, here's what.
He has a lot of stuff behind a paywall, though, so his numbers aren't reflective. So people do still listen, but I don't think it's anywhere near as many listeners as it was back in the day.
Okay. Well, there's a telltale sign that a show is in its decline and it seriously needs help and it's not attracting a very big audience. And that is, it covers steel toe beefs.
Oh,
if you cover,
we really are traversing our way upward through a mud pile of shit. Cause I owe you an apology for that. Cause I was like skeptical when all this YouTube shit was upon us. And I'm like, God, who cares? And then like all of a sudden these fucking wannabe celebs start hitting back. And you're like, wait, this fucking works? These are all this fragile of a fucking ego?
Yeah. They all respond. So, Nobody Likes Onions. Patrick Melton, he decided that he would cover the steel toe Chad Zumock beef. Now, first of all, I'm a little upset that a guy like him is deciding to cover this after it's over. Like, I feel like what you're watching now is the aftermath of Chad's entire world being nuked. And now you're just kind of watching the radiation creature that's crawled out of it. I mean, we kind of landed our heavy blows. Like, we kind of already stopped this fight. Now you just have the guy who got knocked out standing up going, I want a rematch. And you're like, well, why? It was pretty decisive.
Seems like he's still swinging, walking forward, though.
Yeah, and it's just, you're really just kind of, he's the midget where you've got your hand on his forehead, and you're like, would you stop already? Like, what the fuck are you doing? This really seems like it's only driving you insane. I've never seen a guy own himself quite as much, because you watch the people he's shitting on, and they're laughing while he's shitting on them, and he's getting exponentially more and more upset. And you're just sitting there going, what is, let me ask you.
He definitely seems personally vested in this. You know?
And you're just kind of like, why are you doing this to yourself? Nobody here feels like you're a force to be reckoned with. Nobody feels like you're a guy who shouldn't be messed with. Everybody's laughing at you. Why are you doing this to yourself? It seems like you're going insane.
Could be.
John Domingo says Chad doesn't think this feud over. He doesn't think anything over. That's how you end up stealing credit cards and robbing liquor stores and, getting drunk and passing out and crashing into a tree. You don't think things through, son. So Nobody Likes Onions went through it, time-stamped it, everything else. I had this sent to me like 15.
I've worked with Pat, too, and Pat's kind of a dick. Like,
well,
just
I just saw the chapters in it. I haven't had any time to listen to it. It got sent to me like 15 minutes before the show. And, but it looks like he goes heavy. He covers a lot of the steel toe trashing of Chad and not much of the Chad stuff. So I kind of feel like Patrick maybe, not that Patrick's a ringside judge that I put a lot of respect into, but it does seem like he feels like steel toe kind of got the better of this thing, which, by the way, if you come away with any take other than that, I really have to question your visual comprehension skills.
Well, it's hard to say who's getting, I mean, obviously you're going to side with you. That's how it works. But like, you don't do yourself any favors if after every time you go live, you take your video and put it behind a Patreon paywall, because then nobody can like see the shots you're bodying people with. And you know?
Yeah, you're as you text me and you're like, "Is this guy okay?" You're like,
yeah. I worry that he's having a mental breakdown sometimes. That's
and I feel like you don't have to worry because the breakdown has already happened, and now you're just watching the life of the post-breakdown world. Kind of like the video game's over. Now he's just kind of in sandbox mode, if you will.
Well, and he did hit me up and apologize for calling me homeless and told me that he didn't know it was me until I shaved my beard. And I was like, oh, all right.
And then you said, well, in fairness, Chad, it does take a homeless person to recognize a homeless person. Adonis Paul with $5 says,
homeless lives matter, Aaron.
Yes. Adonis Paul with $5 says, so you're saying I should be covering steel toe beefs? Adonis Paul, I have heard of you through multiple, before you ever started listening to this program, I had heard the name Adonis Paul. I hear your name half whispered on this land as if you're some kind of a god. Finally, a man worth killing. Sorry. I haven't watched King Arthur in a while, but God, do I love me from some Stellan Skarsgård. Anyway.
Yeah, Skarsgård's the man, dude.
Adonis, you do not have to start covering steel toe beefs because I can promise you it's not going to be very entertaining. Adonis says, what the hell? Weren't you all watching my show at midnight? Do you ever sleep? I wasn't watching it. Not that's certainly not meant as an insult.
Who's Adonis Paul? I've heard that name.
He does a YouTube show, and he's always kind of getting fucked with by like Twitter and YouTube and shit. Like you never know how many like fans and viewers he actually has, because like
that's enough for me to hit the subscribe button. There you go, buddy.
Because like YouTube and shit keeps fucking with him. I think he just had either a Twitter nuke.
Get over to Rumble, baby.
Yeah, he either had a Twitter nuked or a YouTube demonetized. One of the two. He's always
isn't it like getting a Twitter nuked at this point is like street cred? Like that's how I know you're legit.
I think so. I think you're right.
Like if you haven't been like pulled for a copyright strike or like had your channel suspended for 3 days, like are you even generating content?
No, you got to get some dirt on you. So
Let me ask you this. When we were on the radio, did we get pulled off the radio?
Yes, we did.
When we were on Twitch, did we get pulled off Twitch?
I believe we did.
When we were on YouTube, do we have a 3-day suspension?
I believe it was 7. Yes.
Oh, it's almost like content worth watching then, huh?
Yeah. See, if you find out a guy has a strike, that's how you immediately know you're going to be entertained.
It's like a rapper having a prison record. It's just street cred.
Or getting shot, right? You either have to go to prison or get shot, and that's our show.
Yeah, cause the law, damn it. I'm injecting that as much as
I know, every chance you get.
Familiar Humans. You don't understand. I'm excited.
Familiar Human says, go sub to Adonis Paul. He's one of the good ones. Yeah, the link to his channel, Lemmy's got it there in the chat.
Wait, he's black?
Perfect. I don't believe Adonis Paul is black. No, unless I've been lied to.
Oh, all right.
Natural Born Male saying about the Melton thing. He says he goes live at midnight usually. That's why the low numbers. And I'm a fan of NLO. I'm only up to 45 minutes so far. But it seems Patrick on the side of reality with the Chad thing. Oh, okay. Well, cool. I did.
Yeah,
see
he does like it. He does do a lot of weird stuff with his YouTube. These times that where it optically
nobody likes seconds.
Sorry, there you go. Do you want to go through some of the chapters here and see if any of this is worth?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the thing about Pat is that he does do his shit at weird times, and then he also has some paywall stuff. So it's really weirdly deceptive. He's like the only person who's like doesn't care if he looks like he has no listeners. It's really weird. You would think that he would care about that as a program.
That's I think that's respectable. Let's go to 11:16. Oh, okay. Wait. Do you want to? Oh shit. There's a lot here that if we go through the chapters, it's going to take forever. Meeting Chad Zumock, the Anthony Cumia. Should we see the Anthony Cumia universe and see if we're mentioned in it yet?
Sure.
Are we in the Anthony Cumia universe? I guess a special on Compound is.
I think they're in the Steel Toe universe.
By the way, I did get the phone call from Mr. Rock, Mr. Nagel, this week. Compound very happy with the first special. We will be working together again.
That's exciting.
Very exciting. Let's start with the 1510, the Anthony Cumia universe.
You know, and I guess he's been on it. He's done Anthony Cumia's show a few times. He's in those circles. You know what I mean?
I'll say this: Patrick looks worse for wear.
I mean, that's what raging alcoholism looks like.
Oh, is he a drinker?
I mean, he used to be. I don't know if he still is. I haven't talked to him. No lie, I haven't talked to him since I worked with him. Like, it has to be like 8 years now. It was when Josh was on the show, and they did 2 different separate tours, and I opened for him on both tours. And he was kind of like snotty. Like, I don't know. He's just kind of a dick.
And Bob Levy and
Stop. Make mouth noises. Ooh. Corey, this is a rough listen.
Kevin Brennan. I don't know who else is in that. I imagine Josh Denny. I don't know. I honestly, I'm not into that stuff. I don't dabble into that world. I know that.
I hate this. Here's one thing you got to do if you're going to talk about things. You can't talk about a
little research.
Well, not just a little research, because I don't believe him. You can't say, hey, we're going to talk about this thing and then act like you're above it. It doesn't work that way. You can't go, I'm going to deep dive into this thing. In fact, the title of his episode is Chad Zumock versus Steel Toe Morning Show. You decide. You can't do that and then go, I don't really know much. That's that trying to play it cool like you're above internet drama, but you want the views and the clicks from internet drama. I don't play it that way. I go, look, I'm into this shit. I like talking about it. It's fun. It's gossip. Who doesn't love it? I don't like when if you're going to talk about something, be sharp, be ready, be read up, know about it.
The other thing is when you say I don't dabble into this shit as you're covering it, you just look real disingenuous.
Yeah.
There's some other guy.
You chose to cover this because you dabble in it. Like, just own it.
That is a telltale sign of a guy who cares what strangers think.
Oh, and he does.
Yeah.
Is in there. I don't know really who they are or watch that much of it.
But here's an episode on it.
Never have.
What is it? You don't watch it at all, or you don't watch much of it, Pat?
Right.
If you watch Anthony Cumia's show, it makes you not want to watch Anthony. Like, it's like when you watch Joe Rogan. You know what I've noticed about Joe Rogan's show is like, how do you not have 4K cameras?
You know what I find endearing is when you shit on the biggest podcaster in the world. Like, even I won't.
He's
like,
one of those guys. He started out on Earwolf. Like, so it's like the thing about Pat is that in his mind, like Mark Maron and Joe Rogan are his contemporaries because he was one of the earlier adapters of podcast. Like, say whatever you want about Nobody Loves Onions, and people will. It was one of the first big podcasts ever.
I will.
And so I think he's just in this weird, like, mental space where he still thinks it's as relevant as it was, which it just is not.
Yeah, he's. You know what? I watched the. It's good we're watching this because I watched the South Park's Fish Sticks episode last night. And
you're a gay fish.
I am a gay fish. I like fish sticks in my mouth. But it's,
hold on, Adam Price just put 4K as the path to glory.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm looking at the pockmarks and the things in Patrick Melton's face, and I'm saying maybe 4K isn't for everybody. I mean,
yeah, you got a 2K face, buddy.
Yeah, you got a 2K face, and so he's going into this and going, Joe Rogan makes you want to not watch him. I'm like, as opposed to Nobody Likes Onions, where we're 30 seconds in and we're like, fuck, come on. I hate when we play clips where as I'm watching it, I can feel people getting bored with the person talking, and I'm like, shit, I need to carry this guy's show or people are going to tap out.
I was watching an episode of Rogan, a clip from an episode 4 years ago, and it looked sharper than it looks now. And I think they have the same cameras, and it's just a film of Texas dust over them. And they don't ever get cleaned or, like, focused. You know, I don't know whether they're... Yeah.
So he's hammered right now, right? Please tell me he's drunk.
I would think so. I don't know. You have to be drunk to not take the sticker off the bill of your hat, right?
Yes. Or from a very
I fucking hate that. God,
or from a very poor white neighborhood.
Is there anything more tacky than people that like leave their tags on shit?
No, I hate that.
Fucking drives me nuts. Like, oh, check it out, bro. This is elite fan gear.
Let's fast forward to a couple chapters here, and hopefully we get something worth using on the show. How about Chad Zumock, Red Flags? This is Patrick Melton from Nobody Likes Onions. He's covering us and Chad at the same time.
Like
let's check it out.
Pot calling the kettle a red flag.
Guy.
Yeah,
you know,
Texas
I worked with this guy.
Isn't that just dirt?
Zumock. Yes. There were no crazy red flags with him. Seemed like a nice man.
He is drunk. Okay.
But now I'm thinking back and I'm thinking about red flags, and it's like, is this guy a loser idiot?
Oof.
And by the way, I do this with everybody I meet.
By the way, there's a guy broadcasting completely shit-faced at midnight, and he's calling you a loser idiot. That's rough.
So he's picking a fight.
You should grow up and get drunk, Aaron. You pussy. Grow some facial hair.
All these guys, and you got to wonder, is it him or is it them? And I'm gonna get to the bottom of it if I have to watch all of it. So,
thanks for the views.
He does these things all the time where he's like, I'm on the phone with Jim Florentine. I'm having an argument with Godfrey. He's into sports. He's a big Cleveland guy. My Patreon and YouTube numbers keep going up and it's not stopping.
He's at 140 Patreon people.
Yeah, it's not stopping, bro.
I mean, it's 143.
Even Patrick Melton's shitting on him.
Really love doing the new MLC podcast with Chad Zumock, so I'm not sure what's going on. But what I did notice is that he's arguing with this guy a lot.
Don't
and
you say
I've never
anything
seen
about
this guy before.
Fair enough.
And they call him Steel Toe Morning Show.
I mean, they don't call me that, but that's fine.
His name is... Fuck. What is it?
My name is not fuck. And I don't want anybody in our audience calling me.
Shut up, fuck.
My name is not fuck.
Shut up, fuck.
That is none of you none of you will be calling me fuck from now on.
Fuck. Knock it off.
My name is not fuck.
Yes, it is. Cause the law, and your name is fuck.
This is the guy.
What?
Oh, what is his fucking name? Hold on.
That's
I think he's an open mic comic,
this.
or maybe that's just what Chad said.
I am not a comic. I would never be caught dead as a comic. I am an MC of my own shows from time to time.
Watch it.
You would be caught dead as a comic. What's the difference? I wouldn't. You would. It's simply
Stop it. Fuck.
matter of opinion. Fuck doesn't want to be on stage. I'm actually, yeah,
Press FFF in chat for fuck.
My family is actually from Thailand. I'm just light skinned, and my name is fuck.
In a video.
This is hard to watch.
This is why I'm trying to do this with you guys live, because I don't want to figure out what I've watched when I haven't watched. I've watched 2 videos, and I'm realizing this thing goes deep.
Yeah.
Wait, so you watched 2 videos and decided to eat up an entire 4 hours on it?
Jesus Christ.
Sword and Scale just said this is gonna be good. Is it?
Oh man. Well, I tell you what, that chapter was called Zumock Red Flags, and it was just him scrolling through his Twitter. Steel Toe attacks Chad's. Here, meet the Steel Toe morning show. Should we check that one out? One more clip of Melton. I'm having a hard time with this because I can feel people getting bored. He's not really going anywhere.
What is this Steel Toe? Oh, I just gotta Google it.
Fuck. That's
Steel Toe morning show.
You gotta go
like
fuck.
Is this a real radio show? No. Oh, I heard. Okay. Sorry, I'm very high as well. So
no, good.
He was a real radio guy. Aaron M. Holt. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick Melton.
Aaron M. Holt, or Holty. I don't know how you say it.
You had it right the first time.
Yeah,
He was a real morning
Holty.
show guy. I guess he got fired from real radio.
That's your new name. Fuck Holty.
Fuck Holty.
And he got, I think he got fired from real radio, and
I quit, but they were probably going to fire me, yes.
Yeah, they didn't fire us. We quit.
Yeah, we walked out before they could fire us.
Started up. I don't know if he had the Steel Toe morning show on the real radio, or he just started up a podcast called the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Can we get listen, internet, you're on notice. Can we get our shit together before we go on air? It does make for a better product. You notice, Corey, I didn't say, I don't know anything about Nobody Likes Onions. I know a little bit about Patrick Melton. I mean, in fairness, it's from Red Bar, so I don't know how accurate it is, but I know it from you. I know it from Mike. I know of Nobody Likes Onions. I'm not going to sit here and bring up a clip of a guy and then go, I don't know anything about him, never even looked into it. It makes your I know that broadcasters do that to sound like they're cool, too cool for the room. It just makes you sound unprofessional, like you don't have a show ready to go. You know what
else makes people sound unprofessional? What? Not smashing that like button on Rumble or YouTube. We're at 109. Let's go. We're at 20 over on Rumble.
After he got fired. So, Mike, you know about this guy? Aaron M. Holt.
I like Sword and Scale.
Is that a real name? Yeah. I don't know if that's a real name. Oh, and he does. Okay, so and he does it with his wife.
No, Aaron M. Holt is the awesome stage name that I picked out for myself. I had my pick of the litter. I could have had any name of Aaron Diggler, anything. And you know what I chose? A hard German M. Holt.
You know what that reminds me of?
What?
There's a guy that I used to work with who's a comic out of Minneapolis named Joey Hamburger. That's his literal name.
Yeah,
right?
I've met him. I performed when we did the Florentine show. Yeah,
really nice guy, pretty funny, but a great guy, right? And like everybody would always be like, "Is that your stage name?" He's like, "Yeah, dude, I chose Hamburger spelled wrong."
Yeah,
as my stage name.
Is M. Holt a stage name? Yeah, I'm just a giant retard. My actual my real name.
Hey, your name is Re.
Yeah, my real name is Aaron the N-word, and I decided that wasn't going to play in show business, so I decided to go with something sexy like M. Holt.
Nolte?
The clips I saw,
Aaron Nolte
with his wife.
Corey's my wife,
and
better not be.
And they just do a morning show now. Now I don't know if his wife was on the radio show with him or not. He's an interesting guy.
Find this all out.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm an interesting guy. Let him talk about the interesting guy that he's just.
I just want to say
about.
this. Couldn't most of these questions be answered with like 5 seconds on Google before the show?
That's what I'm saying. Like, can we just do a little show prep? That's all I'm asking, guys. 70% of the reason why people are entertained by this show is not because I'm good or Corey's good or Johnny's good or April's good. It's because we've just planned some things to talk about that we're interested in, so we might sound like we know what we're doing. You know, like when a car guy. You don't actually watch him fix your car. He might be fucking terrible at it. But when he talks to you about the things that are wrong with your car, you feel comfortable. You're like, oh, that guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Not mine. My mechanic that I found down here, it's like he's awesome and he's honest. Like he gives me the cheapest rates on blinker fluid. He's replaced the deadbolt in my muffler at least 8 times, but it's not his fault. It's just hard because there's a lot of
moving
friction
parts
on the Texas roads.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts. I get it. He sounds like a straight shooter. All right.
Seriously, though, the cheapest blinker fluid replacement I've ever bought. It's great.
That's good. I'm glad they're not ripping you off.
Finally.
Now, Patrick Melton just said I'm an interesting guy, Corey. I want to hear how interesting I am.
I bet you do.
I can be bought with compliments.
So how interesting does it make you if somebody who's uninteresting says...
Can I, please? Can I? He thinks I'm interesting. May I?
Sorry, fuck. Go ahead.
Thank you. Fuck would like to hear how great fuck is, please.
My bad.
Sha!
But I can't...
Duh!
I haven't watched enough to know if what's going on here.
You should do a 4-hour show about it.
It seems to me like they're tormenting Chad Zumock, and he's taking the bait and really reacting, and that's what every one of these shows loves. And I was scrolling back through trying to find the earliest references on Steel Toe Morning Show's YouTube. Like, what's the earliest mention of Zumock? And it's only
Is he gonna throw up on the air
again?
There's a lot of pausing and gagging going on here.
A few months ago. So this channel's bigger than us. Obviously, they 10,000.
I mean, not yet, but we'll get there. Hit
subscribers. They're getting about 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 views on videos. But they do a lot of videos. They do a 4-hour show every day, and then they cut it up into chunks. But they do a lot of like topical, clout chasing, link bait, clickbait, troll stuff. Which
how dare you, sir?
He's not gonna hate on it. That's how he got out. Like, there's no way. Like, you cut him off. There's no way he doesn't say. Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, literally, like, you watch our live show, and I always tell people this when they just watch clips. I go, if you watch our live show, it's nothing like what the clips are. We cut those clips out because it grows your channel. It's what people watch, and then you bring them to the live show, and they're like, this is a lot of fun. If I put it's been done time and time again. It's old hat at this point, but if we do segments, if we put up segments that are just the funniest shit we did hands down on the show, nobody would watch it, unfortunately.
Yeah. By the way, is what you got to do these days.
Look,
are you trying to run a YouTube channel? So you got to make clickbait. You got to get people to click. What are you trying to attract people and your fans? It's like, yeah, not only do I have to like trick you into clicking it and maybe sticking around and watching the show and liking the show and becoming a fan of this insane shit, but I got to trick the algorithm into keep promoting it to new people. I got to trick, it's a lot of, and I'm certainly not good at it. I've only been doing it for a couple years on the YouTube. I missed, I peaked too early.
Oh,
you start podcasting in 2005.
No, I'll say this. I will say this objectively about Pat. Honest. As much of a dick as he can be in a person, he is really, really self-conscious and he's really honest about it. Always has been. That's his biggest strength. Like when Nobody Loves Onions was fucking the show it was, again, like 8 years ago, it was all around Pat being super honest with his surroundings. Like he is one of the best at being self-aware.
Yeah, this is actually he is a really self-aware guy. I do want to listen. People are saying, God, this guy's hard to listen to. I know, but he is talking about me. So I do kind of want to hear a little bit more of this.
I feel like that makes it harder to listen to him.
Yeah. If you look at Chad's latest tweet, says Citizen M, I made the new Cumia Cucks logo. The one Chad had sucked. Citizen M, you started this as like a double agent. I think you're now just a fan over there.
He definitely is playing all sides.
Yeah, that's gonna make him mad now because he fights against that. I don't like him. He's fucking terrible. He sucks shit. I just like.
Well, now that you're on Cumia's station, Citizen M is done with you. He said
he's a little. No, he said he still loves us. He just wish we wouldn't have done that. So
all right,
I understand. All right, let's pick out like one or two more. Here, I'll give you your options. Ready? Steel Toe attacks Chad Zumock. I don't think we need to go back to that. We all know that stuff. Steel Toe has that 2004 look. Radio guys are wacky. Steel Towing the night away. comparing Steel Toe to NLO 2011.
There, that one. Do that one.
Well, here, I'll give you all of them, and you can choose a couple here. Steel Toe hammers Zumock's lifestyle. Anything of us roasting Chad is just there's no reason.
I just think listening to him compare you to 2011, which would have been his heyday, will be really fascinating.
Yeah, it's all just Steel Toe.
What's weird is it's probably a compliment.
Steel Toe dunks on Zumock. Steel Toe watches Chad's meltdowns. Chad defends accusations. Yeah, it's all just kind of us shitting on him. So he must be on Team Steel Toe then on this Chad thing, which how can you not?
Pat is not on team anybody. He's just observing and using anything for clicks. He's, like I said, he's very self-aware.
So you want comparing Steel Toe to NLO 2011?
Yeah, because that's what I'm talking about. Right around 2011, like 2012, that's when he was one of the best. Like that's like legit. He came off that Earwolf wave, and it was him, Marin, and Rogan. And that was the top echelon of podcasts before anybody knew what podcasts even were.
Yeah.
And then he just kind of crashed down. Him and Josh got into it. I think Josh and his confrontation was over money. I never really cared. Like I said, he was kind of a dick to me when I met him. So like, whatever.
All right. Well, this must be an old clip that he's going over because this is the split screen days.
Literally, can I bring up a show of ours from like 2008 where we had flames on it and literally it parallels it in so many ways. The edgy font, the flames. It's like, oh yeah, you guys doing flames? I mean,
it's not really flames. It's a nuclear explosion, but okie dokie.
Let's go find. Let me see if I can get on this.
I like that. I'm kind of excited for the concept of a really shit-faced guy shitting on us. I think it has the potential to be funny.
It's going to cooperate today. Good.
This guy's woefully unprepared for everything he wants to do.
Welcome to Nobody Loves Onions.
It'll take a minute.
Stop sniffing into the microphone.
Also not going to happen. Welcome to Nobody Loves Onions.
One day I'll be able to afford 30 terabytes of SSDs. But not today, Satan. I'm storing everything on old bits and bytes. Am I right? Bobbles and tobbles. You had borders even way back in the talk trap days.
Yeah, he's going to show the old format.
Like this does look like our shit 15 years ago. Yeah, we did have borders.
Like he's new to the internet, like you were, asshole.
All right, well, I got to skip through that because again, I would love to hear that, but he's not.
Let's see if he shows the border, like because he's not wrong. It does kind of look like his old border.
All right, let me try to find that here.
It's not like intentional. It's just everybody likes flames. What are you going to do?
That's
a really bad representation of it.
Grungy look, like, hey, we're edgy as fuck over here. Wow, you were skinny, said Jay. Fucking hell.
I don't really think our shit looks anything like that. But all right.
No, not the one. That's not the one that I thought he was going to do. What's funny is the one I thought he was going to do is the one when Josh was on there because they had like more of like an orange background to it. But
yeah.
Oh yeah, let's put a camera under my 9 chins. Here's another one. Flames.
Yeah, that doesn't really look like
your production value looks so much better now that you look like you're shooting it in a closet.
And tell him he's imaginary.
I figured I'd say that, and you'd be like, "Oh, great!"
Yeah,
and then we move on.
Daniel Lavelle.
But no, you really want somebody at the Roomba.
I never follow through with anything, but if we could have got him to call in,
Danny, look at Danny. That makes me happy.
Well, I have friends who will pretend to be.
We're gonna get it.
At Roomba.
We'll get it out of the way at the top. Danny has a CD coming out at the end of the month, but you can pre-order it now on iTunes.
Yeah, I don't. Is he just? He's just watching his old clips now.
Yeah, but see the flames on the background?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the background, and like literally, it's just because you have flames and he has flames.
Yeah, I don't really see the connection, but again,
it's that you both have flames.
All right,
that was the connection.
All right, well, thank you for helping me. So there you go. That's I don't want to do any more of that because I'm worried. Yeah, people are writing in the chat, "Holy fuck, dude, get to any point." Familiar Human writes, "Flames, bro, come on." Geez, is he ever going to get to the point? I'm starting to think Corey is trolling us, making us watch this shit. No, this was me.
Yeah, I didn't do this. Don't blame the. If we're ever watching Nobody Loves Onions, it is not my doing, guys.
So now I'm worried if Nobody Likes Onions is.
Stevie J says he owns the copyright for Fire.
Oh no! See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to give him royalties because we're using Fire. And also, I don't know if you know this or not. Nobody's ever used fire as a decal on the back ever.
No. And
Plus, nobody loves onions.
Do you know how boring of a show you have to be that you're talking about me in a relatively complimentary light, and I turn it off because I'm worried my audience is going to start jumping ship?
I can say, like, how long have you and I worked together?
5 years?
Sure.
4
I
years?
think in that time, this is the first time I've seen you get bored with anything that was a narcissistic topic ever.
Right. It's actually like Patrick Melton is actually breaking me of my narcissism by me going, this is bad for my show.
That dude pitted your narcissism against your just low attention span. Yeah. And I've never seen your narcissism not be able to pull out the win.
Right. The only thing that kept me going was that my name is fuck.
Yeah, that's and Nolte, what was it?
Imholte. Yeah.
Fuck, Imolte.
Yes, those are my two names. I have two identities. One's a stage name. You can decide which one is which.
I should watch my new podcast, NLA. Nobody Loves Aaron.
All right, guys, we have
first guest is April, ironically enough.
All right, we are 300 away from today, so we are officially at 7 o'clock. So we want to get down to 200 in the next hour, and we want to get to 200 likes before we move on to the next story. Where are we at right now, boys and girls?
We're at 138 on YouTube, and we are at 24 over on Rumble. 25 now.
138, not bad. Let's everybody hit the like button now, and you guys keep me updated on the count. We're going to get that up to 200 here in a little bit. Everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe. Great to be over 9,100 yesterday. That was awesome. If you want to continue, moving that up. Again, everybody hit the like button. If the show's likable. 151. All right, let's get her up. Oh, so we're up 13 in no time. Let's get her up to 200. Everybody hit the like button. Larry from the bar says, I'm only hitting like because Corey's on. I don't care what makes you hit like. Just hit the like button. That is it. Keep me updated on the count. 160. All right. So we're like, it's like in Armageddon when they hit 800. It's going to happen over time here. So keep hitting like, get that up to 200. And if you feel like contributing to this morning's show, Cholino says, I'm not liking #anarchy. There's the PayPal. There's the Streamlabs. Super chats and memberships count as well if you feel like contributing to our show. When we knock out that $300 goal, we do 30 minutes of overtime, and we get to introduce Corey to Wrestling Otaku for overtime.
I'm excited.
Today.
172.
I'm really pumped about that.
Fuckling says, I'll hit the like when you finally grow a beard, so he's never hitting that
He's never hitting the like button. I don't know if this is going to work out. What'd you say, 170?
174 now.
174. Holy shit, 26 away. And then we're gonna get to some actual news today. Kevin McCarthy released a bunch of January 6th footage, and in that,
holy shit, dude, my brain just did one of those brain fart things, and I thought you meant our fucking coach for the Vikings, and my brain didn't compute.
Oh, you thought I was talking about Kevin O'Connell?
Yeah, I don't know why, but when you said that, my brain just transposed that. I'm like, why the fuck does the coach of the Vikings have January 6th footage?
January 6th footage.
He almost became my favorite coach in all of the NFL.
Well, he has this. Kevin McCarthy, not McConnell. I'm sorry. Kevin McCarthy released this information of all of this January 6th footage, and guess what we see in this January 6th footage, Corey?
What's that?
A shitload of officers steering the crowd towards the Capitol.
Yeah, we watched that almost day one where they were just waving them in. It's fucking weird.
181 likes. Let's get that up to 200. Continue on, boys and girls.
82 now.
182. Keep hitting the like button. Up to 200 for 7 o'clock, and then 300 by 9, and then 400 by the end of the show. And if you feel like helping us knock out that goal, please do. All right, let's get to the story. I don't want to sit here and browbeat you for likes for too long. So you guys win this round.
186.
We're gonna get to those 200. Don't make the fuck out of me. New January 6th video and court documents that show undercover officers urging protesters, including Ashley Babbitt, to advance on the Capitol. Oh boy, see now. I'm of two minds about this because on one hand, you have that Roy Epps, whatever his name was. Sure. And like, he's clearly instigating this thing to go into a full-blown storm the Capitol deal.
It seemed incidental, everything I've seen.
Yeah, then you have other officers in this video we're about to watch where they're kind of pushing people to go run up to the Capitol. But then at the same time, part of me goes, yeah, but also these people had to choose to run up to the Capitol also. Like, I know they were whipped up and full of the Holy Spirit and the election, this and that and all that stuff. But, like, at the end of the day, they did have to follow. Like, this is a great example of, you know, it's also why you didn't see the rebellion during COVID lockdowns that people claimed they were going to make. People will talk a big game. But ultimately, I think most people will follow the rules and go along to get along. In this case, you had multiple people telling these crowds to do something that they knew was not okay. They know it's not something you're supposed to do. They know it's not a good look. But they did it anyway because they didn't want to be the one amongst hundreds going, I don't know, guys, we should probably stop. This is a bad idea. Like that power of suggestion, it's like the masks. Masks are stupid. Masks sucks. But if there's 90 people in a Walmart and you're the only one without a mask on, you'll feel like you're doing something wrong. And a lot of people would just put the mask on. Not saying everybody, but most people. Same thing with this January 6th thing, where I'm a little torn. And I don't know how you feel about it, but yeah, the undercover officers ushering them towards the Capitol, that's a real dog shit move.
Well, and you're kind of like missing the big part about that I read that I thought was hilarious is that he released it by leaking it to Tucker.
Yeah, he gave it to Tucker Carlson.
That's maybe the most baller thing ever. Like, hey, I got this shit that looks really bad for the Democrats. Where's Tucker?
Well, think about it. You have to give it to Tucker because who else are you going to give it to? CIA pin Hannity?
Hannity will take it.
But is Hannity going to play it the way Tucker would with that gusto?
Oh, absolutely not. But he will do it live, right?
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. So
Godsnow says, yeah, Corey, you're missing the fact that it was a setup. Yeah, guys, you know me. Did I miss the fact that it was a setup for the last 2 years? Is that me? Did I miss that it was a setup, guys?
3 undercover
That's a new listener. Welcome to the show, guy.
3 undercover Metropolitan Police Department officers joined the march of protesters up the northwest side of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, including one who climbed over a barricade and pushed others towards the Capitol, and another who walked behind Ashley Babbitt and predicted that, quote, oh, this is creepy, predicted that, quote, someone will get shot, according to newly released court documents.
Yes.
That's not good. New filings by January 6th defendant William Pope of Topeka, Kansas, also show MPD bicycle officers stopping 4 armed men in plain clothes on the January 6th. The men turned out to be federal agents. Video included with Pope's filing also shows uniformed MPD officers saying, we were set up to fail on January 6th. Now, that speaks to what a lot of people have been saying, that maybe this whole thing was understaffed and the cops were kind of set up to not be able to stop these people from getting in to begin with from the very outset. At least you have cops saying that. You have cops going, look,
yeah, everybody knows that though, right? Like I've said this since the absolute beginning of this. I don't know why there was less security there on a day that they all knew to up security than is both times I went to DC as a tourist.
Well, the 3 undercover MPD officers approached the northwest corner, and Officer 1 was filming their journey, joined the crowd in chanting, "Drain the swamp." When a group of men ran past them toward the Capitol, Officer 2, wearing a Trump beanie, remarked, quote, "Those guys are getting shot." At the base of the scaffold stairs, Officer 1 joined the crowd in chanting, "Whose house? Our house." So clearly instigating. In one motion, Pope describes how Officer 1 climbed over a barricade. Officer 1 began yelling at people in front of him to go, go, go as they climbed bicycle racks. Officer 1 yelled for the crowd to help him up, followed by push him up, push him up. Needing help to get up, Officer 1 asked a nearby man to give him a boost. The man gives Officer 1 a lift up, and Officer 1 says, "Thanks, bro." The motion said that Officer 1 pushed protesters in front of him to advance on the Capitol, shouting, "Come on, come on, come on, let's go." People around him climbed over bike rack-style barricades and scaffolding that had been set up for the inauguration. So here's a picture. There you've got Ashley Babbitt. You've got, this is Officer 2 and Officer 3.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
They're in plain clothes in Trump gear and the whole thing. And why do you got to do, why? Look, that's a naive rhetorical question. I know
anything to get him, anything to make it so he couldn't run again. That's what everybody was selling his soul for.
I know why they have to do it, but you know what I mean? Like more in the Mother Nature sense of it. Why do you have to do this? You won. It's over. Like, just take the W. Do your inauguration. Why do you got to stir these people up? Why do you got to stir them up and rile them up and everything else? I mean, no offense. I'm not saying that Democrats are better than Republicans or Republicans are better than Democrats. But like when Trump won in 2016, you didn't see a bunch of undercover like Republican Trump people riling up Hillary supporters to go do some wild shit. And they would have, because they thought this guy was a fascist. They thought he was a Nazi. Think about it. All these Trump people, they did it because they thought their guy got ripped off.
I think that they did it too because like the Dems had the CIA and the FBI in their pocket. I don't know the Republicans could have.
And you know what? That's a good point, is that the CIA and the FBI definitely lean to one side. We've kind of seen that now in the last few years.
At this point, you can like, I mean, at this point, we know with the Russiagate, the Steele dossier, I mean, like, it's not even leans. They're in the pocket of one of them.
Yeah. So, yeah, they couldn't get the CIA. You're right. They couldn't get the CIA or the FBI to do that in 2017 if they wanted to. But, like, you don't see them.
If they could have, they would have. That's all I'm saying.
Do you think so?
Yes, 100%.
I just, there's part of me that feels like on the right, they want to rub in the victory. On the left, they want to try to make the opponent look as bad as possible. Like, to me, with Democrats, it's more important that they look bad, that their opponents look bad than they look good. And I feel like Republicans take the opposite approach, where they're like, well, we'd rather look superior to them rather than them look like dog shit.
Well, it's not about that, though. It's all about the way they can, like, tantalize and stir up their fan base, right? That's what it comes down to. I mean, look at Ron DeSantis is a great example. Look at how many things that dude pushes through that do absolutely nothing, but it virtue signals to his fan base, right?
Yeah.
Like, he just got done doing one that's like anti-woke culture legislation, but there's no woke culture legislation on the books.
Right.
So that's just going to be a virtue signal to the boomers down there and a waste of taxpayer money. They all do this shit. It's all just a fucking dance.
And they eat it up.
They eat it fucking up. Also, 197.
Wow, watch this. Oh yeah, 3 more likes, guys. Let's get it up to 200. Thank you. Let's watch this video. This is where they stop the 4 plainclothes officers who are carrying. And listen to, like, a thing like this makes me feel like everybody, like all the officers, the FBI, like all of these people were coordinating this together, because listen to how they interact with each other. This is a bicycle-based police officer. He finds
a loser. Those are called losers.
Losers, you mean? He finds 4 people with like just regular clothes on and carrying. And he goes up to him. He confronts him. This is a 2-minute video, so this might take a minute. Let's. And do they not, like, do the camera microphones not turn on until like they start talking? Here we go. What did you really want to do as a cop, and then you became a bicycle cop? Like, how disappointing is this, that this guy's, there's nothing.
It's a punishment. He sucked at being a cop, so they put him on bicycle.
There's got to be nothing more disappointing than when you hear the clicking of the gears while you're riding your police bike.
I just wanted to keep people safe. Yeah. Time for 3rd gear.
And also, can we point out, this guy's not wearing his helmet.
Yeah, wow, that's not safe at all.
I don't like this. When you arrest a guy and you're a bicycle police officer, do you just have him ride on your pegs to the station?
Yeah, like get on the pegs. Or no, you handcuff him and make him ride on the handlebars.
Oh, that's
keep an eye on him.
So now he sees these guys.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Fed.
Quick question. Give me a second. Just doing a little investigation.
Just doing a little investigation on my bike. Just doing a little bike detective work.
Yeah. Oh God, this guy, Corey, this guy right here, the one on the right, the one on the right glows in the dark big time. This one maybe looks a little more Trumpy, maybe this one here, but this guy right here, this guy's like IT undercover.
Yes, we're all police. Police? Yeah, law enforcement. Yeah. Can you show me your credentials?
This is fucking dirty. So they're sitting there wearing their Trump shit, ready to go to the protest, undercover officers, and the police pull them over, and they're all just laughing and giggling like, yeah, we're just here to stir up trouble and stir up shit with this giant crowd, so they all storm the Capitol. That's why we're all here. It's like, God, and you guys just all... Like, we kind of talked about this during COVID, too, like where everyone was like, oh, yeah, if they do illegal shit, the cops will stop them because thin blue line, and the cops are on our side. The cops are on the side of the paycheck. They got kids, they got insurance, they got a pension, they got all this shit. They are going to help each other.
The cops will literally say the phrase, and I quote, I was just following orders. That's a cop quote.
They will use the Auschwitz defense of I was just following orders. So anyone who like is surprised that you see these DC cops talking to these federal agents who are dressed undercover to go in as Trump supporters to try and rile people up, that they just stopped them, asked for ID, and went, all right, go ahead. There are no good guys when it comes to shit like this.
Okay. Appreciate it. That's all I needed.
Hey, thanks, guys. You're on a list. See you later.
Better at hiding that.
Listen to that last part there. Hold on a second.
You got to do a little bit better at hiding that.
You got to do a little bit better at hiding it. Meaning, like, it's totally cool that you guys are going to this rally to be agent provocateurs. Could you just hide it a little better? Wow. It's ballsy. Rupert with $4.99 says Corey Bucks, caw is the law. That's, of course.
Caw is the law.
Caw is the law. I'm not
catching on, baby.
I am not annoyed by that in the least, boys and girls.
Dude, I'm telling you, it will completely unannoy you the first time you get to use it to annoy someone else. It's one of those like pay it forward things where it's not necessarily the funnest thing like to hear or interact with till you get to do it to somebody and they're like, oh, I get this. Like, and again, it's just the troll aspect of it on Reddit is the great. People will be like talking all this like cogent analysis of XFL and just some asshole like, oh yeah, dude, cause the law. And they just like, they'll write like paragraphs that they pour their heart into. And then somebody's like, fuck you.
All right. $2.95 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, the links are in the chat. They're also up at the top of the page. Let's see if we can knock that under 200 by the end of this hour. If you feel like chipping in, PayPal and Streamlabs is the preferred way, but Super Chats, if it's easier for you, totally fine with us as well. We are a listener-supported show, so anything you contribute to us is very much appreciated.
213 also. 213
all right.
25.
You got him over the 200 mark on likes. All right, here's another clip that, again, we got these because McCarthy sent them to fucking Tucker Carlson, of all people.
That is kind of awesome, though, right? Like, if you're the Republicans and, like, this whole argument has been framed in a way you can't defend yourself, the moment you get to where you're in charge of the House, you're like, fuck it, we're sending it to Tucker.
Send it to Tuck. We're in good hands. This is another...
Do you think behind the scenes there was a conversation between them? Like, do we send it to Hannity? Nah, fuck that dude. He's a CIA plant. We got to go to Tucker.
Don't go to that shill. Go to Tuck.
Yeah.
Here's officers all talking to each other. Again, all this January 6th stuff ended up being very incestuous, but here's another clip.
They set us the fuck up. That's what they did. They set us up. They set up 64. Oh, absolutely.
So there's the local cops going, hey, look.
They set us up? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, the local cops are saying they set us up, meaning like the bigwigs in Washington. They're saying like they set us up because there's barely any of us and there's a shitload of people in the Capitol.
And they asked y'all to come 2 hours later. They set us up. They needed everybody right away. Nah, right away. They set us the fuck up. So now we ain't got shit. We ain't got a motherfucking thing. They set us the fuck up.
I like this guy.
I did too.
Take this motherfucker. Shit.
Do you ever do this where like I can't quite hear it, so like I put my head down as if that'll help me hear?
Okay, did you hear what he just said?
No, go back.
Listen.
Motherfucker. Shit. Take this motherfucker.
Let him take this motherfucker.
Okay.
This guy's so fed up. He's like, we've been set up. You know what? I don't give a shit about the Capitol. Let him have it.
Shit. I'm hot.
Anybody else, when they see like that guy going, they set us the fuck up, let him take it, and then they see a female cop, anyone else just kind of go, this doesn't look right. I mean, look, I know you're not supposed to talk like that, but I don't know. I see this woman and I'm like, we're LARPing now. Like, we're kind of LARPing. Like, I see this guy. Let me put it back up there. I see this guy and I see this person and I go, one of these people definitely makes me feel safer that they're on this job.
Is it the woman?
Spoiler alert, not you, honey. I don't know. It just looks, when you have the juxtaposition right in front of you like that, I don't know. It just, to me, just seems a little.
But they have tasers.
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't see her as someone who's going to help me out. Oh, this is interesting.
You think she'd help you out more if you could grow a beard?
Look at this. I think Corey, Citizen M has to stop with his bullshit. I think Citizen M might just be a coward. Mr. Nagel sent me a screenshot of one of Chad's streams. Oh my God, 50 people. Jesus Christ. At what point are you just not talking to anybody? Citizen M says, Chad, I'm putting up a Red Bar clip today of Mike David fucking massacring Aaron Imholt. Now, first of all, I don't think Red Bar really massacred us. If anything, it sounded like we'd annoyed him, like we'd bothered him.
It really sounds like he's annoyed and kind of. He keeps referencing you veiledly, like like Jules was like, you don't want Jules to be April, like just shit like that.
I think massacring is more like we've shaken Mike David up a little bit. He doesn't talk. You notice?
Yeah, we get to the point where he's actually talking, right?
Yeah, he doesn't really talk about us like he talks about everybody else. There's something he recognizes.
He knows you're like a fanboy, and like he like I think deep down inside he wants to do a co-project with you, but he can't back it down. But the main issue here is Citizen M is acting like he's playing all sides, but he's not. He's just too much of a coward to really say anything on our side, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know. The person right above him.
Citizen M, but like he came in like the day that you announced the Cumia thing. He was in my chat talking about how he's done with Steel Toe because we're interacting with Cumia now, and he's still here, but he's in Chad's room. He's in Red Bar. He's everywhere doing everything. He's just sneaky. He's a dirty sneak thief.
That was tagged to the Compound Media Twitter account. Says Eric. So yeah, but it's very funny. Right above Citizen M's thing is Viking writing, Steel Toe owns you, bro. So that's very funny. But Citizen M, like, if he thinks he's playing both sides against each other, I think what he's actually doing is just being too cowardly to take a stand.
Well, and he's also, the thing that he doesn't realize is if that's your mentality, you and I usually cast people out for that. Like, all right, cool. I guess you're not on my side. I don't give a shit. Oh, you're going to play that weird political shit? Cool. You're not on my side. Get the fuck out.
I like Citizen M, but I'm going to keep Citizen M at a nice arm's length, I think.
I like him too. It's so weird how he plays all the sides. But he's like, I mean, I thought one of the funniest shit was when he first started hanging out where he kept asking me to be on a show that didn't exist.
Citizen M says, Aaron, you already asked me about the massacring thing in Facebook DMs. I said I just told Chad things to get him on my show. I don't know. So that's the same one you're saying, Citizen M.
What show though? You don't even have a show yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Citizen M, I'll put it this way. Between your reaction to the Cumia thing and you're wanting Mike David to love you so much, and
your Red Bar simping.
And the Chad thing there, I'll say this about Citizen M. You're definitely suspect. I think you mean, I'm going to say this. I don't think Citizen M means anything by it. I think Citizen M really does believe he's playing like a 4D chess thing, but I think he's just too scared to commit to one side or the other, which is okay. But I don't know. It's a human quality that I find less than attractive. Shall we say? Yeah. See, now people are saying. Now people are saying never trust a simp. But I think Citizen M deserves his day in court. He says, "I love Aaron. If Chad has zero success, he goes away. Aaron needs Chad for content." I don't think I do. I think we do just fine without Chad. I think we beat the shit out of him. He melted down, and now once in a while we just go, "I remember that guy," and that's kind of fun. So moving on from the January 6th thing, there's like 9,000 more videos, and it would be impossible to go over them all. But they're all kind of variations on the theme, which is the cops, the local DC cops are like, this is bullshit. Meanwhile, federal agents are like, come on, get in there. What do you got? Like, so you have law enforcement working against law enforcement, essentially, is what we're finding out. Like, they didn't tell everybody that was going to be the play. They just told the people they felt needed to know and left everybody else in the dark. So That's really nice. It's kind of like what Tucker got is kind of the confirmation of what we already knew. It was nice for Tucker to get it and show it publicly so that people went, oh, at least I'm not crazy. You know? Yep. Like all of this stuff happened.
I think like leaking it out to Tucker's a big dick move.
Yeah, no, I think that was good. I think it was good that he got that and he sent that out there. But it also just makes people feel, because there's nothing you can do. Like, you're not going to be able to prosecute these people. They're not going to be held accountable. They're in charge. But at least you can have something that makes you go, oh, well, at least I'm not wrong, crazy, and a whacked out conspiracy theorist. This shit was actually happening. Let's go to this next story. This one's out of
2023 is like vindication run for everybody, it seems.
Yeah, it's kind of a hollow vindication, but vindication nonetheless, right? Like, it doesn't, the vindication doesn't mean anything. Like, there's nothing you're going to be able to do with the vindication. They can do it all over again.
Nothing at all. Yep.
Yeah, they can do it all over tomorrow if they want to.
And they probably will.
Yeah, but now at least you're like, hey, I know what's going on. Which,
but at least our president went to Ukraine before Ohio, right?
It's nice, huh? Can't afford a coach ticket for Pete Buttigieg to go to Ohio, but he can go to Ukraine.
You fucker talk about putting some change in Ukrainian pockets. He was talking about how he's going to help them put together a social security network and I'll put an extra, a few extra bucks in their pocket, like buddy folks. And then all I can think is, so you're giving extra spending cash to Ukraine, but you can't give any relief to Ohio and you can't even visit it.
Yeah. It's just, and then they keep saying there was a senator, and I think we have something with that today a little bit later, but there was a senator that even told the people in Ohio, he said, look, I get it that you don't trust the government. When they tell you the water's okay, I get it that you don't trust them, but trust me, the water's okay and you can move back and you go. I love that even the politicians are like, look, I know that our word is dog shit, but you got to believe me this time.
Did you see the JD Vance trying to get that EPA guy to drink the water?
I didn't see that. I did see we have this for later today. The governor drank the water.
Did he really?
Yeah, he drank the water, and then immediately, like Kurt Russell in The Hateful Eight, he just started vomiting up his own blood. It was very weird.
Blame the vaccines, not the water.
Yeah, that would be funny if they turn on the vaccines in order to protect the water in Ohio.
all these poison water deaths are actually vaccine deaths, guys.
We're kidding. We're fucking kidding. We're joking. That was a joke. That was a gimmick. We're fucking around. That was parody and satire. Jesus Christ. But no, I think. Oh, by the way, April and I finished The Hateful Eight yesterday. The Tarantino movie. And I think we kind of gave it the benefit of the doubt because it's a Tarantino movie.
I feel like that's what everybody did. I actually fucking hated it. I hated the ending of that movie. It bothered me a lot.
That everybody just died?
Well, no, it's like a fucking murder mystery. And then the solution is some people were hiding in the basement. Fuck you, dude.
Just that kind of, what do they call that? That MacGuffin at the end, that there's just a guy in the basement.
Right. It was just a little too Scooby-Doo where it's and let's see who's behind this mask. It was just it was a lot of it was a bad movie being held together by very good acting, some decent directing. And then the ending was fucking dog shit. The fact that they it was being presented as if it was this Clue murder mystery. And then they're like, oh yeah, by the way, the murder weapon was this guy in the basement with a shotgun you never seen. Fucking whatever, dude. Get fucked.
Yeah, it was, like you said, I think the acting was so good that you went, I'm in, I'll watch it to the end. And it was, definitely not my favorite Tarantino.
And I got people right now going, oh, spoiler alert, bitch, I ruined Avengers the day after. You think I give a fuck about ruining a movie for you that was 5 years ago? Get fucked, dude. If you haven't seen it now, I don't care.
I think it was 7 or 8 years ago now.
I am so sick of people you have a 3-month window, man. After that, you don't get to say spoiler alert. Fuck you. You don't want to see it or you would have.
Corndiff says, but did the movie make you feel?
It did. It made me feel quite a bit, Corndiff. What up, Corndiff?
Hey, Corey.
Wait, is that a different diff? Are there a bunch of diffs?
That's the corn diff. That's the corn.
Okay.
But by the way, did it make you feel? Because I have to tell you, Corey, you know how I felt after the movie?
Bored?
I was feel. I was very, very feel.
I was very feel.
April got mad. She got in the car the other day, and I'm showing our oldest, because the oldest asked, like, I was like, how you doing? She's like, oh, I'm good. How are you, Dad? And I go, I'm very feel. And she goes, she laughed. She goes, what's that? And I showed her the Alexander Usyk, I am feel thing. And she
Is that
laughed.
her new favorite boxer?
No, well, she laughed at a couple, but then April's like, oh God, are you showing them that? And then Charlotte was finally like, Dad, that is kind of stupid. And I was like, how dare you? He's the funniest guy in the world, old Alexander.
How are you feeling?
She's not even your blood, and she's turned you against me.
How do you feel? I'm feel. Good. I'm very feel.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm very good. I'm very feel. I'm hungry.
I'm
very feel.
How are you, my friend?
I'm fine. I'm good. I'm feel. I'm very feel.
You are Phil.
I'm feel. I'm very, very feel.
How do you feel?
I'm feel. I'm very feel.
How are you feeling?
I'm feel. I'm feel. I'm very feel.
Alexander, I gotta ask you, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feel. Hello, amigos, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very feel.
It's amazing.
I'm feel. I'm very feel. I'm very happy. How are you feeling, Usyk?
I'm feel. I'm very, very feel.
What does that mean?
What? I love
I love that's my favorite one is when the guy goes, what does that mean? He's like, what?
What does that mean?
What? I love you.
What are the odds they're not letting him fight Fury because they can't afford a Ukrainian loss publicly?
Feel? You feel?
Yes, I'm feel. I'm very, very feel.
How are you?
All right. I like that. I want to tell people that more often. I want to, because, you know, there are a lot of times when people ask me how I'm doing, and I am very feel.
I don't know that I've ever not been very feel.
Yeah. You know, most of the day I would actually say I'm feel. Better than I'm not good, I'm not bad. I'm just, you know what? I'm feel. I'm very, very feel. $295 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, PayPal, Streamlabs, that's the most preferred way, but Super Chats and memberships count as well. Let's knock this down in little chunks. Everybody chip away at it a little bit and hit the like button while you're at it. All right, let's go to Jefferson County, Missouri.
Get those likes.
Let's go to Jefferson County, Missouri here for this next one. I am pro prank, and I am pro the, what do you call it? The repercussions of a prank. You know, this next news story is going to warn you about something. And you know the media, they're always trying to brainwash you. Your buddy, fuck, is not going to brainwash you. I will always tell it to you like it is. I will always give you the square dealing. And I think teenagers doing pranks on people's houses is great. I also believe that people defending themselves and their property is also great. And if we ever have these two things come together, I think it's, hey, you wanted to do a prank, you wanted to protect your property, everything came together properly, this is all okay. It is all feel. It's very, very feel. But the news,
now this is happening.
But the news, they want to brainwash you and trick you into thinking some of this stuff is not okay. Let's watch this story from Jefferson County, Missouri. If there's one thing the news likes to cover, it's what's those rascally kids are doing. Remember when like 3 people ate a Tide Pod and the news reported it like it was the new trend sweeping the nation? Yes. You know, like it was the 90s and it was the Macarena. And you're like, oh, everybody's just guzzling laundry detergent now. And it was like a few kids. They even had Rob Gronkowski do a PSA telling kids not to eat laundry detergent. And it was like a half dozen kids that did the thing. Well, this one is warning about a prank that I think like 5 kids pulled, but now the media has to make it look like everybody's doing it so they can scare the shit out of Gen Xers and boomers. Which, by the way, always has the opposite effect of just like kids may end up seeing it or the parents tell the kids about it. And then the kids go, I'd never actually heard of that before, but that sounds like a hell of a lot of fun. I'm going to call my friends. We're going to give it a shot.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, This just broke 14
Only
minutes
on 4
ago. It
kids.
looks like an all-air stop at Minneapolis Airport. No flights.
All right, well, probably because of the weather. We'll check it out.
Caught on camera pulling a new prank.
This one is costly and could cause some to pay the ultimate price, losing their life. This new prank is the rage on TikTok right now. Consider it the new age ding dong dash.
And this is
Now, in defense, again, I am pro prank, and I am definitely pro TikTok prank, but I'm pro TikTok prank, and then people get to respond to it how they will. Let all of these dumb fucking kids do their TikTok pranks, and if something bad happens in the process, I don't really see an L for anybody. I mean, except the people
It's like a self-correcting problem at that point,
This
right?
does seem like a self-cleaning oven. Like, there's no reason to stop a TikTok prank. There's no reason to warn anybody about a TikTok prank unless you're trying to gaslight them into doing it more. I don't like these warnings of stop these kids from doing dumb shit on TikTok. No, let them. These are not, none of these people are going to become doctors and lawyers. Don't worry about it. If anything, you're just, if you let nature take its course, you'll be able to let the robots do all the manufacturing jobs in no time, because that's the only people that are getting killed off in these. Let's go ahead and see what they're worried about.
Is happening across the country. Tonight, Only News source Russell Kinsall reports from Jefferson County, where 2 victims are not only mad, but also really concerned for these teens.
Right now, I'm on a front porch of a home near Arnold. So this is being called the kick door challenge. It's a variation on the ding dong dash prank. But
see, Corey, he had to reach and touch the doorbell so he could show you what ding dong dash is. You wouldn't have known.
Yeah, I don't. So wait, I'm confused. What is it?
It's kick door dash is what it's called. Okay. But notice he didn't kick the. See, now I feel like if you're going to touch the doorknob to show them ding dong ditch, don't you have to like furiously kick their door?
Are you kicking their door or are you breaking their package? Because that video just made it look like they were kick stomping the package.
No, I thought the kid was kicking like the door where it was deadbolted.
Oh, okay. Because his foot came down. I thought he was just like breaking the package outside.
Oh, no. I thought he was like mule kicking it. Like he was standing facing the other way and then just, giving it a back kick.
Instead, what the teens do is they kick a front door really hard. And because teens are teens, they don't think about it. There could be somebody on the other side of that door with a gun.
What do you mean they're not thinking about it? It's all I'm thinking about. It's the only reason I'd watch this craze is I'd be like, come on, somebody with a shotgun. Come on.
And in other news, new craze does not come to Texas.
Yes. In other news, there's also a new craze among boomers on Facebook, which is shooting little bastards through the front door. Not as catchy of a name as Kick Door Dash, but more effective than the childhood Zoomer prank. Zoomers versus boomers. Dude, if we could get a war going between those two generations, we all win.
Yeah, and we could call it booms and zooms.
Booms versus zooms, and I don't care who wins, just get me a high count. That's all I care about.
Get them an MTV Road Rules show and just let them fucking fight it out in a van.
Zoomers versus boomers, and as long as it ends up like fucking Stalingrad, I'm a happy guy.
Just Gen X shooting everybody.
Sierra Francic at her home in House Springs last night.
We were just getting ready to go to bed and we heard this loud crashing noise.
She checked her Ring doorbell camera and saw a teen kicking her front door and running away.
Posted the...
What a pussy. He like barely kicked it. He like goes...
count.
Yeah, he's like running as he kicks it. You're not going to be able to shoot that kid.
A video to social media in hopes that maybe a parent would see it and recognize their kid, or a teacher would see it and recognize the student.
Francic isn't the only recent victim of this prank that could have costly consequences. It happened at Matthew Midget's house near Arnold a few weeks ago.
And we actually heard kind of a bang sound.
Oh, hey, Corey, look what he's wearing. It's my
cause the law, baby, all day long. You just can't get away from it. Cause the law.
My own personal hell that he's wearing that hat. I fucking hate it.
Love it. They're everywhere. That guy. I'm on this guy's side, by the way.
I love that they show these kids like, oh, look, they're kicking these doors, and then they show everybody's door, and there's like no marks on it, no nothing. It's like it's a harmless prank, and they're like, yeah, but these kids could get shot. I feel like the media is almost trying to get people to shoot a kid. Like their whole thing, their whole thing is they're just trying to go, oh, a lot of kids are they're kicking these doors, and but what someone could do is they could take a gun and wait, and then as soon as they hear the kick, they could fire through the door.
These kids are they're doing all this weird stuff. It sure would be a shame if somebody like shot these kids.
I know, because you watch the videos, it's like nobody would be able to shoot that kid in time. Like, they just kick the door and they leave. But the media's like, wouldn't it be awful if someone maybe was sitting on the other side waiting for kids to do this, and then as soon as they watch somebody like shoot their grandma knocking on the door to come over, because they're just so scared by the news that anybody pounding on the door, they're just bam, gone.
Whatever. You know what though? I love this though, because I know for sure after they get shot, this guy's leaning over and whispering, "Cause the law." That's the last thing they hear after he shoots them. Love it. Love it.
Excuse me.
I didn't even do this one. You can't be mad at me. It was in the video.
Excuse me, young man.
Oh, yes, sir.
It seems that you're not going to make it through this, so I'd just like to say, caca.
Yeah, and that's the last thing you hear as you shuffle off. The guy's like, "I'm a Viper fan." No shit. I hear you guys shit standing up.
He starts building a beer train as the kid's bleeding out on his floor. It's like, Jesus, you people are mental.
He thought his kids broke something, but the next morning saw the broken glass from his busted storm door.
Oh, well, that's shitty. So here I thought they were just kicking their door. So they're like kicking the storm doors.
Yeah, I didn't care until I know they're breaking. Fuck that.
That's bullshit. Now I do hope they get sniped. You don't go and shatter glass in front of their house where their kids are and shit like that. Imagine their kid just goes out in the morning to grab the paper for dad or something, and they just step into a bunch of broken glass with their barefooted pajamas on. Fuck these people. Now I do hope there's a retaliation.
I'm on the side of the people who got their house kicked. Let's fuck with.
Yeah.
I just thought to myself, why? That maybe it was a prank gone wrong.
Sir, they're Zoomers. The term "why" doesn't factor into their vocabulary yet.
Look at the video that his camera recorded. It's kind of dark, but you can see the teen walk up. He starts recording on his phone and then even counts down till he kicks the door.
And I have to replace the entire door. It's going to be about $300 for the door alone.
Some victims are reporting broken pots on porches and even dents in garage doors.
Property damage is being done.
Oh no, not dents in garage doors.
Does anybody have a garage door that isn't dented?
Yeah, people that don't have women driving in their households.
I mean, if you're an American and you don't have a dinged-in garage door, do you really live here? Everybody.
Yeah, you don't. No, you're just renting. You're not even. You don't got your citizenship.
Yeah. How long did
show me an undinged door, and I will show you somebody that isn't a citizen yet.
Right. I will show you someone who's on their best behavior trying to get their papers. Their pati papers. But if you have a new garage door, you have a new garage door for what? Maybe 6 weeks tops. Something's happening to it. I know this. Our garage door got all the dings because when us kids started biking. When we started riding our bikes, we'd crash that fucker into the garage.
I remember when I was a kid and my mom bought the house that my sister and I grew up in, the door was already dinged when we bought it.
Right. Like the garage door, it was either the bike gets ridden into it or we'd be playing basketball. My friends and I would be playing basketball and we just launch ourselves into the garage door.
Yeah, like garage doors might as well be a basketball region. The other thing that I used to do is I know you don't like disc golf, but I used to have a portable disc golf basket that I would set up in the driveway. And that thing, so many fucking discs hucked directly into that garage door.
Dude, how did you keep the pussy off you?
You'd be surprised how many chicks like disc golf. It's actually kind of a pussy magnet, bro.
It would probably disappoint the fuck out of me. You're right.
It really would. You get these hot chicks who just want to go get high in the woods. And then after you're smoking for a while, they're like, "You want to fool around?" You're like, "Yes, I do. Cause it's better than disc golf. Let's go."
But you got that one guy who's really competitive. Don't you go finger popping each other. It's hole 9, motherfucker.
That's actually the thing that bothered me the most because I quit playing for a while. And then when I came back in, it was in the time I had missed and come back, everybody took it way too seriously. And now there's sports science behind it and shit. Because there's an actual way to throw it. When I was a kid, it was literally, we were just getting high in the woods. You know what I mean? The disc golf bag. Yeah, we played the game, but the bag was literally just a carrying case for our pipes.
Yeah.
Now you get up there and these people they fucking sports scienced it, right? They're like, "Oh, this is a backhand, this and that." It's cool. I thought we were just getting high in the woods. My bad, guys.
You're like that baseball player from the 80s that you drank before the game, you smoked cigarettes, you had a little bit of a belly on you. Now you come back and everyone's in the weight room and you're like, "Guys, this isn't football, it's baseball. What the fuck are you doing in a weight room?"
And then you still end up beating them because I could still the thing that always pissed me off was that a lot of my friends who take it way too seriously, because I have 2 friends that actually did it professionally. Not that there's a lot of money, but Kale, who owns Airborne, is pretty famous from Minnesota for disc golf. And so I beat a lot of my casual friends, but they're like taking it so fucking serious. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really care. And they're like, that's an illegal shot. I'm like, fucking put a stroke on it then, dude. I'm going to go get high in the woods. Have fun, loser.
It like in high school, even when we played baseball, it was like, you know, we would always make the joke like weight rooms for football players. And like if the coach would be like, hey, we're going to have a weight room day, like we'd all just grab a bike or a treadmill. We'd be like, can we go throw some balls around and hit, you know?
That's like the thing about those gym classes that I'll never forget is like we had, and I think everybody had this in their gym class, but we had like this series of like 5 or 10 guys who were just not athletically anything, but they would try way too hard in gym class. And then they would do something to piss you off. I remember like it was like big base, which is basically just kickball. They put the bases on different sides of the gym and you be kickball. Yeah. And these fucking dweebs would sit there and try so fucking hard all the time till eventually they pissed you off and you pegged one in the head with a ball and then you were the bad guy. Legitimately, there's this fucking kid, and I hope he's dead if I'm honest. His name is Jeremy, and like this dude would like talk all this shit. And he would like try to be like a bully, but then you would like push him and he would just go flying and then break an arm and then like try to sue people. And like, dude, you're just an asshole who breaks it. You're like, it's like if Glass from that movie Unbreakable was a fucking just prick, just a real prick to everybody. And somebody's like, get the fuck away from me. Oh, I'm going to sue you.
Yeah, I guess
Hopkins High School was lit. I guess that's what I'm saying.
I guess now's not the time to tell you that I got a concussion playing team sports softball in gym class.
Right, but did you wake up immediately like, I'm going to sue this guy?
No, it was a buddy of mine. He was in center field. I was in right. We both dove for a ball. I caught a knee to the head, and I woke up a couple minutes later, and my head really hurt.
Did you play any? You played sports in high school, though, right?
Yeah, I played baseball. I played a year of football and a year of basketball, but then I played baseball up until, I think, through junior year, my shoulder got wrecked, and I had to sit out senior year.
I mean, like, and that's fine. It's the people that played actual sports. Like, I was on the football team. And the people that played the actual sports were never, because you were never trying that hard at gym. You tried hard when you were playing sports.
Right.
The people that didn't play sports, that they were like, this is my one time to be athletic. And then, like, I remember a flag football game where these people were trying to fucking tackle us. And it's just like, what are you doing? Like, I play football. You're just a fucking twerp.
If in gym class, a lot of times, sometimes you'd fuck up on purpose to keep the game close.
Yes.
Like, you'd be like, all right, I'm going to throw a pick here because we're up like 6-0. And we got to.
Who cares? We're here to have fun. Nobody gives a shit.
And at some point we have to stop it because it's not just a prank.
Matthew Midget's worried the teens might be putting themselves in real danger.
Who gives a shit? Then let them. I hate that. They might be putting themselves in real danger. Then let them fuck around and find out. They're breaking your storm doors, for God's sake.
I'm afraid that one of these kids is going to be meta.
It's like that Christopher Titus bit, right? Where he's like talking about how his dad let him put shit in the socket.
Yeah.
He's like, that's the difference between having a dad or not. If you have a mom and she sees you fucking around with socks, she's like, don't do that, honey. Your dad's like, well, let's see what happens.
Yeah. Fuck
and
at the door by somebody.
You electrocute yourself. He's like, you're not going to do that anymore.
With a gun or something, and they're going to get themselves shot or just scared half to death.
Stop
so the
smiling.
Victims are urging parents with teenagers.
Yeah, he's a Battlehawks fan.
Kids. Make sure they don't do this TikTok challenge because of the.
Oh, yeah. You know what'll really help combat the social pressure of TikTok? Parents telling their kids that it's not cool and that they shouldn't do it. That'll really fix it.
I don't think that TikTok is cool, guys. Oh, you're right. Let me just delete it and get on Facebook.
Yeah, that's how it's going to work. It's like when your parents tell you how to stop a bully and they give you a speech to memorize and it just gets your ass more kicked.
Yeah.
Just like that's not, now they're going to call me gay and beat me up, Mom. Thanks a lot.
Damage that can be done and the danger it can pose to their kids. In Jefferson County, Russell Kinsall, News 4.
Honestly, like I know the news is just trying to drum up a little scare tactics and shit like that, but like if you're a kid and you've decided to start kicking people's storm doors in, I really don't give a shit about your safety. Like I don't like, oh, warn the kids that it could be bad for them. Fuck them. Honestly, if you're kicking in storm doors and shit,
your kid doesn't know that that's gonna be bad. It's just like that Tide Pod challenge, man. Like I can't feel sorry for anybody that has repercussions from eating laundry detergent. At some point, your brain should kick in and be like, hey, maybe I shouldn't do this.
Right? Maybe this is something I should skip. I don't know. A couple of thank yous here. D-Luke for $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. Matt Fields with $2 says caw my craw.
Right. Yeah, I don't know the craw part, but caw.
Not really
Caw's
sure.
Craw, baby.
Randy Marsh with a great point. He says, do we really need all these kids, though? Yeah, that's a question worth answering, I think.
We don't. The answer is we don't. We're at 247 in likes also.
Well, guys, we are a long ways away. We're 285 away from this morning's goal. We wanted to be under 200 by 8 o'clock. We got about 12 minutes to get there. If you feel like chipping in, please do. We are only about $35 into today. Let's see if we can knock that out and get a half hour of overtime in. Again, 285 away. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. It's also linked to the top of the chat as well. If you want to click one of those links, chip in a few bucks to Steel Toe if you've become a pretty big fan. We are a listener-supported show. We only live on those goals. So if you feel like chipping in, there's the links. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, merch, of course, on steeltoeentertainment.com/shop. Let's see if we can really get, let's see if we can have a handful of not big ones, handful of little chunks taken out here and get this under 200 by the halfway point. Citizen M says, I don't have sympathy for anyone who eats laundry detergent. Okay, Pringles man looking ass boomer, says Citizen M.
See, I can tell that you're fans of the places you go because that was the equal burn of where, like, it sounds like you've been hanging out with the people you hang out with a burn like that. Oh, I don't have sympathy. Okay, you look like a Pringles guy. Whoa, boomer. Blah.
You don't think you look like the Pringles guy? Fuck's wrong with you?
He's a monocle. I wish I had a fucking monocle.
Oh my God, he does. Scarface with $4.99 says, Boomers versus Zoomers, the war that we need. Okay, but here's the tough question, Corey. Who do you root for?
Gen X.
No. Boomers versus Zoomers. Like millennials and Gen X, we sit on the side.
While those two are going at it, like Gen X and millennials are just going to sidestep and wipe them all out. It's like you get them careened into a thing and then just open fire.
Okay. Like we take on the winner after they weaken each other.
I don't even wait. You just go.
So that's going to put us at 280. Thank you, Scarface, for a little jump start there. Let's see if that leads to something. 280 away. Thank you, boys and girls. 78 is Gen X. Yes, 78 is Gen X. I believe millennials, I've seen 82 to 2000, 82 to 2000, and 84 to 2002. So
81.
Now, which one are you then?
I'm millennial.
All right.
That's how I know, because I don't like being a millennial, and I just barely get X. I wouldn't want to be Gen X either, though, but whatever.
Now we have a Citizen Manipulative versus Citizen M.
Yeah, you haven't seen that? He's been in there for a while. I thought you saw it. I just wasn't reading it. But he popped in when Citizen M was denying all the stuff and just like.
I've said this about the show before. I only go into the chat in between stories. Once a story starts, I'm entertaining the audience. I'm doing my job, and then I go check the chat later. Citizen Manipulative says yes, he will. Yes, but he will say that he has sympathy for them on Chad's show. Oh shit! I see a little listener feud brewing here. Esoteric Lad says fuck boomers, especially everyone born after 1965 should die so we can save this country. Gen X rules 71. Randy Marsh says late end of Gen X rules. You know what's funny about that? Everyone, their generation doesn't rule. Just their part of that generation rules. Like I get that from millennials all the time where they go like, older millennials kick ass, younger millennials are gay. It's like, we're all just gay.
Yeah.
I think we're all gay. Lemmy says, Corey, Aaron, we are considered elder millennials. All right, fair enough.
True.
Mr. Nagel says, being Gen X is kind of the best. No one has any expectations of you. You just sit and watch everyone else lose their shit. Yeah, the thing about Gen X that they perfected is working in a cubicle and keeping their heads down. They really are Office Space personified.
They're kind of sheeple, though, right? They're like the sheeple generation. They just kind of head down, did what they were told to do.
I think that's why they hate us so much, because we're really cocky, arrogant, shit on everybody, little bags of shit. Like, we are obnoxious to people who aren't us. I get that. But it's only because we watched Gen X and we got really bored and we went #never again. You know? And
losers. I think Gen X losers.
Yeah, and I think we grow to hate our boomer elders. And I just think millennials don't like anybody. We're North Korea. In a way.
Millennials don't even like other millennials. Like there's the division of like older, younger millennials. Like millennials don't even like millennials.
I'm starting to get the idea that that we're just remarkably unlikable people.
I think that's probably true.
There's probably a chance of that, I think. Continuing on, Jim Carrey is a pedophile with a monocle. All right. Mr. Nagel says it's not keeping your head down. It's just not voicing and posting everything.
That's what keeping your head down is, buddy.
That's kind of what keeping your head down is. Citizen M says, you can't be citizen manipulative. I am citizen manipulative. It's like calling yourself citizen cuck. We already got one. Me. Huh?
So the M stands for manipulative? Is that what we learned today?
I did not know that. Well, you know what? That's really good to know. 810 Amen says, no, E-Rock, that's just you. Other people have expectations they are supposed to meet. Not everyone can skip work. Where did the E-Rock... we're going with like old school O&A shit, that E-Rock skipping work every day. God damn, man. Oh, poor Mr. Nagel. Oh, just gotta deal with the dredges of things that happened 15 years ago. I hope everyone who's a fan of this show is dead in 20 years, so I don't have... I hope we just breed a new level of fandom every 20 years, and then they all just die out. Yeah. So then that way nobody has a memory of anything. It's perfect.
Sounds perfect.
Now, Iraq responding with, I work my own schedule and do as I want. Sorry life didn't work out for everyone. Oh, shit. All right, guys, I'm going to move back on. You guys have fun fighting with each other.
Got ourselves a badass.
Before
you do, I just want to say, Paul Politico put, I'm 42 and I don't claim any of you fucks as peers. I'm a man without a generation. Suits me fine. Whatever you say, hashtag not my president. What a loser.
280 away from today's goal. Corey, where are we at on likes before I go into the next thing?
I was too busy belittling the chat. We're at 264.
264. Thanks, guys. Keep hitting that like button. And again, if you feel like chipping in, please do catch us up goal-wise. We got a radio guy that got suspended without pay over a race joke.
That's like, he's stealing your thing. You can get royalties?
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's stealing my bit. No, mine was sexism. The one I got caught for was sexism. The most offensive shit I ever did was more racially based, but they pegged me for the sexism.
I
got pegged. So I saw this on Twitter yesterday, and people were actually mad at the guy who ratted them out to TMZ. I think this was like an inner radio beef. I'm sorry for my hiccups, boys and girls. So there's this guy, Tony Maserati, who does a show with Michael Felger called Felger and Maz. And
is he like a ref? I feel like I've heard that name before.
Yeah, I think it's
Steve Maserati was the ref.
Okay, well, Tony Maserati does a sports show in Boston, so he's a big market radio guy.
What a great hacky radio name for a sport. You're listening to Maserati in the morning.
Well, there's this guy who's getting shit for this. I think it's his name's Kirk Minahan. And I don't know if he's a Barstool guy, but he's a sports broadcaster. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not Kirk Minahan. He was just covering it. Dave Coulinan is the guy I'm thinking of.
Oh, okay.
So this Dave Coulinan guy, I guess, ratted out this Tony Maserati for this. People are saying the airwaves are safer when Dave Coulinan is policing them. I'm trying to find Dave Coulinan endorsed.
Somebody put Felcher and Sponge.
That's not the name of the show. So this guy with 10,000 followers on Twitter, Dave Coulinan, I guess, made this clip go viral of Tony Maserati.
Coulier wrong?
No, it is not Dave Coulier. No.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Well, so the Boston sports guy said this thing that we're about to play, and nothing happened. There was no backlash. There was no thing. And then all of a sudden, Twitter got a hold of it and got it sent out there, and then TMZ picked it up, and then now the radio station has to suspend him without pay. I'm going to play the clip for you. And my God, there used to be a level of offense that you could commit where level 1 was, oh, that's a shitty thing to say. Shame, shame, shame. And that was it. And then there was level 2, which was hey, you should go on the air and apologize. You're like, oh, shit, fine, okay, whatever. And then there was level 3, which was, holy shit, dude, that's pretty bad. We got to sit you out for a couple of days. And then there was the 4-alarm fire, which was, holy fuck, you're fired. You're gone. We can't keep you. To me, this is so a level 1 management tells you, geez, you kind of went off the deep end with that fucking joke today. Take it easy. This isn't even a address it on the air kind of a thing. But this guy's now suspended without pay because the internet started chirping at him. Let's take a look. Tony Maserati and Michael Felger in Boston.
Maz will not be joining us today, and we'll just start the show.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is we're going to play this one next. This is the response. This is the actual clip.
Yeah, I want to know now who the two guys behind you are. That's what I want. Okay.
So this guy, Felger, has two black guys sitting behind him.
Okay.
So this is put two and two together. This is a Boston radio station. And
I guess they're athletes?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's a Boston radio station.
Or criminals.
It's a Boston radio station, and there's two black guys in the shot. Somebody in the room's not going to be able to help themselves.
Yeah, I want to know now who the two guys behind you are. That's what I want. Okay. Because if I were you,
I'll be off in 2 minutes. I'm just doing. If I'm too loud, just let me know. Honestly,
they can't.
2 more minutes.
They can't hear us, right?
No, not you.
Okay.
Okay. So, Corey, your crystal ball, your genie skills here.
Here we go.
When this guy says, "Who are those two guys behind you?" and they're black dudes, and then the guy goes, "They can't hear me, can they?" Is anything good about to be said?
It depends on how racist you are, I guess.
Well, we're gonna find out. I just don't.
No, nothing is about to be said that's not racist for sure.
I just think that I've never heard a guy go, "Hey, that guy can't hear me, Kenny," and then they go, "He has really good posture."
Well, that's like the old street joke. Like, how do all racist jokes begin?
And then you look both ways. Yeah.
All right, I'm not racist, but
yeah. Well, let's see how he handles this.
2 more minutes.
They can't hear us, right?
No, not you.
Okay, no, so I would be careful if I were you, because the last time you were on a couple of guys like that, they stole your car.
Here's Chris in Boston. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I want to...
That guy, it wasn't that funny. Like, he should apologize.
Let me say this. The other guy in the studio is laughing, and this guy did the most nervous, let's get the fuck off this topic as quickly as we can thing that he could have done. This guy's very pleased with himself and the joke he told. Corey, I have a feeling that this DraftKings sponsorship is going away. After that, all these, all these, maybe the NBC Sports broadcast might be going away. I'm not really sure, but
you feel like that comment does not help that dude's career.
I feel like it's not going to help the career. But I will say this: nobody said anything until somebody said something. Somebody tweeted it out. It hadn't become a big deal. I think this happened on Friday's show.
That's the problem with our society right now, is that the people they tweet out, or you find out about something, and then all these people that are feigning outrage, none of them were watching the fucking show anyways.
Well, so this happened on Friday, and it was yesterday that all this hubbub about it came out.
Right. So it took what, 5 days of the internet swizzling around before everybody's like, all right, time to virtue signal how mad we are.
Exactly. Here's his apology. So now, to me, in the old days, 5 years ago, to me,
the olden years, Pappy.
Yeah, in the olden days, 5 years ago, I feel like this is a level 1 offense where the program director or whatever comes up to you and he goes, "Hey man, fucking dumb joke today. We could really get clipped for something like that. Why don't you just take it easy?" And then you go back on the air like nothing ever happened. You don't even address it. You just move on and do your sports show. But they turn this into
I know we shit on radio, but it's got to be getting way harder to work in radio as an industry now. I mean, again, how do you even, because if you're any kind of funny, you're going to be offending someone. And if we're just on the like everybody bitches and you're out wagon, like that's fucking nuts. Because whatever happened to 3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah, it gets harder and harder actually every year to do radio. Like it's just a progressive thing. It just gets worse and worse, and you can say less and less. I mean, because it's been more than 2 years now since we started doing this show here and not on radio, and I can't even count anymore how many times we would have been gone no matter what. Like just because of how bad things have gotten since we left 2 years ago. We wouldn't have been able to do the show.
That's what I'm saying. It was bad. It was bad when we were leaving. And then on top, I can't even imagine how bad it's gotten now. And then, if I understand the people that are doing political radio, I feel like that probably goes largely untouched because you can just, virtue signal to your base. But if you're trying to do anything comedy related, there is no comedy that's funny that's not going to offend at least one person.
Right.
And it seems like if one person gets offended, it's just this giant fun. Because was that joke that bad? No. I think the biggest problem with that joke is that it wasn't funny, right? Like if you're going to make a veiled racist joke, the least you can do is make it funny. Like have a dancing statue or some shit. I don't fucking know. But
I would just like to say that I found that joke actually in poor taste. But it wasn't poor taste where I would want the man disciplined or fired or anything like that. I would rather have the chap maybe talk to or maybe watch something that would maybe show why what he said was insensitive and maybe damaging to some African Americans. Thank you.
What fucking voice is that?
Shaka's British. You didn't know?
He wasn't British last week.
His family grew up in the Cape Town colony and then moved to Britain in the 1800s.
Why did his voice change?
He's LARPing. Starbucks Cuck with 1999 says, will someone come please my wife? Oh, Starbucks Cuck. Why don't you try, buddy? E-Rock with a little background. He says the guy's car was actually stolen down there because he left the keys in the car. It was a piss poor callback. Okay, so now this guy.
That's the thing. Like, not only was it stupidly, like, kind of racist, but it wasn't funny. Like, it just wasn't funny.
Well, not only that, but, like, I'm kind of more pissed at the Twitter mob now because, like, you didn't even put the full context of this in there so we get to see it in a vacuum. How about leave the guy alone, and if the local audience is pissed off about it, they'll tell the station. We're not at a shortage of people willing to complain nowadays. They'll tell the station, and the station will discipline him. But, like, to go to Twitter and cast that wide of a net, you can't say anything then because they're going to get upset about something. You can coax people into getting outraged about anything because they'll get some attention for it. So, I don't know. To me, this is a talking to from the program director, and then we move on. But, Corey, here's the apology. So we have the apology, then we have the announcement that he's suspended. So now, do you think this is going to be a groveling one, or do you think this is going to be him going like, I screwed up. What are you going to do?
Judging by the look in his eyes, I'm going to say he's going to go, fuck you.
Well, I don't think that's him. Remember, the bald guy said it.
Oh, all right. Yeah, this guy, I guess. I don't know much about this guy, but if he's the one there and the other guy's not there, then it's going to be just a really drippy, heartfelt apology that he doesn't mean.
Okay. Lawyer apology?
Yeah, there you go. Lawyer apology. Like, cover all the legal bases, buddy.
We have to clean up something from Friday. We had a bad moment on Friday afternoon, and so we just want to clean up that little bit of business. And so, Maz, the floor is yours.
Okay, so...
Uh-oh, Corey, there are 2 minutes and 12 seconds left in this, and he's got the floor.
This guy's here. Grovel time.
It's grovel time. And here, I think this is a mistake. If I'm running a radio station, especially knowing social media, I don't think you address it at all. You just move on like nothing happened because these things go away.
If you're going to issue anything, issue a retraction or something in print. Don't give them a sound clip to hunt you more.
Right.
As you said, late in the show on Friday, I made some comments that angered and upset some people, and rightfully so. So I wish I could take them back. I can't. They were
he's not gonna cry.
Insensitive. They were hurtful, and frankly, they hurt the cause for those of us who believe in racial and social equality and all.
None of you,
for fuck's sake,
none of you are fighting for racial equality. You talk about the Patriots, the Red Sox, the Bruins, and the Celtics. Shut the fuck up about race. Quit trying to act like you're Martin Luther King letting people down. You're a dumb sports jock on a dying medium. I hate this shit. Like,
and all you said is that two black dudes look like they would steal a car. That's
right.
All you said.
Not even an original premise.
Not even close to an original. Not even sniffing an original premise.
It's a boomer joke.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's a boomer dad joke.
Yeah, you did a boomer dad joke. Who gives a shit? Again, you shouldn't even have brought it up. It's not like any of these apologies make the people who were upset go, "Oh man, that's cool. You're all right." It never happens.
Like the shit I went through, like, got so much worse when you apologize. Like, you don't apologize to them. They don't let you go. Like, the moment you apologize, they're like, anything we want to say is the truth now. Get them.
Honestly.
Like, and like this dude, like, what, is he crying? Because if he starts crying, I swear to God.
I'll tell you why he's crying.
There's 0% chance that he means that crying, unless he just really likes his job that much.
Yeah, the reason he's crying, this is a major market sports talk show, and in Boston, they love their sports, so I'm sure he's huge. He makes into the six figures, and he doesn't want to lose the six figures.
I guess, yeah, if I'm losing six figures, I might cry too. Yeah.
All of those things, and I do. I'm on that side of the line, which is what made this thing so difficult in so many different ways. So I owe everyone an apology. It's not who I am. It's not who we are.
Like a man.
I can tell you that until I'm blue in the face. Those of you who know me will believe it.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Those of you who don't, won't, and you probably shouldn't. If I saw and heard what you did, I'd feel the same way.
No, you wouldn't. You would laugh at it because you made the joke. Fuck you, dude.
A lot of you gays are not acting like queers right now.
Wait, what? That's a great sound drop. I love it. Play that one again.
Like that one?
A lot of you gays are not acting like queers right now.
That's a great sound drop.
That's true.
The only thing I can really do is apologize for it. Again, there is, when we're talking about these sorts of issues, there is a line somewhere, and I can assure you I stand on the right side of it.
Oh, yeah, grovel. This guy definitely got told he might lose his job.
Look, for sure. He's probably going to lose his job anyways.
I've been through this a couple of times, and I guarantee this guy was not told. This guy was doing the thing where you go, hey, what day am I coming back? And they haven't given him a day where he's coming back. So he's terrified that he's losing his job. Like they're telling him.
This is his first day back from that?
No, they've suspended him since. Like he came back on Monday, did the apology, and then yesterday they announced he's suspended because fucking shitbags on Twitter wouldn't let it go. Again, like you said, he apologized.
Then why fucking apologize?
Right.
They're gonna can you anyways.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You're going to get fired either way. Only one of them ends with you having an apology you don't mean with cheers you don't mean circling around the entire fucking internet. Fuck this guy.
Yeah.
But again, that doesn't excuse what I said or did on Friday. It was really, I meant, if anyone cares, to poke fun at you, Mike. It didn't come off that way.
Now there are plenty of tards out there living really kick-ass lives.
Came off as something far broader and ignorant, and I'm regretful of that. I don't know what more I can.
Jesus Christ, there's 40 seconds of this left. You made a dumb race joke. It wasn't even that terrible. You know what?
Hold on, I got a sound drop for this guy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Uh-oh, retard alert. You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
So, how about you ask the two black guys that were sitting in the office that day if they're offended by it? Because I'm sure they go, we don't really give a shit anymore. It's not a big deal. And then everybody can move on, and the rest of you weren't affected by it, so fuck off.
And they, like, two of them were laughing. Like, this is the thing that's so disingenuous is, like, he was laughing. Like, you can say, hey, it came to my attention that this isn't sensitive and I shouldn't do that. Sorry about that. That's a genuine fucking apology. But this is just fucking pathetic. This is, like honestly... regardless what the management tells this guy and regardless whether or not he gets his job, if you are somebody who's listening to sports radio, like, are you going to get your sports radio from the guy who cries?
No. And
right.
Like
the moment he's here crying in an apology is the exact moment I go, maybe Skip Bayless isn't that bad.
Yeah. To me, they're all laughing at his apology. They're all going, look, we got him to say he's sorry, which in my opinion means that you really weren't that offended to begin with, and this is all theater.
And say other than I'm sorry to you and to Murray.
Somebody in chat put, this is how you lose your N-word pass.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Dragging you into it.
Oh, please.
For Jimmy Stewart, for the people here at the station, let alone friends and colleagues in the business who are dealing with it on assorted different levels. So,
did you just apologize to Jimmy Stewart?
I would just like to say I'm very offended by what you said about that Negro.
You're going to have to apologize to my man Poppy at the door there.
Remember, wait a minute, you're not going to tell that joke again? The one about the black people stealing the cars. I thought that was very interesting. When the legend becomes fact, print the legend.
Oh.
Wasn't his line in Liberty Valance, but still.
Oh, I don't even have it. Because I was going to do the, I took it off, but I was going to do the Conor McGregor. I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to absolutely no one.
So, again, all I can tell you is it's not who I am. And it got a little silly and stupid at the end of the show and was trying to be a wise ass like I often am. And it just came out wrong. And I wish I could give you a better answer than that, because we're in a business where we should be careful about what we say and how we say it. And I wasn't. So.
And now they're going to fire me.
Yeah, that's the end. I wish you would have ended it with Wakanda forever and then just put a fist up. And then just would have wrapped it up like that. Well, here's the announcement that he got suspended. So you told the joke. You did the apology.
Covered your end.
I don't think you can do much more than that. And now they still went and suspended the guy without pay. So what was the point of unless it saved your job, I don't know. But
which it probably did not.
Yeah, you can't apologize because now, even if they let you go, you're a pussy now. You're a guy who admitted you did wrong instead of going, look, you guys can fire me if you want, but if another station hires me or I start doing a podcast, I'm going to talk about this situation. I'm going to tell you what I really think. Now that you apologize, they can still fire you, and now you look like the pussy who cried about it. So,
well, and more importantly, nobody's following you anymore. You know, again, this in an era where if you fuck up on radio, I mean, like you leave radio and you're leaving with the people you brought with you as a demographic. When you the way that, and you know this more than most people, the way that the game is stacked, and so when you leave a radio station, they own all the fucking shit that you worked into, so they can just rotate through hosts and it doesn't matter. You know, it's like the fucking 93X morning, half-ass morning show. Like they'll just rotate hosts through. They don't give a fuck. You know, K-fan, same thing. Doesn't matter. And all this guy did with that apology is just make sure that anybody who fucking sees him would leave they're not going to follow him. They're like, fuck it, I'm out.
Yeah.
And it's just, and Forerunner knows it. It's just sad and gross.
Milk Cricket says he was being careful. He asked those two guys if they could hear him. Right? See?
He did ask him. Like, that's the thing. He asked him if they could hear him, and then he laughed afterwards. That other guy was laughing. Like, the thing that's really funny in that clip is at the beginning where the other guy laughs and then realizes he shouldn't be laughing and clams up.
Right. It's just like, well, why doesn't that guy have to apologize? He thought it was funny. No.
Because he didn't fucking say it.
Well, and that's just it. And all the rest of them now, all the rest of them get to shake their fingers at him and go tisk, 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 naughty, naughty. Meanwhile, they all fucking laughed at the guy. It's such horse shit. Let's watch the announcement.
285 likes. Get in there, guys.
This is the announcement of the suspension.
Maz will not be joining us today, and we'll just start the show by clarifying that and giving you a few words on that. So, Tony, if you were listening yesterday, he made a heartfelt apology about comments that he made on the show on Friday, which were insensitive and hurtful.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, this station's totally bending to the Twitter mob and this Cullinane guy, because if this guy knew that he was suspended when he was making that apology, he would have said, yeah, and I'm going to take a little time off, and I'm going to get better, and blah, 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 blah. He'd do that whole groveling thing. But he didn't. He was operating under the assumption that he'd still be doing a show. So somewhere between that
He probably was told that if he apologized, he got to keep doing a show.
Right. So somewhere between that apology and yesterday morning, that guy was told that he would be suspended. He wasn't told when he made the apology. So again, this is this radio station. The radio station, this is the brilliant thing. The radio station is the one keeping this whole thing alive. If they would have just not talked about it anymore, it would be dead by now. It would be gone. But they keep responding to Twitter, and they keep apologizing, and they keep doing all this stuff. They're doing the work for the trolls, and they're keeping the ball in the air.
Let me ask you this, though, and answer me honestly, because you know this world more than I do, right? Do you think there's some executives on the high up that are doing this intentionally for ratings? Because people hate watching are still people watching, right?
I don't know.
Like, so if you constantly keep this like thing going with this dude who let's say you and I are in charge, right? And we're like, hey, we're gonna fucking fire fucking Felcher and Maz or whatever the fuck their names are.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're gonna, I'm sick of fucking Felcher. We're gonna get him and his gerbil ass out of here.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing about radio and stuff is that, yeah, if they want to get rid of somebody, especially older guys in radio, because they made pre-shit days money, and now the ratings and the advertising is in the shitter. And so they're looking to get rid of some of the old guys and put in some interns and shit like that. Yeah, they might, if Maz gives them an opening, you're right. If they're like, oh, this Maserati guy, he makes a shitload of money and the ratings aren't what they used to be, but he's got an ironclad contract. What do we do? Well, then, yeah, the first time there's outrage, your bosses can technically work against you.
Cherokee Girl says, I'm in Boston. I actually know some of these people. There's more to this than the usual cancel culture.
Okay, so maybe this is business. Maybe they do kind of want him gone.
And that's kind of the thing that I'm saying is like, I think if you want him gone, you can suspend him. You can do all this virtue signaling for people. Maybe you get new listeners who are just hate listening, who will then stick with you after they got rid of, it's like when we left 101, right? I guarantee you there were some people suffering through Johnny Rock for the first 2 weeks, probably 5 of them, who were doing it just out of hatred, spite for you. Oh, now that they got rid of Aaron, I'll fucking listen to him. And they're not enjoying the show they're watching.
Right.
But I think like if you're the high end up, and again, maybe I'm just completely wrong, but I just think there's a little bit of angle to this where, because again, I think you're right. I think the radio station is the only one keeping this going. And I think they're doing it because they probably are seeing a huge rating spike. Because everybody's like, oh shit, what's going on with Felcher? I heard he was in trouble. Holy shit.
Because Beasley Media strives to create a diverse and inclusive workplace, and these comments went against its core values, the company has decided to suspend Tony for the rest of the week.
He's reading it. There's nothing worse than reading the heartfelt addressing of the... Oh, fuck off.
Without pay.
Well, they didn't look
In addition,
diverse.
all of
like
our on-air
guys,
personalities at Beasley Boston will be taking sensitivity training to redouble our efforts to create a culture of understanding. I was partially reading part of that.
Partially reading? You were sitting there reading it like it was the first time you saw a movie script, you fucking guy. Oh, my God. So they're doing like the whole corporate thing. Oh, God. Those suits just ruin radio so much. Like that Maz guy should have been on the air the next day, and if black people wanted to call in and yell at him, he has to take on all comers on the phones.
That would be that would be great in and of itself, right? Like instead of having him cry over an apology, just have him sit there with an open phone line and let people call in and yell at him.
Yeah, call him a racist, all this other shit, and let him defend himself. Let the steam get out of the tea kettle, if you will. But reading a statement and then Beasley's going to have us all do sensitivity training. Like, you guys are in your 50s and 60s. If you have to be told now that blacks are people, it's too late for sensitivity training. I'm sorry. Just do your dumb show and get your ratings and, you know, however the fuck you want to play this. But, God, this is embarrassing. This is, honestly, this is top 5 one of the worst ways I've ever seen a quasi-radio controversy get handled.
So that is the word from Beasley Media.
I'm telling you, ratings for these people, man.
Group Tony will be suspended without pay for the rest of the week, and so he will not be here today or through Friday. I'll just add on a personal level quickly that we all feel...
Wait. Hold on. I want to make a prediction. Do you think he's about to throw Tony under the bus right now?
Yeah, I was going to say we all feel bad, but Tony did this to himself or something like that.
Okay,
right?
All right, let's check it out. Because that would make this would, again, push this into the top 3 of worst radio things where the other guys throw you under the bus, too.
Level quickly that we all feel really bad about this. Starting with the fact that it was said in the first place. Minorities in this country do have to put up with a lot of crap, and comments like that just make it harder for them, and we apologize.
No, it doesn't!
No black person was fired from their job because of a comment you made on sports radio.
5 cops beating a black guy to death. That makes shit harder for black people. Derek Chauvin makes shit harder for black people. All right, I'll give you that one for sure. Watching the new Arizona Cardinals coach come in and try to communicate with black people while being the most lily white guy in the world makes it tougher for black people because it shows you clearly they should be coaching more than they are right now. But a guy in a Boston radio station going, there's 2 guys behind you. Last time it was when you got your car stolen. That's not holding anybody down. No black person is being denied a CEO job because a listener of the Tony Maserati show is in charge of hiring and goes, you might steal my car, guy in a suit. Stop.
Not till I get my way, goddammit.
Oh, stop already with the horse shit.
Apologize for that. I feel bad that I personally didn't do more to correct it in the moment. I had the chance, and I'm just not talking about dropping it
nervously laughed and changed the subject. What else were you supposed to do, dude?
What are you supposed to do? Yeah, what were you supposed to do? Put a shock collar on him?
Up in your magic Wayback Machine? Like, oh, Mr. Peabody, let's go back before we were racist.
No. Corey, you know what that was. That was him going, I'm okay. I'm not the bad guy. I'm not the bad guy.
I don't get suspended, right? I still get my check?
Don't hurt me. How can you go on and be like no holds barred radio talk show guys after you've clearly, chomped the bit and put the saddle on and been a good little horsey for the bosses? How does anyone take you seriously as like, you can get the straight talk from us? Horse shit.
Had a chance there.
Now all we're going to hear is this Tony Maserati for the next 5 years go, my 5 favorite quarterbacks in the league right now are Jalen Hurts, Justin Fields, Kyler Murray.
I think anybody that's saying Burrows is the number 2 is really just forgetting Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I think that's what the real problem is here.
in a split-second moment to do something, and I guess I froze. So I feel bad about that. I feel bad about, and I feel bad for Maz, because anyone who's been listening to us for 13 years and know anything about him through his 30 years in this job in various forms in this town.
He's not racist.
That's not what he is. That's not what he's about. That's what made it so shocking. But it's not what he represents or stands for, and anyone who knows him or has listened to our show knows it. It's not what we represent.
Jesus Christ, can we talk about the Celtics last night already? That's what the Sports Talk audience is doing. The Sports Talk audience is going, hey, I was tuning in to hear how the game went last night, and I got
Ironically, half of their black listeners were probably laughing at that joke anyways.
Yes, exactly. Right.
Or the company represents, and certainly not what Maz represents. So we all feel bad about the whole thing, but that is the deal. And so what we're going to do is...
All right, now it's time for our Tuesday 5 questions for the coach. Yeah, the real heartfelt apology as you go into
for
your
War
next
of
day.
Roses, guys.
Ugh. They might as well do War of the Roses, these hacks. God, yeah, Small Egg Picker in the chat says it perfectly. Grovel more.
Well,
Really.
just the thing is it doesn't, it's not getting your job back, bro.
No, you're not getting your job back. Ghost of Yule Gibbons with $5 says, fuck. Hey, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Cherokee Girl says, that station doesn't even have to try. They kill the competition. It's not even close. Well, then you just made it worse for yourself.
Well, and that's most big market radio shows. Like everywhere you go, even Minnesota, everywhere you go, there's one sports radio that everybody listens to, and the other ones are kind of secondary, and they just crush the market. It's not because they're better. It's because people just listen to one fucking radio station.
Yeah. Citizen M says, apologize and you get your job back. Why don't these guys ever get in writing before publicly humiliating
That is a great
themselves?
fucking point.
Yeah, Citizen M, that's an awesome point. And that's why we keep you around, buddy, for the hot takes. These guys are so stupid. I always, before, we left because I sniffed out that that they could still let us go. Because I kept asking them, I go, what day are we coming back? What day are we coming back? Then when employees from the radio station started sending me threatening emails, like, I'm holding you personally.
Well, then they're asking for all the passwords and shit. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, I'm like, no, fuck you. I need those because you guys are clearly planning to delete all my audience and let me go. I'm fucking out of here. And they didn't, I love, this is my favorite part. They didn't know I bought the trademark months ago.
That's my favorite story. Whenever I tell people about the story of Steel Toe to Twitch, and I guess now YouTube, my favorite chapter is the fact that, and I never actually got to hear the interaction or see it, but you told me months before we left the radio that you had done that. And I was absolutely shocked that they would let that lapse.
Yeah, not only lapse, Corey, they never had it. They never trademarked it.
That's not the story Gary tells, but I'm more inclined to believe you anyways.
If you go look up, it's easy to look up online the trademark of Steel Toe Morning Show or Steel Toe Media Incorporated. What do I own? It's right here
I
on the wall.
believe you. I'm
Steel
just
Toe
saying
Morning Show.
Gary said different. That's all.
Well, no, he told me that it was under trademark. At the time I walked that motherfucker into the punches. I said, hey, Gary, I had already started the process of trademarking Steel Toe Morning Show. And I go, Gary, are we protected copyright wise? Can anyone else use that? Nope, we own it. And I knew he was lying because I had just done it. And he fucking lied. Gary lied about everything. Gary was a consummate liar. And here's how you know how bad of a liar he was. Anytime you accused him of lying about anything, he threw a fucking tantrum.
Yeah, the more angry, here's something, my buddy Nick does this all the time, and he's just kind of a shit-heeled troll of a human being, but this is one of my favorite things he does, is he will just randomly call people liars.
Yeah.
For no reason at all. And then, you can always tell who the actual liars are because they get super pissed about it.
Right.
For instance, if somebody calls you a liar and you haven't been lying, you're just like, what?
Corey, call me a liar real quick.
You're a liar, dude.
Sometimes I do lie, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I think that's how a normal person with that isn't really a liar. Yeah, sometimes I lie. Sometimes, there's lies out here for sure.
This is how a normal person does it. They go, well, don't we all lie from time to time to save our ass?
And then if you ask a liar, you're like, hey, you're kind of lying. No, I'm fucking not. Shut up. And they get viscerally mad.
Yeah.
And then he just laughs and he goes, that person's a liar. He does it all the time. It's fucking hilarious.
Here's how you know someone's a liar. When you accuse them of something, they go, are you calling me a liar? Just lean in and say yes, because they're lying. 100%.
You're calling me a liar? Well, I am now.
Yeah.
Now that you said that sentence.
That Boston radio thing, though, man, that is one of the worst I've ever seen.
It's just so sad to watch a dude basically like castrate himself for something that's not even like, because they're going to let you go anyways. And here's the thing. He might even navigate this. They might let him back after this week suspension, but you think that's it? You think that's like, now they're like, okay, his job is safe? No, now you're under scrutiny, and anything you say ever, like they will use that because, again, like you're saying, they want to get rid of these older guys because they can replace them with younger guys who are making less money.
Yeah. Well, and people are making some really good points in the chat right now. Real quick, I do want to thank Matthew. $65 over on PayPal. Very cool. We're at 195. So you guys did get under 200 here in the 8 o'clock, and let's get under 100 by 9 o'clock, guys. Great job. Thank you very much. There's Streamlabs. There's PayPal links in the chat. Memberships, super chats, they all count. Thank you guys for keeping the show on the air. Almost a completely listener-supported show, and we'll do 30 minutes of overtime when we knock that out. I want to see, there were a lot of good points about the lying thing in here. Dead Jester says, if you're still lying as an adult, you should meet a firing squad and save everyone time and stress, including the useless lying shitbag. Everybody lies from time to time. I even count white lies in that. Everybody tells little white lies like, did you do that thing? And you're about to do that thing, and but you know it's going to be a thing if you didn't. You go, yeah, I took care of it. And then
somebody already put it in chat, but here's the biggest lie we all tell, right? Hey, how are you today?
I'm good.
Right there.
If I'm telling the truth, I'm like, we got a giant snowstorm bearing down on us. I'm going to be shoveling all fucking day. It's going to be a nightmare. I'm not going to be able to go anywhere. Sparring's probably off tomorrow. That's pissing me off. But you don't want to burden people with that shit because they don't care, nor should they. So you go,
right. And in reality, when somebody says, hey, how are you doing? All they ever want to hear is good. Yourself? Nobody, like it's Letterkenny, right? How are you? Not so bad. And you? Pretty good. That's all they want.
That's all
they don't want. They don't want to sit there and just go, oh, how are you doing? Well, I woke up a little sad. It was a little hard to get out of bed, but we're really fighting through, but I think we'll get through. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
Corey, there's only one answer to the question, how are you?
I am feels?
I am feel. I am very, very feel. By the way, Victor,
our truth.
Victor, when you're hearing this, I would like Alexander Usyk, I am feel. I am very, very feel. And I want 2 varies in there. If you could, please. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Send one to me, too. I will use that. I love that Usyk feels.
I love I am feel. I am very, very feel. Now, which one do you like better? Do you like I am feel, I am very, very feel? Or do you like I am feel, I am very, very feel?
I like very, very feel. I love when the W gets mispronounced. It's one of my favorites. Like one of my favorite drops that I ever have is a guy who can't say the word video.
And if you were asking yourself what happened to Bushcraft Bear, no more videos. I will explain to you in this video.
I just like when people fuck up the W in enunciation. Video.
I am feel.
I was covering volcanoes.
Yeah. I wanted to see something. Cherokee Girl says, Blind Mike from Who Are These Socials with Carl. I love Blind Mike. He says, would be happy to talk to you guys about the Boston radio mess. Let Blind Mike know that if he wants to chime into the show to get a hold of us, we'd bring Blind Mike on. If he knows this Boston radio shit, absolutely. Sergeant and Greenleaf says, this is kind of annoying. Oh, I know. You must be new. Give it like a couple of days. You'll be fine. It's remarkably obnoxious at first. I completely agree with you. Terrible show. Oh, you're out already? Oh, shit. I was going to give you the big sales. I was going to give you the elevator pitch. But, God damn it anyway, huh? Son of a bitch.
Why do people announce it? It's so funny to me. Like, I'm out of here. Okay, cool.
I wanted to give him, but I wanted to give him the pitch. I don't get mad at him. I just want to give him the pitch.
Don't go. I'm not mad, but it's funny when somebody's like, what is this? And then just immediately, I'm out. Like, cool, bye.
I don't think that guy is feel.
He doesn't seem very feel.
No,
he doesn't seem very, very feel.
He doesn't seem very, very feel at all. That was a fun little segment we just did. I'm ashamed that you're leaving us. I feel like I've done something to wrong you personally.
He was feel. He was very, very feel. He had to get out of here.
Speaking of sports, I guess Kansas City fans are voicing their outrage at the Chiefs Super Bowl celebration.
Jesus Christ. Are you fucking kidding? What the fuck is happening to America, dude? Like, seriously, I feel like old man screaming at clouds every time I read fucking anything anymore. Like, you're mad what? Like, what? They're mad that the team got drunk on their fucking Super Bowl parade?
Yeah, they actually are. Here, I'll put the Daily Mail thing right on the screen there. If the Chiefs cannot go a few hours without alcohol, the organization has a problem. Kansas City fans sickened by booze-fueled Super Bowl parade. You know
what? I have 7 friends of mine that are diehard Kansas City Chief fans, and those motherfuckers would not stop sending me different angles of Mahomes giving the Lombardi to somebody because he was so trashed, and they thought it was the greatest thing ever. So who?
Yeah,
who watches football that seeing somebody drunk at a parade after they won the Super Bowl is going to be like, you know what? No more football for me. They better not find them way in the XFL because they're not fucking welcome. That's all I'm saying.
Did he did he really hand the Lombardi trophy to a stranger?
Yeah, dude, it's the funniest shit ever. He was drunk as shit, taking a photo op, and he's drunk, and so he probably thought it was like just because the thing that's like I love, and you'll love this too about Patrick Mahomes. If you watch the celebration in the locker room and the celebration during the parade, the WWE gave him a belt that has Kansas City Chiefs on it, right? And every time they hand him the Lombardi, you can see him like he'll give it to somebody else. He doesn't give a fuck about that trophy. He cared about his belt.
Right.
And it makes sense because that's his second Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, yeah, it's nice to win another one and it's going to whatever, but like, it's not like it's his first Super Bowl. He's been in 3 of them and he's been in the league for what, 4 years, 5 years?
I'm really skeptical in general of the whole, the Kansas City fans are outraged. I don't think they're outraged at all. I think a few people wrote some shit on social media and Daily Mail decided to run with it because I have a hard time believing that when your team wins a Super Bowl, you don't want your team getting fucked up in public.
I think to me, I don't really have Kansas City versus Eagles. I didn't really carry the way. I mean, Mahomes is fun to watch, and I like the idea of Andy Reid beating the Eagles, and I hate Philly, but beyond that, I don't care. It, it was a good game, but I didn't care. But it's almost made me more of a fan of Kansas City watching them all get fucking watching fucking Travis Kelce try to talk when he's fucking trashed. And he's just so excited because they won a Super Bowl. That's hilarious. Or like Mahomes literally taking a picture with a fan and then handing him the Lombardi trophy as if it was a prop handed to them. You know what I mean? Like just, Oh, sweet. Let's go.
That's a fun moment. But
yes, that's a great moment to connect with a superstar on a human level.
This also shows that Floridians are still just a lot cooler than everyone else because when their team won the Super Bowl, they're like, dude, look at fucking Gronk and Brady throw the Lombardi trophy over the water from boat to boat. And they're like, this is the most awesome thing ever. And Kansas City fans like, do they have to drink so many beers? It's a little weird, to be honest with you. Many fans were delighted to see their heroes let their hair down after an incredible season on the field. That's another thing to think about. These guys are all going to die 5 years earlier than they would have because of this season. And now you're going to begrudge them a little booze one day after
And it's how many, when do OTAs start? March?
April, I think. April or May.
April? Sure. So you're saying they've been going from April to fucking 2 weeks ago? And they can't fucking have some drinks and party because they won the Super Bowl? This is I don't know when it happened. And it's kind of this radio show thing before that actually ties into this too, is when did we start listening to people that don't interact with the product at all, right?
Yeah.
Like that sports radio story. I guarantee you, nobody that listened to it was offended at all. They don't care. They're there to get their, literally, when the dudes apologize, they're like, yeah, that's cool. Can we talk about the fucking Bruins? They're number 1 in the NHL. That's what the people listening to that show were thinking. And with this, nobody who watches football was mad that fucking Patrick Mahomes was sloshed. If anything, It was fucking hilarious. Oh, that dude almost fell out of the double-decker bus. That's fucking hilarious.
How about this? How about the question they asked, can the Chiefs go a few hours without drinking? I'd answer this way. I'd go, after we win the Super Bowl? No, I can't. I can't go a few hours.
Guess what? I bet a lot of them went months without drinking while the fucking season was on, right?
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, saying can you go a few hours without drinking? It's for a lot of people on this team, motherfucker, this is the best day of my life ever that there's ever going to be. This is it. I'm never going back to this game again. I may not be in this league next year. I'm going to get a sweet fucking Super Bowl ring. I'm going to treat my liver like an amusement park for the next 48 hours. And who the fuck are you to tell them they can't? Here's Corey, we can't show Maserati this on Boston radio. It's Jalen Watson. He's a black cornerback and he's drinking out of a bottle of Hennessy. Don't show that to Maserati when he comes back from his suspension.
He might steal your wheelchair. We're gonna get a joke from that dude about stealing wheelchairs.
Yeah, he got so fucked up he needed a wheelchair. That's awesome. That's wonderful. You want your team to celebrate that way. If the Vikings ever win one, if they finally win one, there's gonna be deaths. Like, we're just banking on that. There's so much pent-up energy around this franchise. Some people are just going to die when we win the Super Bowl. It's just the way it's gonna go.
It's so dumb. And I'm so sick of this weird thing. It's like we went too far on the inclusion. So like everybody gets a voice, even if it's something they don't fucking care about. Right. If you are mad that like football players can't quote unquote go a day without drinking, you're not a football fan, and I don't give a shit what you say. That's the exact same people that are going to come up to me like, oh, what is that, a fucking Vikings hat, you pussy? Like, fucking, I don't give a shit about you. I'm there to fucking have fun with my friends and watch a game.
Exactly. Riz Digga says, Vikings are fucked. 4 picks. Cook is going to get cut or traded. I don't disagree with any of that.
They should trade. They can trade Cook for stuff. Like, they're not going to cut him.
What are you going to get for a $12 million running back?
I don't like the Flores hire, though. That kind of feels like a fucking virtue signaling diversity hire to me.
I always heard he was a really good defensive coach.
I mean, yeah, maybe, I guess. I don't know. It could be, but I just know of all the fucking bullshit around him the last 2 years.
Riz Digga says
he was almost suing the NFL.
Yeah. Riz Digga says 3rd round pick and he's gone. I'd agree with that. I'll take a 3rd round pick for Dalvin Cook. For sure. I mean,
yeah, I would take Dalvin Cook at this point in time. Yeah, I'd take a 3rd.
Yeah. There you go. I'll take it. I think next year.
As long as we go defense with that pick.
I don't think we're going 13-4 next year, so I'm not expecting that. But I think this team can get itself 10 wins and get back to the playoffs. We'll see what happens.
I mean, we're going to be beneficial of like everybody outside of the Lions doesn't seem like they're on the comeuppance.
No, Green Bay's dead. Chicago's a mess.
Chicago's a fucking garbage fire. The Lions, though, Lions are going to be scary next year. I like Dan Campbell as a coach, and I secretly I kind of want Brandon Goff to do well. I have no animosity towards the Lions. They've sucked my whole life. I can't even bring it to hate.
Yeah, but how do you want Jared Goff to do?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Different guy. I have a friend of mine named Brandon Goff, and I always say his name instead.
He would be a terrible quarterback for the Lions.
He would. He's fat and ugly.
Yeah. Starbucks Cuck says his defense blitzed the 2nd most, and he turned down the head coaching job in Arizona for this. Fuck yeah, then. If he's blitzing all the I love blitzing. I love that New York defensive coordinator, Wink Martindale. He blitzes on every fucking play. He's a madman. I love that shit.
That's how you lose in the playoffs. Blitzing doesn't work anymore.
Then you know what? What's the saying? Live by the blitz, die by the blitz.
I mean, yeah, but we got rid of Zim because we can't win a Super Bowl with him, so we're just going to engage all these other behaviors that don't win Super Bowls?
Well, on defense, but you don't want Zimmer's offense. Zimmer's offense was straight out of the leather helmet era.
I don't know. We're supposedly have the best wide receiver in football who disappeared for the last 3 weeks of the season. Can we really say that our offense is that good?
I choose to remember the good times from this season.
I know you do. You have a very selective memory, especially when it pertains to Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins is one of the greatest quarterbacks in the NFL, and we're going to do it with him next year. All right, yeah. 195 bucks away from today's goal. 30 minutes of overtime if we knock it out. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. Super Chats and memberships count as well. Let's see if we can get under that 100 threshold by 9 o'clock. Could be tough, but it's possible as well. If you feel like contributing, if you feel so moved, that's how you do it. Right there in the chat.
305.
Oh, and we're over 300 likes by 9 o'clock. Great work, everybody. Let's get to 400. Hit the like button if you're enjoying what we're doing.
47 on Rumble.
This is a very Alaska/Canada story. This next one we're going to talk about. It is also, if I ever went to one of those areas, my greatest nightmare come true.
Moose?
Name me. What's that?
Is it a moose?
It is a moose. Wow.
Okay, yeah.
See, everybody, I was just going to ask you, Alaska and Canada, what's one of your biggest fears?
Moose. Moose are mean as fuck. The moose are so... They're like... Moose and bear are probably the two most apex things that I want no part of in the wilderness.
You know what I want no part of? And I heard this from a Russian friend of mine.
Diversity?
Moose and squirrel.
Oh, yeah?
That would be the two. I wouldn't want anything to do with it. Okay. No, moose are mean They're hostile, they're violent, and they don't give a fuck. They're sociopaths. They just move on. They trample something to death, and they just go, all right, back about my day, off to the grocery store. Here's a woman walking her dog, and look, she was just, there's nothing, I don't think there's anything this woman could have done to make her situation any better. Sometimes you just end up in the path of a pissed off moose. Let's check it out. This is from Anchorage, Alaska.
You guys, this moose is chasing this person. Go, love.
Oh, God.
Look at that. Look at that moose.
Hey, watch out! Watch out!
I thought someone. I mean, kind of late on the watch out.
Oh, damn. Sorry, I'm on a delay.
Not very much, though. Just stomped her fucking head in. And I love this lady. She doesn't tell her to look out until the moose is like 6 feet behind her, yet she started filming the moose like 10 seconds ago.
I think I've seen this movie before. I think it's called American History Moose.
That moose's dad was actually shot.
That was a curb stomp right there. That moose is singing DuckTales in his head right now.
Yeah, that moose actually had a dad that was shot putting out a fire in a poor neighborhood. And that moose is really taking it out on Anchorage, Alaska ever since.
Cocaine moose.
Yeah. The moose actually pulled down its fur to reveal a swastika and said, "You see this? It means not welcome." The moose was very upset. But then the moose had an elder moose that kind of helped him out. And the moose asked him, he goes, "Has any woman's head you've trampled made you happier and made things better?" And then the moose started working against stomping people's heads in. And that's actually a nice story. But then the moose's little brother was still kind of in that life, even though they were trying to get out. And then another moose came and shot that moose. And so, you know, the sins of the father visited upon the son sort of thing. But Moose and Luther King once said, "Hate is baggage." Oh, wait, no, he didn't say that. No, wait. Danny said hate is baggage. I can't remember what Martin Luther King said. Something about a mountain. Let's continue.
I know that guy was drowsy a lot.
Yeah. Hey, let's see when this woman maybe should have yelled out to this lady. Whoop.
Right there.
You guys, this moose is
Yell.
chasing this person.
Start shouting. Start helping. Yeah.
Hey, watch out!
You literally, as the lady turns around, she's getting a Shawn Michaels mooser kick right in her face. Thanks for yelling to me when he was 50 feet away and I could have jumped into that snowbank and avoided trouble. Thanks for telling me, oh my God, that woman's got an animal with her. Ooh.
I thought someone had like not been paying attention and hit me with a bike or something. I had put my hands up to my head and I'm like, I'm bleeding, knowing that the moose had been somewhere.
Now, did she have this brain damage before or after the moose stomped on her head?
Probably both.
That's okay, good.
She probably had it before, but the moose probably didn't help.
Yeah.
And now here this moose is in front of me and I'm like, was that the moose?
Great deductive reasoning. She can still put 2 and 2 together. She feels a caving in of her head and then looks up and goes, "I'm bleeding," and then sees a moose and go, "Wait a minute. I think these two things might be connected." Good for you, lady.
Yeah. Go!
Go!
I love that. I love when people like yell at a moose. Like, here, I'll tell you when a moose leaves. When the moose wants to leave.
Well, and if she was really trying to help out, wouldn't she start honking and like make a lot of commotion and maybe get the moose to focus on the car?
Maybe, but like I feel like a moose is one of those animals where he is like completely impervious to human behavior.
Oh yeah, I remember when I was a kid up in Hibbing, we were driving up to it's a fucking Viking bar where we get the fucking fish fry. It's like I forget the town name, but it's like an hour 20-ish from Hibbing, and a buddy of mine, it was three cars, and like one of the dudes hit a moose in a Geo Metro.
Jesus.
And that like he hit that moose going like 50-ish, I think. I think he slammed on the brakes, so maybe like 45 or something.
Was there any of the car left?
Dude, the moose crumpled in the entire fucking car. My buddy almost got his leg trapped underneath the driving column, and the moose just staggered off. Like, I'm sure the moose died and had internal bleeding or whatever, but like the moose shouldered the entire stupid tinfoil tiny car and then staggered off into the fucking woods. Moose are fucking scary, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you okay?
My husband was able to help pull her over the snowbank so we could get her in the truck with her dog.
All right, she's forgiven. We forgive you. It's fine. It was a stressful situation. That old bitch should have gotten out of the way. I get it. You're right. Be more aware of your surrounding.
And kind of get her out of the way. It happened so fast. It was just like a matter of getting her out of the situation, getting her help. Watch out!
My big thing was just watching that moose stomp that lady in the face effortlessly and just keep on going. I mean, the best part about that was there was nothing malicious or personal about that with the moose.
Oh, wrong moose, wrong time.
Yeah, it's just like, this bitch is in my way. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Sorry, lady. I'm going to treat your head like a fucking coconut and smash it open.
That she didn't have a head trauma, that there wasn't a bleed or something.
The Lord put her in the right place at the right time to be able to help.
What do you mean? Well, I mean, I guess she could get out of the truck and deliver first aid and whatnot, but I feel like the moose, damage done. She got staples in her head and bruising on her body. Old lady like that probably bruised like a banana. Now the duo is back on the road doing their daily walks.
We'll be back on our normal walk, so that's the...
Way to not help either. The dog did nothing.
Yeah. I love what she says, the moose won't stop that. It's like, yeah, this doesn't have to be a pride thing. If someone asks me, hey, you got attacked by a moose, are you going outside again? I'm like, not for a while. I'm scared shitless of that moose. I'm going to stay indoors for a little while. I'm not going to prove my bravery when it comes to, going out for a walk with a moose. Crusher 17 calling it an Alaskan drive-by. Every time I'm walking down the street,
bang, baby.
Every time I'm walking down the street, I see a moose coming, I cross the street. Call me whatever you want, but look, sometimes you got a profile.
Moose.
Twisted F and Joker says she would have never been able to film that moose had the Lord not put her in the right spot. Exactly. Triple N says she should have sang to her, moose, bitch, get out the way. That might have worked.
Moose, bitch, I get it.
You know what would have happened to that woman if that lady in the truck wouldn't have been there to warn her?
Graham died alone.
I was going to say same thing.
Would have been very, 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 very sad. You know what? She was not feel. She was not very, very feel.
She was moose. She was very, very
She
moose.
was moose. She was very, very moose. I've seen like moose run headlong into like flagpoles, metal bars, cars, shit like that, and they just kind of shake it off like dipshits and keep going. Like they shake.
A movie called Cocaine Moose.
You can, oh God, because Cocaine Bear's bad enough, but I feel like Cocaine Moose kind of has the muscle.
Well, then you could have like the sequel be Cocaine Moose and Bear. Just keep like ramping it up.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. If what somebody's saying in the chat is true right now, I got to talk to my lawyer today. That'll be interesting. 195 away from our goal. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. Go ahead and chip in a couple of bucks if you feel like it. We're 195 away from knocking out our goal and knocking out that goal and doing a half hour of overtime today. All right, I got to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories here real quick. We have exhausted our first hour material. I mean, we gotta get into the second hour here in the third hour of this show. I feel like we kind of covered the Ohio train derailment stuff, so I'm gonna kick that stuff off to the side. Coming up, we got James Cameron agreeing with Thanos. That can't be good. Uh-oh. I think he...
You know you're on the wrong side of everything if you're agreeing with Thanos.
Yeah, I don't know if agreeing with Thanos is the best way to promote the next Avatar, what do you call it? The next Avatar sequel, the third one, if you will. Let's do the... Oh, okay, that wasn't... Okay, what that guy said in the chat wasn't true. That's fine. All right, you tricky little devil, you. All right, let's go into this next one. The DoD server, the military. Did you see that the military wasn't protecting confidential military secrets with a password?
No, I read something about it, but I didn't actually see what was happening with it.
An unsecured Department of Defense server was spilling terabytes of internal U.S. military emails to the open internet for the past 2 weeks. Just leaving it out there. The U.S. Department of Defense secured an exposed server on Monday that was spilling internal U.S. military emails to the open internet for the last 14 days. The exposed server was hosted on Microsoft's Azure government cloud for Department of Defense customers, which uses servers that are physically separated from other commercial customers, and as such can be used to share sensitive but unclassified government data. The exposed server was part of an internal mailbox system, storing about 3 terabytes of internal military emails, many pertaining to U.S. Special Operations Command, the U.S. military unit tasked with conducting special military operations. There's no way this wasn't intentional.
It has to be, right?
There's no way somebody didn't open this up. And look, the government is really incompetent. I get it. But there's no way the government is so incompetent that they leave our special forces operations available without a password to the open internet for 2 weeks. This had to be somebody inside fucking around.
Well, and then it's going to be like that fucking Eric Andre meme where it's like, look at what Russia did. Leaves all their secrets unsecured. And they're like, look at what Russia did, guys.
But a misconfiguration left the server without a password, allowing anyone on the internet access to the sensitive mailbox data inside using only a web browser just by knowing the IP address.
Sounds secure. It seems fine. I don't know what you're panicking about. It seems fine.
This is remarkable. Nikki Fruit Loop says, Steel Toe, you don't know how directories work. That's true. It's stupid easy to leave one open. But to set up an entire server without a password when it's the U.S. military? I have a hard time believing. I would actually feel more comfortable if somebody was doing this on purpose. Because if it's an accident, that makes me more worried, actually. Than if
it's not an accident. There's no way it's an accident.
Yeah, Familiar Human says, how do you even set up a server without a password? It's mind-boggling to me. Anurag Sen, a good faith security researcher known for discovering sensitive data that has been inadvertently published online, found the exposed server over the weekend and provided details to TechCrunch so they could alert the U.S. government. The server was packed with internal military messages dating back years.
I fucking bet.
Some of which contained sensitive personnel information. One of the exposed files included a completed SF-86 questionnaire, which are filled out by federal employees seeking a security clearance and contain highly sensitive personal and health information for vetting individuals before they are cleared to handle classified info. These personnel questionnaires contain a significant amount of background information on security clearance holders valuable to foreign adversaries. In 2015, suspected Chinese hackers stole millions of sensitive background check files of government employees who sought security clearance in a data breach at the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. Oof.
Jesus.
People are, April just texted me and said, Chad is losing his mind about April right now. April says he's losing his fucking mind right now. I don't know. I didn't know that making fun of someone and just picking on them would cause this much of an explosion in their brain. But after everything that guy's said and everything else, I will say this. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. People are saying in the chat, a Zumock meltdown again. They're saying it's a normal day for him. Daniel saying the moose was Chad. Oh, boy. So he's... Oh, man. I almost want to check it out, but I feel like I'm having too much fun to go and go into a Chad meltdown and go, oh, this shit again. Because I can tell you this. She's a failure. She's a stepmom. They're saying he just went offline. Somebody might have known that we might have been coming his way. Oh, come on, Chad. Have some fun. Damn it. Stevie J says Chad should consider drinking. Sobriety is not working out. Oh, God.
Nobody likes to try drunk.
You know what happens with Chad is he watches our show, and then if we make fun of him just a little bit, if we tease him a little bit, he goes on and he just starts screaming and having a meltdown by the lightest teasing. And so he has our show on while his live stream's on. So if we go, ooh, Chad's having a meltdown, huh? He goes, go, click, 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 click. I gotta get out of here.
Why though? That's like, why would you do that?
Because he doesn't know what to do. Like Chad panics and he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to be funny. He doesn't know how to pick. He doesn't know how to pick bad clips out of a show and then make a show look really bad. So he just plays their show of them being really funny and then rages at it. Like he's bad at the things we do, but he tries to do them. And then we say things like, ooh, Chad's on, here we go. And then he goes, oh, fuck, are they coming? Get out of here. Make it private. Yeah, no Morio says he cuts
objectively is funny as a comic. Like it's so weird to see. Like I don't know, man. I know you like to like make fun of like the small egos of comics, but I guess maybe I'm just not like that. I just like, who cares? Like everybody talks shit about everybody. Fucking grow up.
Staska says, was Citizen in there quick enough to express his love to him? Alan Chihuahua says, I
don't mind Chad. Honestly, like all the shit that's going on with the internet with them and stuff, like that sucks and stuff. But like I hung out with him for 3 days and like I had a blast. He was actually really fun to hang out with. It's weird because like something came in his brain where it's like, he just seems like a different person than when I hung out with him sometimes. You know?
I came in his brain. That's what came in his brain. I came in his brain. I filled it up. Alan says, I thought Chad was going to steal her. Yeah, it didn't work out, and I think he's raging. Chad has always been the guy who like tries to hit on a girl at the bar, and then when she says no, he goes, you're a fucking lesbian. I hate you. So it's just, we're talking to a damaged individual here. AZ says,
watching everybody like how deranged people can get with criticism. Like I come into this show once a week and like a lot of sometimes the chat will fire me up or whatever. And I'm just like, whatever. Hey, look, that person doesn't like me. Fucking the moment I'm off the show, it has dick to do with my life. Sorry, guys. Like, no offense to listeners. I love the listeners and everything. But like, if somebody, like even you and I, sometimes we'll get in like fucking bickery, little fucking name calling shit. The moment I'm off, it's like, I don't give a fuck.
Jameson's Repair says, Chad said, sorry, guys, can't read the chat. Something is wrong with the stream. Oh, sure. Citizen M says, it's already privated. I'd send you the Patreon YouTube link if I wasn't actively working for him. Oh, you son of a bitch. Hey, have you heard the Irrational Times song that he made about Chad? That was kind of funny. Actually, that was very funny. Irrational Times made a Chad song. And where is it here? There we go. It's pretty good. The song has Carl from Who Are These Podcasts and myself as Chad's eyeballs. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
This is Irrational Times on YouTube. Check it out.
Chad Zumock is a really cool guy. He steals credit cards in his spare time. I guess he needs the money cause he's pretty broke. He doesn't make much from telling jokes. Do you remember that time when you were young in the mornings with your stepdad? You used to make him coffee, but if it was cold, he'd beat you pretty bad. Nobody likes you, not even your crew. Kevin only has you on to make fun of you. But you're the world's greatest comic, that's what you've been saying. But I've seen your act and it's pretty gay. Do you remember that time in the living room? Your mom was getting banged from behind. And you walked in and saw the whole thing. They were buck naked and listening to Wings. Carl and Aaron are making him cry. Don't they know that he was cool in junior high? He's got a body like Blade and a head full of rocks. He's our suspicious loser. He's Chad Zumock.
Oh, man. Bravo, Irrational Times.
Guy's going deep, man.
That was a pretty goddamn good song. Oh, boy. Thank you very much. Yeah, someone in the chat calling him Chad, what's your mother's maiden name, Zumock?
Oof.
It's mean-spirited, you guys. How dare you be so mean? They want the incest song now. I didn't know we were taking requests. I don't even know where the... oh, here you go.
Incest. Incest. Incest's a good thing to do.
There you go. 195 away from this morning's goal, and we are at 9 o'clock, so we have about 50 minutes left until we fire off the music and rattle our cans and be the filthy e-beggars that we are. If you want to chip in a couple of bucks in the in the meantime, to cut down on that a little bit, 195 away. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. If you'd like to contribute, we do appreciate it. That is how our show runs. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm getting some intel here. This is pretty fun. I'm getting some good intel. April says you'll have to watch the recording I have after the show. Oh, ooh, we've got a recording.
Tell her to put it on now. What? Like, give it to us now.
She might not know how to send it. I don't know. But
okay.
If he's losing his fucking shit, that sounds pretty normal. T. Jefferson says, damn, that earworm is back in my head now. Thanks, Steel Toe. What do you mean?
Incest. Incest's a good thing to do.
Rouse Sauce with $5 says, doesn't Irrational Times know that Aaron is a fan of Chad? Oh. April says, I don't know how to send it. Hold on, here we go. I don't know how to send it, but I think you need to be having some conversations. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, please let that be the case. We have video evidence. Oh, man. Uh-oh, that's going to be a lot of fun. Let's continue on here. I'm sorry, we're beating up.
What was that about?
There might be some very interesting things.
Text it to me.
Going on. I'll text it to you after the show.
Yeah. I want to know. I want to know the inside goss, bro.
This is gonna be.
You know, look at what you fucking done to me. I used to not give a shit about goss. Now I'm just like, what's the goss?
Here we go. Oh, by the way, there was another huge industrial fire in Florida yesterday. Nothing to see here.
Yep, no big deal. There's also another train derailment in Nebraska. Nothing to see here.
Oh, a train derailment in Nebraska, you say. So we had Ohio. They had a metal plant explosion, manufacturing plant explosion.
Yeah, let's keep count because it kind of feels like we're under attack at this point, right?
I mean, it really does. We got a Florida plant on fire. We've got
Florida plant on fire, forest fire in Florida, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yep. We have actually 2 forest fires in Florida.
Manufacturing plant in Ohio.
Manufacturing plant in Oklahoma.
Yep.
There was also a Arizona chemical fire.
Okay.
3 days ago, and then we had the Nebraska 13 coal train cars. Derailed.
They're all over the place, and like you said, it really does seem like this is like it's an attack. Like it's being targeted because it's all happening at once, and they keep saying, well, you know, we have train derailments 1,000 times a year. I'm like, do all 1,000 of them happen in February? Like, is that normal? I don't know. But Jesus Christ. So now we got another one in Florida. Can't wait to see what derails or starts on fire today. Oh, Florida just had that plastics plant that had a fire as well. So there's that too.
And also there was a military helicopter that crashed down.
Jesus. Yeah, I mean, it's almost to the point where if it's intentional, you'd almost feel better. Oh, here you go. Hazmat teams have deployed to a new train wreck in Nebraska.
That happened yesterday?
Yeah. Law enforcement and a hazmat team have been dispatched to the site of a Union Pacific coal train derailment east of Gothenburg, Nebraska, yesterday morning.
What's really weird about that one is yesterday when I was like trying to find it, like it wasn't on YouTube. I could only find a couple Fox links that had like video of it, but by and large, it was very hard to find any information of it on Google or Brave search. I think that's just because it was new. You know, there probably is a lot more today, but it was just, It was really weird because usually when this shit happens, it's like everywhere, you know?
Massive. Oh, and here's another one. Massive smoke after fire reported at lumber storage in Williamsburg, Brooklyn.
Oh, good. So, and you have a blizzard, right?
Yeah.
Like, and you have there's another earthquake like over by Syria.
Yes, the Syria-Turkey border had another big earthquake.
Another big earthquake.
Man, if I was a religious person, I'd be scared shitless right now.
I mean, you're fine. They're very, very far away from peace in the Middle East. Revelations ain't coming yet, bro.
They are fine. They are very, very fine. Don Lemon, let's give the update on Don Lemon. We got big Don Lemon updates today. He has been off the air at CNN since Friday I think Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. He was off the air following the Nikki Haley is not in her prime comment. And then he went on to say women are in their prime in their 20s and 30s and maybe their 40s. Poppy Harlow, who's 41, was clearly pissed off about this. It got very uncomfortable. And then Don Lemon was off the air the next 3 broadcast days. Now we're finding out, and maybe somebody can check on this, but I believe Don Lemon is back today. And Don Lemon had to go do the whole thing. You know, we talked about the Boston controversy. Don Lemon had to go and do the sensitivity training thing, and he had to go through the whole don't be mean to people bit, and then they allowed him back on the air.
What is sensitivity training? What is that? I always hear that word, but like what? Like you just go into a room and somebody's like, it's bad to say these words. Like what the fuck does it even mean?
Honestly, what I think of is the employee training video in the movie Waiting.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's what I think of when I hear sensitivity training.
I always think of like 1984 and the lights, except they're like, how many black people are there? There's 3 black. No, there are 4 black people. All right, there's 4.
Lemon sat down with the network's chief executive, Chris Licht, and the two had a frank and meaningful conversation, according to an internal email Licht sent to CNN staffers on Monday. During their chat, Lemon agreed to participate in formal training, but Licht didn't specify what type. Licht continued, it is important to me that CNN balances accountability with a fostering culture in which people can own, learn, and grow from their mistakes. To that end, Don will return to CNN this morning on Wednesday. Okay, so he is on again. So
yeah, they were never going to fire their token gay black guy. That was never going to happen.
Well, that depends. Now, if you listen to the rumors, they are going to fire him. They are saying that CNN is very unhappy with Don Lemon. They wanted to get rid of him when they changed ownership, but his contract had too much money left on it. So they took him off at primetime. They moved him to mornings. Now the word on the street is that Don Lemon hates CNN, CNN hates Don Lemon, and they might both want out. It's also being said that he has no allies at CNN. Nobody likes him over there.
Why not? He seems like I don't know him obviously, but he kind of seems like he's a dick.
Yeah, he does seem like an asshole. And that he's on thin ice and that he's run out of strikes. Like he's done. And that if he fucks up one more time. Now, you know, when someone's on thin ice and they want him gone and he's unhappy and you're unhappy, Don Lemon's not going to have to screw up again. CNN will just pick something, say it's a screw up, and then let him go. Like he's on borrowed time.
They need him for like their diversity check marks.
Maybe.
Because that's what he is to them. He's literally a 2-for-1 for them.
I just kind of feel like you can get a better gay black guy who won't be so goddamn obnoxious.
Right, but this one's got a following.
Maybe. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ Don is not.
They had their own like web service thing and they couldn't get over 10,000 followers. They need his 50 to 100 followers.
I guess. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ Don has not been happy for a while at CNN, and that's been clear to management and others. As one source put it, he's not a happy camper, so who knows how long he stays.
He didn't like a lot of the new changes that went on, I bet.
Yeah, like them telling him he sucks.
I bet he's really unhappy now, but I bet he used to be real happy.
Yeah, when what's his name was there, Zucker?
Yeah, and Stelzer's little whipping boy.
Yeah, when Stelzer and Zucker were there, he loved it. When the new bosses came in and said, hey, nobody watches you. We're gonna
like, I'm gay and brown. Nobody cares, dude.
Yeah, we're going to demote you heavily, actually.
We're doing it by a lot.
Yeah. Now, as you know, Lemon put his foot in his mouth with the Nikki Haley thing, Poppy Hart. The girls, by the way, when they took over the show from him, they seemed absolutely ecstatic, and they mentioned him for like 0.8 seconds. It was like, hey, I'm Poppy Harlow, I'm Caitlin Collins, Don Lemon has a day off. So anyway, we're off in Ukraine today. Like they could not, it's like they were contractually obligated to mention him in some way, shape, or form, and they gave him the bare minimum possible.
That's awesome.
So he's back today. I mean, don't you have to address it, right? You can't just sit down and you all do a show together like you're one big happy family.
I bet they don't. I bet he's smarter than that and they don't even fucking talk about it.
Wow. That would be, it's dishonest to your audience, but not that many people watch CNN to begin with. But it's also like, it's got to be awkward. Don't you just address it? Let me see. Don Lemon. I want to see if there's any video from today up on Twitter yet. I don't see anything so far. So they haven't had time to clip old Don yet. I appreciate the oh wow, he had to do the tweet thing. I appreciate the opportunity to be back on CNN this morning today. To my network, my colleagues, and our incredible audience, I'm sorry. I've heard you. I'm learning from you, and I'm committed to doing better. See you soon.
That's a pro move right there. That's a good apology. That's like, sorry, I'm doing better. See you soon.
That's a guy who's fucked up before, huh?
Well, that's a guy who's fucked up before, and a guy who knows that they're not going to fire him. Like, at no point was CNN. I told everybody this when it fucking happened, because everybody kept sending it to me, and I'm like, there is 0% chance CNN fires their gay black dude. It's not happening.
Can't fire your gay black dude, right?
Oh, he's one of the only crazy liberals they kept because of that.
How about this? How bad of a fuck up do you have to be that you're a gay black dude and you're even on thin ice?
At CNN.
Yeah, at CNN of all places. Yikes. 190 away from today's goal. Half hour of overtime if we knock that goal out. 40 minutes away from rattling the cans and doing the whole e-beggar thing to try and knock that out. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's in Rockville. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Saturday, August 12th, the Steel Toe anniversary party. We've got that coming up. Also with Stoney's, the Best Bloody Marys, great place to go watch the XFL Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Also, live bands, live music every single weekend. Go party at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. You've also got our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you're in central Minnesota and you go in the ditch, you have an accident, or your car won't go, it is All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. James Cameron didn't really get in trouble. He didn't really step in shit. He just kind of ripped the mask off and basically said he's totally for killing every other person in the world. Kind of a weird way to promote your career in your movies. But in an interview with Time, James Cameron sat down and talked about Avatar, Way of the Water. Well, you don't have to sit through much of Avatar to know that. What's that?
Did you see it?
No, I haven't seen it.
I haven't either.
I did see that a lot of people were not really digging the new Ant-Man movie.
Yeah, I went and saw the new Ant-Man movie. It's kind of shitty.
Yeah.
I'll say this, they do, do you know who Kang is from the comics? Kang the Conqueror?
Yeah. Kang is is he a bigger deal than Thanos or not a lesser?
Yeah, I mean, same big deal. He was a big arch villain for the Fantastic Four and the Avengers. And he's in this movie, and they're setting him up to be the new Thanos of this wave. It's going to be Kang, which I'm fine with. But the guy they casted to be Kang nails it. They do a really good job with that casting. And then the rest of Ant-Man, it was they were trying to tell 8 different stories, but the special effects were super cool. It was a really pretty piece of shit.
Who's playing Kang?
I can't remember the guy's name.
Oh, so he's not a big name guy.
He might be with the makeup. I might not have recognized him.
All right, who is playing Kang? Kang the Conqueror, Jonathan Majors. No.
Jonathan Majors.
Played by Jonathan Majors in Loki, Ken Kramer in the Avengers Assemble, Steve Bloom. Okay,
he's also in
Creed
right. 3. So.
Jonathan Majors is Kang the Conqueror then. What else has he done?
He's in Creed 3. I know that.
Oh, okay. Creed 3. He's in Loki. I've never heard of many of these other movies.
Oh, Lovecraft Country is okay. Harder They Fall is trash. I haven't watched Loki.
I haven't. Okay, so I've probably never seen this guy.
Maybe not. Yeah, I guess not.
I've never recognized the name. But at any rate, they were asking James Cameron. Somehow the topic came up of Marvel movies and all kinds of other stuff. And James Cameron let something really interesting out. He said, I can relate to Thanos. I thought he had a pretty viable answer. The problem is nobody is going to put their hand up to volunteer to be the half that has to go. Is that the problem?
Fuck, dude.
That is very interesting. So the guy who made Titanic and the Avatar movies and Terminator, I'm starting to see where the motivation for all of these anti-human bias films come from. He really doesn't like us, and he wants us all to go away. I think if you're for the Thanos thing, that's kind of a smart deal, because then you get to be the person who gets to pick who lives and dies. Like if you say, no, I'm against what Thanos did, it's terrible, you're probably going to be one of the 50%. But if you go in there and you're like, yeah, I think it's a great deal, I think it's awesome, might not turn to dust. Maybe that's how it works. But James Cameron does not like any of you. He thinks you all got to go. Well,
he never has.
Yeah, he doesn't think you all have to go. Thanos just thinks that half of you have to go. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much to Trapper11 with $10. Says, morning, Whiskey Pete. Sorry, behind in the chat. Oh, because of the spoilers and whatnot. There you go. 185 away from today's goal. PayPal, Streamlabs. The links are in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. If you want to go on a little run here before we rattle the cans, sounds good to me. 185 away from getting overtime today. Of course, Cameron is not. What's that? Oh, yeah, the can rattling. Of course, Cameron is not all alone in his villainous views. Thanos was right has been a popular zeitgeist on the internet since the 2018 release of Marvel's Infinity War. So much so.
Pretty sure it's on subreddit, too.
Yeah, so much so that the phrase even showed up in the Hawkeye series on Disney+. Oh, there was a urinal. Oh, yeah, right here in Hawkeye. There was a urinal that had Thanos was right written on it. Oof. That would be awkward, though, because remember, the Avengers brought everybody back 5 years after they went away.
Yeah.
So now, like, what about the people who have moved on and, like, their spouses come back, but they already remarried?
There's, like, a really funny line in, like, Spider-Man that addresses that with, like, one of the kids. He's like, yeah, I guess I'm still in high school.
Yeah. Like, now all of your classmates have gone on and they've gotten older, but you come back and...
Yeah, and you're 5 years older, but still in 10th grade or whatever.
Yeah, what did Ant-Man say? Like, he went into the quantum tunnel and he was in there for 5 years, and he goes, that's just it. It felt like it was 5 hours.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I don't know. What does that feel like if you were one of the snapped away? It's kind of like you woke up from a nap, I guess. Aaron would make it.
I'm awake.
MSO says, Aaron would make it as a repo man. All right. I know they said I got to get through like the first week or two growing this thing, but it's going to get tough if I get Repo Man comparisons.
Yeah, like the Repo Man from WWE.
Yeah, am I Steve Lombardi, the Repo Man? Or no, Barry Darso, the Repo Man?
Kind of look like him. Your glasses could easily be a robber's bandana.
Oh, no. Lip Ripper with $10 says, Corey, the shovel full of snow is for you, buddy. Should probably go start your car.
Shit, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to go start my car.
Oh, no, he's got to start his car. But he lives in Texas. Wait a tick. Scott Richard Staska with $5 says, all I want for my birthday is the Steel Toe goal met and infinite subs gifted in Twitch Talk. Daniel with $5 says, Cameron is Daniel Plainview. I hate most people. There are times when I look at people and I see nothing worth liking. Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of Daniel. He loves plants and he hates people. I think that's how you can basically sum up James Cameron. He loves plants and he hates people. Well, thank you, guys. That knocked the goal down to 165 for this morning. Very cool. Streamlabs and PayPal only take about 5%. YouTube takes 30%. If you want to give to either one, sounds good to us. 165 away from knocking it out. So James Cameron thinks Thanos was right. Guys, do me a favor. Just keep an eye on that guy, okay? Just keep an eye on him. J.K. Rowling has actually been one of the most badass people on like any of the culture issues and trans issues and stuff like that. She's been pretty vocal about how like trans women shouldn't be competing against female women in sports. It's not fair. Women could get hurt. And, you know, can you really be a feminist if you're, you know, for women being forced out of spots or whatever? She's been called a TERF and all kinds of other things. Well, she was asked recently, you know, people keep trying to guilt her. She's now in the stage that Chappelle was at where, you know, Chappelle had those specials where he made fun of people. He made some trans jokes. And then people went, well, take it back. Apologize. And he went, no, not going to apologize. I told the jokes for a reason. And then they tried to like shit on him and they tried to like smear him and have walkouts and stuff like that. That didn't work. Then they just tried to shame him. Kind of the last step is shaming. Like when you don't get an apology, when you can't bully them, then you try to just shame the shit out of them. Well, it sounds like J.K. Rowling is not taking the bait. In fact, she's taking her positions literally to the grave with her. This is her during an interview where they asked her if she's worried about her legacy. Like after she dies, Is she worried about all these people coming out afterwards and saying, oh, that J.K. Rowling, she was a transphobic piece of shit. And now she's not around to defend herself. Let's see what she had to say. I got to say, I think for someone who doesn't like trans people very much, J.K. Rowling's got some giant balls on her.
Set out to upset anyone. However, I was not uncomfortable with getting off my pedestal. And what has interested me over the last 10 years, and certainly in the last few years, the last 2-3 years, particularly on social media, you've ruined your legacy. Oh, you could have been beloved forever, but you chose to say this. And I think you could not have misunderstood me more profoundly. I do not walk around my house thinking about my legacy. You know, what a pompous way to live your life, walking around thinking, what will my legacy be? Whatever, I'll be dead. I care about now. I care about the living.
So they're like, hey, are you worried about your legacy? You know, after you die, all these people are going to call you a transphobe. You want to maybe take it easy on that shit? And she's like,
no.
What do I give a shit? I'll be dead. That's the attitude you have to have. And like I said, that's kind of like what they've tried to do to Chappelle. And he's like, no, I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. I got my fans. I'm good. She's kind of done the same thing. And now they're trying to shame her by saying, well, what? And think of how shitty of a thing that is to say. Basically blackmailing her by going, hey, you know, after you die, we're going to run your name in the ground and we're going to really fuck with you and really destroy your legacy. And then, like what a shitty threat to make.
What legacy? Getting rich off some fucking wizard stories? Too late, bro.
Yeah, like what are you going to do? Get rid of the books? That's my legacy. That's it. I die and you're going to call me a transphobe? You call me a transphobe now.
It's a bad thing.
Yeah, you call me this while I'm alive. So why would I give a shit if you do it after I die? Like, she doesn't give a shit that they're doing
her shit. Wasn't her shit just like she didn't think dudes should be able to compete with women in sports too? Like, she wasn't even like anti-trans. She was just like, yeah, maybe there's genetic differences between men and women.
That was literally her whole thing.
Right.
Yeah, her whole position was, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we should be taking jobs and roles and stuff away from women. That's probably pretty bad. And then people went, oh my God, she's transphobic. It's like, and they've been coming after her ever since, like to the point where, like, if people were playing the pre-release of her new Hogwarts game, people would like SWAT their streaming channels and they would report them.
Dude, I got the Hogwarts game the day it came out and I started playing it just in hopes that would happen. I don't really like Harry Potter. Like, I've seen the movies. Like, my sister was super into it. I don't really care. The game is fucking boring as shit. Like, it's literally like running errands for fucking British twerps. It's fucking garbage. And the only reason I was playing it is because I wanted to get some fucking hate trolls and I got fucking none. And I was so mad because it's like, now I've played this stupid fucking game for fucking days and I fucking hate it. And I didn't even get like one person in there like, oh, transphobe or something. You know what I mean? Like, because I wanted just some people to flood in and get mad about it. And I'm like, fucking no.
God, that sucks. You get a whole game just to have people come and complain to you, and then you get none. So now you realize you're just unironically playing the game.
I'm unironically playing this game that I kind of hate. That's my life right now.
Yeah. Citizen M says, that's not at all what the argument is. It's the specific handful of individuals she attached herself to. No, that's what the argument became when they couldn't shame her into apologizing. That's the problem I have, is I have a problem with how genuine these people can possibly be if the argument and the goalposts keep shifting every time they don't get what they want. Like, if you say what she said was offensive and then she goes, fuck you, I'm not apologizing. And then you go, well, there's 4 people you've talked to before and we don't like them either. It's like, okay, so it was, what was it, never about the offense, or are you just fishing for an apology here?
It was both. It was never about the offense and they're fishing for an apology.
Yeah, it was all, they're just moving the goalposts to see if they can get her on something. It's like the cops. It's a fishing expedition, basically. $165 away from today's goal. Oh, and remember, if we knock out today's goal, we introduce Corey to Wrestling Otaku.
I don't know what that is. I'm excited.
Yeah, we're going to show him Wrestling Otaku and his video, which is titled Ariel Helwani Needs His Ass Beat.
And he does.
Which, you don't like Ariel Helwani?
No.
I don't know. I think he's kind of fun.
Ariel Helwani is this fucking bitch, dude.
All right. Well, I don't know, man.
That dude has he got fired from, like, so his biggest claim to fame is that he would go up to these fighters and he would conduct off-record interviews, and then he would quote them and dox them for stories. That's how he rose to where he is. And it's one thing, I get it, like reporters, it's fine, but then it just like, you're fucking over your sources. And it's so funny. Like the dude, literally, he's so fucking unlikable.
He would give up his sources?
Yes.
Oh, that's shitty.
He would tell these people that he was interviewing them off record, and then when he would write his stories, he would quote them and cite who it was.
So he would get like UFC guys in trouble then by telling them he wouldn't get them in trouble.
And then he got fired from the UFC for breaking a lineup of one of the, I think it was like UFC 100, one of their big events that they were doing.
Yeah, it was the Brock Lesnar one. It was 200. It was UFC 200.
And he broke the entire fight card when it basically like they were in a meeting and it was kind of released to like, so the UFC is kind of like the White House press corps, where they have people that are authorized and it's a pretty close cloister of reporters. Like you'll always see like the Mo and stuff like that, right? It's always the same 12 to 14 guys that are allowed to interview MMA people. And yeah, he fucked that up, and then he got fired, and then he fucking was on ESPN, and he got Shell and Daniel Cormier in there, and then he did something to where he was so fucking annoyed that he like got fired from ESPN, like he had to leave ESPN.
I thought the ESPN thing was for leaking 200.
No. That's when he got banned from the UFC.
Oh, okay.
200, UFC took over with ESPN way after 200. It was like 220-ish.
Okay.
Don't quote me on those numbers, but it was not like he was never officially a UFC employee, but he was one of the like chosen reporters that was allowed in there to interview everybody. He was given access and all this, and they banned him. Like he is not allowed to be at UFC events.
Shit. Okay. So, yeah, well, then he does sound like kind of a scumbag. I just kind of thought it was funny when he goes after people and he feuds with people and beefs with them.
It is funny when he goes after him, but like the people, it's one of those where both can be true, right? Like he is funny when he goes after people, but he does deserve the shit that he's mad at people for going after him on.
Okay. Corey, I gotta run for just a second. I gotta head to the little boys' room.
Oh, you gotta go start your car.
Well, yeah, I gotta go start my car. Why don't you go fuck around with everybody for a little bit? We'll come back. We'll open up the 8 o'clock stories, and then if you guys feel like chipping in, 165 away from today's goal and a half hour of overtime. We got about 25 minutes until we fire up the music. There's the Streamlabs and there's the PayPal in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. Guys, be good for Corey. I'll be back in a second.
Don't be good for me. Just give me those caws, baby. I want to see all the caw is law in the chat. Let's go, baby. Caw. Are my cats? My cats are good. They're still just kind of monsters, but it's fine. Hey, what up, Dabbler? How are you? Good to see you. Did you watch Blanfield smoke Jessica Andrade? I did. That was crazy. I can't believe that happened. And now I'm kind of excited for somebody to actually face Shevchenko, which I never thought would happen. Corey, can we say the N-word now that Dad is gone? No, you cannot. That's not our call. That's YouTube's call. Sorry. If you go over to Rumble, you can. Go over to Rumble and do that. Not her friends hang out. Yeah. Are your ears still ringing today? No, they finally got better. Fuck you for that. Ka is life, love. How's them street races in Austin? Oh, the Austin street races are very, very close to my house, and they like you could hear some of them. I think I have not played Atomic Heart, but I have a bunch of friends who absolutely love that game. Or you see the video of Rogan kissing Blair White? I did not. That's pretty cool. Atomic Races, ka. That's good. Did you watch the Hunters TV show on Prime? No, is it good? I should watch that.
Wait, Joe Rogan kissing Blair White?
Yeah, I guess.
Is it weird that I want to see that, but I'm not sure if I want to see that? I don't know.
It's not weird, and you do. We all know that you're into that with your Bailey J stuff.
Let me open up the 8 o'clock hour stories real quick here. Let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, firearms, optics, parts and gear, you name it. You can order it online at midlandarmory.com. Again, that's midlandarmory.com. Derek and Tracy know all there is to know about firearms, so ask your questions at Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com, and Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Corey, I have the listeners have made me very self-conscious when I go to the bathroom during the program. I like sit in the bathroom for like a few seconds after I wash my hands because
you're sitting down to pee.
No. Of course, I'm not sitting down to pee. That would be gay. But I'll wash my hands, but then I'll stop and I'll wait a little bit because every time I come back too quickly, like to get back to the show as quick as I can, they'll be like, oh, he didn't wash his hands. And I don't know. Like, of all the things that don't rattle me and, like, can't get to me or anything, for some reason, it's the hand washing thing.
You don't wash your hands.
That makes me. They're wet right now. I didn't even, like, in between the
Every
fingers.
time I've ever been out in public with you, if you have to go to the bathroom, you never wash your hands. Aaron does not wash his hands.
That
guys.
is
never,
not true.
Never let him forget that he does not wash his hands.
That is not true. And my name is not fuck.
It's fuck, immolti, and you don't wash your hands. Old pissy hands. That's right. Get him, guys. Get him. Old pissy hands.
None of that is true. This is all a lie.
Man.
Thank you very much.
His hands are wet because he pissed on them.
Lemmy with $20 says, paid promo, Granny will be on I'm Not Right Network with Patrick today after Steel Toe. Wait a minute, during Corey's show?
Yeah, cool. Way to promote the opposite show from me. What an asshole.
It's a $20 capitalism type thing.
I'll never forgive you for this.
What are you going to do? $145 away from today's goal, and thank you to Starbucks Cuck for $4.99. Says the real question, Blair White, would you? Can't. That's a hard line for me.
What about a BJ?
No, I can't because I know what it is, you know? I know what it is. I can't do it. And I hope people can respect that. So 145 away from today's goal, 20 minutes away from rattling the cans and doing our filthy e-begging to see if we can knock it out. If you want to chip in from there, please do. All right. I feel like
gotta donate. He needs more soap for his bathroom. That's why he doesn't wash his hands.
Look, I feel like Lemmy, enough time has passed from Lemmy's paid promotion that you can now promote your platforms that you're going to be on today.
No, I don't feel like it's already been ruined by one of our mods. They're supposed to have our back, but it's fine. Fuck it. Go watch whatever the fuck she was just promoting.
I really thought we could square this circle, but I was wrong. I was wrong. Border Patrol calls for agents to relocate to U.S.-Canada border amid 846% spike in migrant crossings. Now, first off, the southern border is a shithole. It's a big-time problem. So reassigning agents is not maybe the best way to handle it. I think hiring more agents would be the way. But how about the fact that things have gotten so shitty in Canada that now they're coming down to Big Brother after the years and years of shitting on us and, you know, where this is wrong with us and that's wrong with us. Now you get Trudeau in there for a little bit. Now you want to come streaming across the border. Well, fine. Thanks a lot. Sean Raz with $10 says, Dirty Richard D-word hands. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's right.
I wash them.
Go piss hands.
I promise.
Dad was right about you, man.
I promise I wash them. I swear.
All the things he said, all of them were true, but especially the hand washing.
The piss hands thing, huh?
Hashtag Team Chad.
Yeah, when you find out about today, you're not going to be very Team Chad. Actually, you know what? It's actually not Chad this time. I don't necessarily think it's his fault, and I don't think that's the person that may have action taken against them by the end of the day. As a matter of fact, there could be a weird scenario where Chad, you know what? I'll come out and say it. The ex-wife has been feeding defamatory, untrue information to Chad, to which he has been broadcasting publicly.
Well, that's actually her in his chat room.
I don't know if it's her in his chat room, but she is so obsessed with me. It's really gross. It's really creepy. And I guess gloves are off now, but she still wants to come in and fuck around with my life and shit. Like you would think, hey, if he's, if it's a divorce and everything, you win. She talks to Chad now. Cause Chad promoted her books and doxed the kids, put out pictures of the kids. You would think if you're not a piece of shit, you would be really mad that someone put pictures of your kids out there. But he also said nice things about her books. So then so now she's been talking to him. And I guess saying some things. And saying some things that will definitely facilitate a lawyer call later today. Yeah, April says, I do have evidence they've been interacting. It's sickness, defaming both of us. You'll see when you listen. Because I don't think you can really blame Chad because Chad's just getting information from a source. In a weird way, this is going to be a defensive Chad thing. Chad hates my guts and he's getting information from someone else and he's just running with it. That's all's fair in love and war. But like, I'll say this. Ooh, I would not want to be her right now. I would not want to be her. No, it's not. No, I know it's not her in the chat room, Citizen M. But yeah, they've been DMing and stuff and all those things. And
what if she hooks up with Chad?
Oh God.
What if like that's just kind of the full circle of this all?
Fucking, that would be
what if
brutal.
you and Chad end up Eskimo brothers at the end of this?
Oh man, that would be, well, that's disgusting.
Tunnel buddies, as they say.
All right. No, seriously, that's enough. Donovan with $10 says, what's worse, stealing credit cards or piss hands? Neither of them are true, so it doesn't matter. Starbucks Cuck with $4.99 says, paid promotion. Tune into Twitch Talk every day from No One Cares AM to No One Cares PM. They cover topics like no one cares and even who cares. Well, there you go.
That's a fan.
Would you like to, that was a paid promotion. Would you like to fill in the blanks of the blank AM to blank PM?
Sure. Let's see here. Paid promotion. Tune into Twitch Talk on every day from No One Cares. No, it's for every day from You're Not Invited AM to Still Not Invited PM. Go over to twitch.tv/Corey Adam Comedy.
Oh boy.
Figure out when it starts. There's stuff there. I don't care. Fuck Starbucks too. Like you're a cuck to Starbucks. Why don't you be a cuck to a real coffee place?
I mean, I don't know. Starbucks has the pink drink.
Oh, gross. And you have a fucking Wisconsin mug? Talk about a fat, ugly idiot.
Oh, no. All right, guys. 1:30 away from today's goal. Let's go ahead and, wow, it's really getting knocked down all of a sudden. Thank you very much. And about 15 minutes before we rattle them cans. Yeah, that's really interesting. I know that after I had a falling out with my parents, I guess now, I mean, I wasn't going to talk about this, but I guess I will.
You kind of have to now, right?
After we had a falling out with my parents, check out, you want to see an obsessed ex. This is pretty bad. She actually went to my parents and was like, oh no, I'm a good person. You can trust me. You don't have to work things out with your son or apologize to him for what you did. I'll just bring the kids around to you. And like now goes and hangs out with my family. Like, you want to talk about like an absolute dog shit way to be.
That's fucking gross.
Isn't that like a terrible human being thing to do?
Yeah.
That's pretty brutal. At least
it gets your parents more access to their grandkids, theoretically.
But you could also go, hey, Aaron, I'm sorry for yelling at you on the day you got engaged and saying that you do everything wrong and you shouldn't allow this person, meaning April, around your kids. Like,
wait, what? Jesus.
Yeah, that's what my dad said to me. And that's why I haven't spoken to him since then.
You still haven't spoken to your dad since then? Not even like in just passing, like over Christmas or anything?
No, if he would apologize, I absolutely would.
Oh.
I'm one of those guys who, like, if you admit that you did wrong and you're sorry, like, bygones be bygones. But, like, that was like almost 2 years ago now that happened.
It just seems so stupid to, like, not talk to your son for 2 years over who he fucking marries. It's not like you have to fucking interact with, you know, like, okay, I'll give you an example. One of my best friends, Jason, married this girl, Sonia, and I fucking hated Sonia. She treated like my other buddy like trash beforehand. And then he asked me to be the best man at the wedding. And I'm like, well, I'll do that for you, but you're not going to like some of the things I say. You know?
Right.
And he's like, well, maybe we just won't have you do the speech. I'm like, that's probably a good move, you know?
Yeah, I'll tell you this. There's probably definitely a defamation lawsuit coming. Not for Chad, I don't think. But there's definitely, we're gonna be talking to the lawyer.
I just can't believe that like it's, if your dad doesn't like April, right? Like, who the fuck cares? It's not like he has to hang out with her,
right? I mean,
you know what I mean? It'd be one thing if you guys were like living at his house, you know, and then he's like, "Don't do it, you're flushing away," or if he was like supporting you or doing all this other shit, but you're a grown fucking man. You know what I mean? Like that's a woman you love, so you fucking married her. What the fuck does he care?
Yeah. They're both at fault and they're both defaming us. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I haven't heard the video yet. There's a video clip out there now that we now have possession of, which is good.
Are we sure we have it? Because he likes to take them down.
No, April recorded it. She has it.
Oh, nice.
So this will be good. This will be a nice, good thing. Citizen M wanted to call in. You know what? Let's let Citizen M call in.
I love Citizen M.
And he can, Citizen M can talk about whatever he wanted to talk about. Absolutely. Shane F says, I kind of agree. I'll sue is very Jew of you. No, I'm not talking about Chad. This is more about like parental stuff more than anything else. Citizen Mag. He's not Citizen Maggot. Come on now. Angelica's doll says, if he apologizes, will it still matter? You both will still know how he feels, and it would seem fake. If it were me, it would anyway. Like I said, I'm one of those guys where, you know, it's kind of like a bending the knee thing. Like you can't, if someone bends the knee, you can't knee him in the teeth. That's not fair. So, you know, as long as you apologize for being a piece of shit, then I'll forgive you for being, like, look, if you apologize for being a piece of shit, I forgive you for being a piece of shit. That's it. That's all. Lemmy says you can actually. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Angelica's doll says, aren't you considered public since you stream every day? Oh, no. I'm saying things that are untrue. If you tell things that are untrue that hurt someone's reputation, you can absolutely take action regarding that. And I'm not talking about
this is getting like dirty, like in the mud. I kind of like this.
I like it because like I didn't do it and now I get to finish it. I'm very good at that. So I kind of like that part.
I like it.
Let's go to Citizen M here.
Citizen M.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, I just wanted to say really quick. I know I like to be jovial and joke around, and the stuff that Chad has been doing previously was honestly pretty funny in like a lolcow way.
Yeah.
But I think at this point, like I'm gonna go to war. Like it's not. And like last night, I know the people in the chat. Like I wanted to use the word Minnesota mush, which is why I call April that, because it's funny for like comedic effect, but it's not. Like I love both of you, and we're gonna have to go to war.
Sure.
Can I go to war too?
All right.
Look, man, if you want to go to war, Citizen M, I ain't gonna stop you.
All right. I just wanted to state that for the record.
But I gotta, on my end with, this woman being obviously very disturbed still to this day. I'm gonna have to be careful because with what I say and what I say I'll do, because my options at this point are legal. And I also have to think about the fact that this person is this disturbed and this damaged, and they like 50% of the time my kids are there, and like I gotta start thinking about that. So I don't really care. I don't really care.
Right to your lawyer.
I don't care about the podcasting shit. The podcasting shit will always be funny and silly to me. But when you're talking about someone who clearly is very hung up and damaged and is, doing some shit, you got to start thinking about yourself and other people at the same time. So you do what you feel is fun on the internet, and I'll do what I feel is fun after the show today. How's that?
All right. Punching out, brother.
All right. Thank you, buddy. There's Citizen.
Bye, buddy.
He's a good dude. Corey said bye, buddy, as well. I've been in this broadcasting thing for too long, honestly, because like shit like this gets my blood pumping. Like shit like this.
And I guess like it's just not a like I don't it's such a different like it's such a different rules of engagement for comics than it is for like radio. And I don't understand how everybody takes this shit so fucking personally all the time.
I mean, look, I think Chad is clearly lost just by the fact that he's gone to this place. So that part, whatever.
But like if the roles reversed, right? And his ex came in and just dropped it down on somebody you're just determined to shred, you take that. That's like
I know.
That's like
Can I
you're
tell you
pointing
right?
a gun and they're free bullets. You can't even be mad at him.
I tell you right now, I'm not going to do that for a couple of reasons. One, I've been in broadcasting too long, and I know the defamation rules. And I know the problem with taking that information and running with it, you're really opening yourself up to a lot of shit that you probably can't afford if you're Chad and you don't need. But also, if the roles are reversed, no. If the roles are reversed, I'm not in the position he is because I'm funnier than that, and I don't need it to get to that point.
I just, I don't know, man. I feel like maybe, I agree with that, but, I think you're being a little dishonest that if you had a gun pointed at somebody and somebody's just throwing bullets at you, you would grab them and load them in the chamber. I feel
I'll tell you why you're wrong. I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Okay.
Because I'm funnier than that, and my feuds have never gone that way. I joke, I make fun, I tease, I taunt, I do all that stuff. I don't go to that place. I don't go to that level. I'm better at I'm funnier than all these people. So I just make fun of them. They have a breakdown and what have you. It's that easy. So yeah, I don't,
If you're going after somebody and somebody just hands you ammunition, you're not taking it. I don't
not
know
ammunition if it's like ex-wife and kids shit.
Yeah, that's fair. The family stays out of it usually.
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't do that
rule,
shit.
for sure.
I've seen people like when we just lightly make fun of Kevin Brennan, they'll bring his wife and kids into it and shit, and I'll be like, I'm not reading that one. That's fucking low.
Yeah, that's true. No, and I have seen you before not read stuff that is personal stuff.
Daniel says
like we had that dude that like fucking kept making all those sock accounts and like fucking with us.
Yeah.
Dave or whatever. I remember there were like a couple times where he like was putting out personal information on some people and you're like, I'm not fucking reading that.
Yeah, so. I'm not reading that shit. Chad takes it to the personal level because he can't hang on the comedic level. Same with Stuttering John. Yeah, I mean, he kind of digs his own grave with shit like that. I mean, there's nothing you can say. 130 away from today's goal. There you go. There's some juice for you guys. There's some inside baseball. Oh.
Kind of outside baseball at this point, right? Because I mean, like they're making it outside baseball. You're like Rambo, dude. You didn't draw first blood.
Yeah, I'll say this. There's, the world of problems that this,
I just didn't realize
that this woman. Well, that this woman. That the world of problems that this woman just brought on herself. I mean, that's.
It's crazy to me because again, it just didn't like it when you're saying it and you're like, oh yeah, this and defamate, like that makes sense. And like, it's so fucking like, how does it even get to this? Like we're firing hot shots comedically having fun. And now we're fucking doxing each other's ex-wives. Like what is happening here?
Not only that, like doxing the kids. And then the
that's my big problem
and
too.
Then listen to this. Doxing the kids, and then the ex-wife goes, ooh, this guy's giving me attention. I'm going to talk to him. And that doesn't surprise me in the least, by the way, because that 100%. I just love when there's something about like people who try to hide who they really are, but you know them and nobody else does, and then they expose themselves. There's something really relieving to me when that happens. I like it when people reveal themselves and you don't have to now tell people, you know?
Like when you realize cause the law.
The cause, the law. Exactly. Where are we at now? 130? 130 away from today's goal if you want to chip in and help us out with that and do some 30 minutes of overtime today where we introduce Corey to Wrestling Otaku. And by the way, getting pretty close to 400 likes as well, so hit the like button in the chat if you'd like. How long until Aaron ties the bandana around his head and starts flinging exploding arrows? I will never get to that. I'll never stoop to that level. Like I said, when it gets to that level, I think that's more for, in the situation I'm in, lawyers to settle out. When I have the high ground right now, I'm not going to give up the high ground.
What's that like for you?
It's wonderful to have the high ground. It's great. I should be there more often.
It's so rare for you.
It's great.
It's like an away game for you.
Yeah. MSO says we are not making the goal today. There you go. The gauntlet has been thrown down by MSO. We got about 5 minutes before we fire up the super chat music for Just a Dabbler. He'll be very happy about that. Corey, we talked about this a week or two ago. The parents that are going to these school board meetings and talking about the books that are in the library, like the gay books and the very sexually explicit
like porno books.
Yeah, and the school is fine with the books being there.
Which is weird.
Right, but when the parents come to the school board meetings and they start reading the books to the school board to prove a point, the school board shuts them down and tells them they can't read them because it's pornographic and it's inappropriate for the children that are in attendance. You can't make it up. Well, now school districts are having to pay legal fees after banning mothers from reading sexually graphic messages at meetings. So instead of doing anything about this, instead of like taking action and getting these books the fuck out of there, there's multiple school districts now who are going to court to try and ban people from reading these books at school board meetings. And it's costing the taxpayers money because the school has to now pay lawyer fees to do this, to fight all these new rules in court. And again, all they would have to do otherwise is just remove the fucking porno books from the library. That's it. And you've got...
They don't want to do that because then, like, how can the kids read the porno?
Exactly. And then also the problem you have with that is you have these idiots on the school board side going, well, this is book burning and this is banning books. No, it's not. You can go buy those books anywhere you want. You can get them from any public library. Do it however you want to. Those books are still readily available. They're just saying, time and place, this is not okay for kids to be reading. That's the difference. Atomic Ray with $20 says, I wait for your appearance down here, Führer Aaron. Oh, well, thank you very much, Atomic Ray. $20 over on Rumble coming from Atomic Ray. 110 away from today's goal. We're getting very, very close. So, I mean, this makes me feel like there's some bigger play at work here, because why you wouldn't just get rid of this headache and take these books out of the library when you won't even let people read them in the school board meeting tells me that, like, you're taking orders from something higher up than that.
Way higher up.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's
it's fucking weird. And then, like, those are the same people that are like, oh, you don't want the kids to be adjusted. So it's like, maybe just don't show them porno, guys.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you don't want the kids to be exposed to different things. I'm like, not butt sex. No, they're in middle school, for fuck's sake. Let them learn about that the old-fashioned way. You know, we don't need to be facilitating it.
Yeah, at the Catholic Church.
Yes, exactly. That's how they learn about it. Yeah, I don't know, man. You won't take the books out. I know Florida had them all removed. And then you had these fucking people who work at the schools. They're taking video of, like, a bunch of empty bookshelves and saying, this is what fascism looks like when they burn books for this community of people. And somebody retweeted it and said, wait a minute, I thought you said you didn't have that many of that book. So either you were lying then or you're lying now, and these aren't empty shelves from books being taken off.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Also, would you put that over in the porno section?
Yes, exactly.
Sorry. Sex ed. My bad. Sex
ed. It's not the porno section. Why would we say that? All right, guys, let's fire up the music and see if we can knock this 110 out. We are 110 away from today's goal, and we got 5 minutes to knock it out. If we do, we add an extra 30 minutes on the clock. If we don't, we tap out at 10 o'clock, and we call it a great show. Thank you guys very much. Let's fire up the music. And here we go. Alaric starting us off with $20 on the super chat. He says, I find those jokes offensive, sir. Here's $20. All right, we are off and running, $95 away from today's overtime goal. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat. Otherwise, super chats count. New memberships count. And we got a little over 4 minutes left to go before we knock this thing out for the rest of the day. $95 away. MSO says bye-bye. MSO's calling it. He says, not hitting the goal today. Who just opened the blinds? What? What's wrong with some of the books we got? I mean, the books we got read pretty good, says Daniel Hudson. Mother algorithm, I can't go that far. I don't think you can make that threat towards the schools. But it is, man, it's weird that they're gonna, like, keep the books and, like, go to court over not letting people read the books in the school board meetings. I don't understand. Dave Sarah says, I hope he hits his goal from Streamlabs. Okay. Well, either way works for me, buddy. There's $10 from Happy Plague Doctor, says, for Otaku and for Shaka. 90 away from knocking it out today. Getting very close. Tantalizingly close. As we are now $90 away and 3 minutes away from running out of time. 3 minutes away and $90 away from today's goal. Steve with $20 just says disavow. Well, that's smart on your part, buddy.
Disavow.
It's smart to just disavow the whole damn thing. I hear
Diff says donate card. Wait, is there a bunch of diffs now? That's hilarious.
There's a lot of diffs. Yeah, corn diff, wheat diff, core diff. $75 away from today's goal. There we are. Refreshing PayPal really quick here. All right, we're good there. 75 away and getting close to wrapping up without overtime today. We will see. 2.5 minutes, excuse me, away from 30 minutes. Away from trying to hit that 75. Also, while you're here, remember to hit the like button for your favorite e-beggars, for your favorite e-begging show. That's much appreciated. Looks like we're running out here. 2.5 minutes. 75 away. And, 2 minutes. All right, 2 minutes away and 75 away. Crowder wants to donate. Can you break a 50 million? Says we do.
That's really funny.
I cannot. Unfortunately, I don't have those Daily Wire pockets.
Real Stoney says check PayPal.
All right, let's check out the PayPal and see. Oh, there's $100 coming in from Stoney's, and it looks like we've not only knocked it out today, but also we are $25. Oh, now we're $60 into tonight. As Thermodyne Diesel with $50. Thank you very much, buddy. And that's going to do it for today. $60 into for today's goal. We are now $60 into this evening's goal. Just $190.
Oh, that other guy feels real fucking stupid. Remember when he was like, "It'll never happen"? What a fucking lame.
He does that on purpose all the time.
I know.
It's goddamn. Oh, sorry. You know what? I'm giving away the. I'm exposing the goddamn business. Jesus Christ.
It's a kayfabe, you prick.
Well, thank you very much. And as Just a Dabbler says, yes, Skoll, take your shirts off. Jeremy Reed with $20 says, first time watching live. Enjoy the show. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, buddy. We appreciate that. That's going to go into this evening as well. So you guys are damn near halfway through tonight, as it were. Perfect.
We're
guys.
also at 346 likes. Smash that like button while you're here, guys.
Oh my, 300.
There's over 500 people here. If everybody smashes it that haven't, we'll get cranking.
340 some likes. Yeah, hit the like button and we'll get that up to 400
We're
before
at
the end of the
53
show.
on Rumble. Also, Rumble has hit close to 200 all day today.
Yeah, Rumble's been around 200 since we went back to YouTube. That's very cool of them. Thank you. Follow on Rumble as well and subscribe here on YouTube. All right, let's introduce Corey to Wrestling Otaku, shall we?
I'm in.
I think it's about that time.
I'm excited.
Now, Corey, I'm starting to worry you might like Wrestling Otaku because he hates Ariel Helwani.
I do hate Ariel Helwani. We've already got common ground.
So, Wrestling Otaku is a guy who does wrestling review content. And he also talks about his Baltimore Ravens. And then he's done some videos basically, how do I put this? Shitting on women, talking about how terrible they are, giving the rules that women have to follow if they want to date him. And then there was one yesterday we went over one where he actually gave out the social media screen name of a woman that wouldn't talk to him on Tinder.
What a piece of shit.
So Wrestling Otaku is a giant piece of shit. He's also a big AEW guy, hates WWE, loves Tony Khan. So in this one, he sent a video he did a video saying that Ariel Helwani needs his ass kicked. Now, Corey, you're going to be entertained by this guy because Otaku never stops cutting a wrestling promo. Like, if you put a 1980s wrestling green screen backdrop behind him and then watched him talk, you'd think he was doing, like, promos for the show that's coming to...
Well, I love that.
Yeah. So here's Wrestling Otaku. He lives in his grandma's.
Let me just say before you hit play, he looks almost exactly how I thought he would look in my head. That's exactly what I thought he would look like.
He does look a lot like himself. The vibe he gives off.
I did think he would be in a basement, though, objectively.
Well, he's in his grandma's house. Apparently his grandma died and left him a house.
Partial credit.
Yeah. So here we go. Wrestling Otaku. Ariel Helwani needs to have his ass kicked. Let's check it out.
All right, what's going on, folks? Wrestling Otaku back here, one and only Wrestling Otaku channel, your personification of excellence on YouTube and YWC, the kingpin of the IWC, the O-Dog, back here with this late night.
The O-Dog and the kingpin of the IWC. I'm having trouble keeping up with all his nicknames. He's like Apollo Creed in Rocky IV. He's just got more and more of them.
Yeah, no, he's got that vibe. Let's see. I like the anime shirt. That's a bold move.
It's the same goddamn shirt he wears in every video, too. It's weird.
Must be a good anime.
There's so many videos where he's just wearing that same exact shirt. So, Otaku, you see what I mean now by like every video is a wrestling promo?
Yes.
Guy's a mark.
Night video. It is officially Tuesday, February 21st, 2023. So real quickly, I feel the need to, honestly, just hearing how things have gone the last couple days, I feel the strong need to call a certain somebody out, a certain journalist, a certain public media figure, a certain reporter in wrestling.
You know what he didn't do enough in this video, and I don't mean to criticize Otaku. He didn't do enough air quotes.
Yeah, not enough air quotes.
I needed more air quotes on that one. I mean, he was close to Dr. Evil levels of air quotes, but he didn't quite make it.
Sports in general, just based on the shit that he's been doing. I feel the need to call this individual out yet again. Now, I mentioned about this in my World on Wrestling podcast that I did back on Saturday, but I feel the strong need to do this again. So Ariel Helwani.
Oh, shit. You know how many journalists just breathed a sigh of relief right now that they weren't the ones that
is Otaku coming for us?
Like, oh no, a journalist in the combat sports and wrestling game. Oh, no, what are we going to do? And then he said Ariel Helwani, and they went, oh. Kevin Iole just went, oh, I can sleep tonight.
You know what? I am sick of you, motherfucker. Whoa. I'm sick of hearing you. I'm sick of hearing about your name. So let me tell you something, you Aaron Hernandez-looking, skinhead, fucking fruitcake faggoty bitch.
Whoa!
Damn.
Otaku, like, what did Ariel... Wouldn't it be funny if he's like, yeah, I saw Ariel Helwani, and I think he might have stolen a grilled cheese. Like, it's something really minor that he's deciding to go off on this rant on. Like, I hear he's a bad guy around the workplace.
Let me tell you something, dude. You want to run around here and act like your shit don't stink. You want to run around here and act all big and bad and all high and mighty just because you act like you got one over on somebody.
Who is he? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, he's doing that 1980s wrestling promo. You want to run around here, brother, like you're something bigger than you are, dude. And then he's like, just because you think you got one over on somebody. This would be peak Wrestling Otaku if he actually thought like Ariel Helwani was like shitting on him in one of his videos. And then like Helwani knows who Otaku is and Otaku's convinced that he's talking about him. I would love that.
Because, I got one over on TK. I got one over on Tony Khan. I got one over on AEW. Nigga.
Oh.
All right, you know what? I'm in now.
Now it makes sense.
He just won me over.
Ariel Helwani just he went after poor Tony Khan and poor AEW, and Otaku is not having that shit.
Go do it. Not on his fucking watch, bro.
Not on Otaku's watch. He's not letting Ariel Helwani get away with that horse shit.
You act like you got one over on somebody. Because, I got one over on TK. I got one over on Tony Khan. I got one over on AEW. Nigga, what you need to...
Whoa! Does he get to say that?
Man. I mean, it's here on YouTube, so he must be able to.
Does Otaku get to say that? Wow, I'm jealous.
Do is get your what you need to do is get your ass on fucking somewhere and actually do your damn job. That's what you need to get up on about. That's what you need to fucking do.
I mean, in fairness, isn't that kind of Ariel Helwani's job, just getting on the internet and talking shit about people?
Is he doing a Booker T one? Helwani, I'm coming for you.
Oh, no, he's doing a Booker T gimmick. I didn't catch that. You're right, Corey. After I take down Steel Toe, we want the gold, sucker. Ariel Helwani, we coming for you.
I want to talk about how you got one over on somebody. Bitch, why don't you come here to Central Maryland and try and get one over on me?
In fairness, Otaku, who the fuck in February wants to go to Central Maryland?
You could actually cut out that in February part completely, right?
Yeah, you're right. Who wants to go to Central Maryland?
Here's my impression of nobody ever. Hey, let's go to Maryland.
Yeah.
Face to face. Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that with your fruitcake ass or fruity name? What kind of name is Ariel for a fucking dude anyway?
It's probably foreign. You're probably being kind of racist right now, actually, Otaku. It's probably a overseas name that was given to him. Probably means a lot to his family. How dare you? How would Tony Khan feel if he knew you were being racist? Huh? That would be great if somebody could get Tony Khan an Otaku clip and Tony Khan like publicly disavowed Wrestling Otaku and the way he behaves. Just see Wrestling Otaku be heartbroken by it.
Fucking Ariel, that's a goddamn main character, fucking Little Mermaid.
Oh,
you
shit.
You little fruit cup.
Oh.
So let me tell you something. You're not tough. This dude's not tough at all.
Fruit cup.
Ariel Helwani is now a fruit cup. Where I come from, them's fighting words. Oh, boy. Ariel Helwani's a fruit cup, and he's not tough. As opposed to Wrestling Otaku in his anime shirt in his grandma's house, who will fuck you up. Remember
It'd be funny
that.
if, like, his mom is like an old MMA woman and just can beat the fuck out of everybody.
His
My
mom-
grandma's coming. She's pissed.
My mom Cyborg's going to be here, Ariel, and you're in trouble.
Coming for you, Ariel.
He's not tough at all. I would fight this fucking guy, and I guarantee you I'd fucking win.
Please, yes.
Guaranteed. Put money on it. So you want to act like you want to act like you're all tough and all big and bad, right?
Yep.
Why don't you bring your stupid little fruitcake ass down here to Central Maryland and get face to face with a real man like W.O. and see how that works out for you.
There you go. W.O.'s calling him out. Not the O-man, not the O-face. W.O. Meaning wrestling. Mr. Otaku if you're nasty. I hope somebody gets this to Ariel Helwani. I know that the rule of thumb is you don't respond to a wrestling otaku if you're Ariel Helwani, but please break that rule. I would love to watch his reaction to Otaku.
See how that plays out for you. Because I guarantee you, you will not like the damn result. You want to sit here and call AEW fans freakazoids?
Is that what started this? Is that what this... Is that what this is all about? Ariel,
I mean, who knows this guy, right?
Ariel Helwani called AEW fans freakazoids, and Otaku lost it and now wants to snap.
You can't be calling people freakazoids, bro.
I guess it is 2023. You're right. That is mental health shaming.
Well, guess what? I'm about to freakazoid your goddamn teeth out of your goddamn jaw. That's
all
right. Look. Objectively, that's a pretty good promo right there.
You like it? You think? See,
I'm about
I told
to
you.
freakazoid your teeth out your motherfucking jaw.
I'm telling you, I think you're going to be an Otaku fan. You and I are going to be on different ends of the Otaku river, I think.
Yeah, you're not a big Otaku guy?
I'm not a big Otaku guy. He says I look like dime store Stephen Colbert. That hurt my feelings.
That's what I'm finna do. This damn fist is finna go right.
Oh my God, he barely has any knuckles. He's so fat. Look, he's got like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man hands.
I bet those things feel like pillows when he hits you.
Right, like he doesn't even need to wear gloves. Yeah, he doesn't even need to wear gloves.
Oh, are you playing cornhole? Those feel like beanbags, bro.
Dead in your motherfucking grill. Right? Dead in your fucking jaw.
I don't mean to like try to stop Otaku's role here, but Otaku in the business, this is, I believe, what we call actionable. You are threatening physical violence on Ariel Helwani.
I don't think it counts in WWE though, right?
Oh, if he's cutting, yeah, you can just say I'm cutting a promo. It's a work. Then
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You want to try that stupid shit with me. You ain't got to worry about Tony Khan. You better worry about Wrestling Otaku and these hands going right dead in your motherfucking face.
That's right. You don't have to worry about Tony Khan. It's Wrestling Otaku you've got beef with now. You know, Ariel Helwani wasn't afraid to go after a billionaire and his giant worldwide wrestling company, but he didn't know he'd have to deal with Wrestling Otaku on top of it. That's probably causing him to change his tune.
That's what you got to worry about, Ariel Helwani. You fake ass, you fucking disgrace, you fucking sorry excuse for a journalist, you sorry, pathetic excuse for a fucking pro wrestling reporter. I swear to God, I ever see you, these hands will be thrown. I swear.
These hands will be found?
Thrown.
Oh, I thought you said found.
Well, he might find his knuckles. Maybe after he, I don't know, he's probably got about 10, 15 pounds away from maybe being able to see knuckle.
There you go.
What do you think he sees first, his knuckles or his dick?
His knuckles for sure.
Okay.
That's not even, you don't even get the over-under with that. It's just a for sure house bet. That's a house bet.
Do you think he crushes puss?
I think he crushes puss, but it's a body pillow that he calls puss.
Oh, see, I was thinking maybe he does crush puss, but by that I mean he just sits on his cat accidentally.
No, I just think this is a guy who, he probably has, it's probably a Tony Khan body pillow.
Oh.
Most weeks have body pillows. That's kind of how it works.
Okay. Well, the anime shirt would dictate such.
If I ever see you in Central Maryland on site, these hands are going to be thrown.
Stop threatening him with violence, you dumb fuck.
It sounds like he's saying they'll be found and not thrown, honestly. Like he's fucking up the saying.
Either way, Ariel Helwani is going to own your grandma's house if you keep talking like this, Otaku. I want to see if it sounds like he's saying found.
These hands will be thrown. I swear to God, if I ever see you
I get it.
in Central Maryland on site, these hands are going to be thrown. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And really, that goes for anybody. The challenge is open to anybody. All these fucking fruitcakes, all these loser-ass faggoty trolls.
Fight him, Aaron.
Wait a minute. Is it open to me, Otaku? Would you like to maybe do a little, put a fight together, put a bout together, put a sanctioned event together? That would be fun, Otaku. I've never been to Central Maryland, so let's please not do it there because it sounds awful. But, I mean, whatever travel you need.
To show The Wire, we're not going to Maryland.
Yeah, we're not going to. It's a terrible place. On second thought, let's not go to Maryland. It is a silly place. So, Otaku, if that's open to anybody, please let it be known. I am more than fine doing an event with you.
No life motherfuckers want to sit here and talk shit about AEW all goddamn day 24/7 because they ain't got no fucking life, no fucking job, no aspirations or nothing. They ain't got no desire to do nothing.
What's the difference between sitting on a computer all day bitching about AEW or spending all day on a computer defending AEW? I really don't see the difference, Otaku. Maybe
he's kind of losing. He lost me the moment he stopped focusing on Ariel.
Yeah. So as long as Otaku talks about Ariel Helwani, you're on board.
Yeah.
But the minute he goes away from him, you're like,
my enemy's my friend.
Yeah. Now you're just kind of like, I got to distance myself from this guy.
Yeah. Now I kind of think low-key Ariel could probably beat his ass, and that makes me sad for him.
Yeah.
He's a Canadian Jewish guy not known for his fighting prowess.
No.
Except run their mouth and talk shit behind the goddamn keyboard like they're fucking hard. All these faggoty losers on Twitter, on Reddit, on YouTube, I don't care where you're from, Facebook, wherever. Bring them all fucking down here, and I will one by one clock each and every single one of them.
That'd be a busy day. Your hand would hurt. I don't know, Otaku. You might be biting off more than you could chew there. Don't you want to have a day? Don't you just want to go out and do some things, have some fun? I mean, just having people in a line and then punching them in the face. And then are they supposed to protect themselves, or are you just literally lining them up and just one by one punching them in the face? Because I don't really know if it's human nature to sit still for something like that. I don't know.
I will single-handedly punk out every single one of them. Says you want to act so fucking tough, you want to act so fucking hard, right?
Yeah, you want to act so fucking hard, bro?
Why don't you come down here and act all big and bad with me? And I'll straight up fucking punk every single one of you. You guys are fucking clowns and pussies anyway.
Wow. He seems a little bothered. He seems mildly annoyed, I would say, at this point. Well, there you go, Corey. There's your introduction to Wrestling Otaku. He's got about 3 minutes left in his rant, but I have a feeling we're starting to go in circles.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. It's now like it's funny. Like I kind of went through all the stages of mourning and acceptance over that video because I started at the beginning like, oh, this is pretty cool. I like this and that, and then he just kept doing the same thing over and over again. And it got less and less interesting the more it went along.
Yeah,
at the end, it was like, yeah, I'm done.
Right, you're just kind of like, I think I got it. I think I got the gist.
I went from this guy is awesome, I'm gonna follow him, to I don't fucking care.
Yeah, right. Red Fox Mad with 1999. Thank you very much, buddy. 160 away from the evening show tonight. Very, very cool. Thanks, guys. That is feel. That is very, very feel.
Very feel.
Very feel. All right, let's go into, we got about 5 or 6 more stories we could get into, about 4 more stories that we could get into today. Guys, the Second Amendment argument is pretty much over. I think it's done. David Hogg has settled it for us.
Oh, good.
Yeah, every time we have any kind of gun discussion in this country, I always kind of hold off on commenting on it until I can hear from David Hogg, because he's kind of like my guiding light on the gun issue.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
He says that the Second Amendment doesn't matter. It's irrelevant because now I know, because the Second Amendment was not intended to be an individual right, but that it has been intentionally misinterpreted. By people like James Madison and the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Those dipshits. And before you go, well, James Madison, in those days, you only had muskets. James Madison told people with ships that they should be allowed to own cannons. And not only that they should be allowed to own cannons, but he thought it was bizarre that the person was even asking for his permission in the first place.
You can't make that shit up.
Yeah, the private citizen wrote to James Madison and he goes, does the Second Amendment cover cannons on my ships? He's like, what are you, a fucking pussy? You need to ask your dad for permission?
It does now.
Yeah, now it does. Cannon letter. I want to see if I can find this. Yeah, from James Madison to William Bradford, The 23rd of March, 1778. I got to see. Oh, God, is this a long one? Writes to the governor of Massachusetts Bay relating that the French court has actually recognized Dr. Franklin as ambassador for the United States of America, that the King of Prussia, blah, 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 blah. I don't think this is the letter I'm looking for. Some of the parts of news carry the face of improbability. Yeah, that's not the canon letter I'm looking for. American letter of marque. Oh, maybe it was James Madison. Oh, no, I said Madison, right? Yeah, I said Madison. Signed a marquee. Yeah, here it is. James Madison signed a letter of marque and reprisal telling a private ship owner that the Second Amendment protects their right to carry cannons. Why doesn't the Second Amendment protect artillery? I mean, good question, right?
I mean, kind of, but not really. You know, the truth with the amendment, and you've heard me say this a bunch, right? Is that the Second Amendment stopped existing the moment they made military-grade weapons.
Oh, that were separate from what civilians.
Yeah, the whole point of that is that your government shouldn't be able to own weapons that the civilians don't, because then your government can hold you hostage and you have to bow to tyranny.
Right.
And so the moment that we created military grade weapons was the exact moment the Second Amendment didn't actually exist. It's like it's the craziest, stupid, like splitting hairs argument. All the people that you're going to see all the hate with the gun. Oh, bullshit. It exists, this and that. But the moment the government got separate weapons that we, the citizens, do not have, it doesn't exist.
Everything after that kind of became like further regulation on the amendment.
Correct.
Yeah. We drew basically.
It all goes back to me wanting a goddamn bazooka.
Now, isn't there some kind of a license? Can you own
in Texas? I bet there is in Texas. I bet I can have one in Texas.
Grenades and rocket launchers, also known as bazookas, are considered destructive devices by the National Firearms Act. They're also classified as firearms and are therefore legal with proper registration. However, states and localities have the power to further regulate or outlaw the weapons in their jurisdictions. All right, here you go, Corey. Can I own a bazooka? And the first thing that comes up is in Texas.
Yeah, of course it is.
Is it
of the state? It's like a real-time rodeo. It's like a modern-day rodeo.
Texas Penal Code Section 4605 prohibits the possession of an explosive weapon, bomb, grenade, rocket, or mine. So, nope, you can't. They are not illegal, but are heavily regulated.
So then at that point, I don't have the right to bear arms, right? This is what I'm talking about. Like this, like people want to act like the Second Amendment is there and it's this thing, but the whole point of it, the whole intention was that your government is not supposed to have weapons that you, the citizen, don't. And granted, our forefathers, they were talking about muskets and cannons. You know what I mean? They didn't know it'd be fucking drones with fucking like sidewinders. You know what I mean? But the moment that it became military grade, that's the exact moment that the Second Amendment doesn't really exist.
Actually, in Texas, you can own a rocket launcher, Corey. You cannot own rockets.
Well, what good is the fucking rocket launcher without the rockets?
It's basically a Pringles tube at that point.
Oh, dope. Look at this big, smelly Pringles tube.
Yeah.
Gross.
So there's the answer.
I bet you're allowed to own cannons. I bet like you're allowed to own a cannon in Texas because they have all those come and take it flags.
Right, but you can't have the explosives that come with that. That's a weird. Okay, so in Texas, you can own a rocket launcher, you can own a grenade launcher, but you can't own any explosives. So you can't own the things that it's armed with. All right, well, Texas with the rare caveat to their firearm laws on that one. So what David Hogg said was, after reading about the history of the Second Amendment and talking with a lot of history and law professors, I believe the Second Amendment has been intentionally misinterpreted. It was never meant as an individual right. It was created to protect state militias like the National Guard. It says well-regulated militia for a reason. The shall not be infringed part means the federal government is not allowed to forcibly disarm state militias. I'm not alone in this interpretation. For over 100 years of jurisprudence back me up on this. Yeah, except the Supreme Court.
Yeah, except for the fact that when they wwrote it, the citizens were the militia.
That is the weird part. It's like it's like that. It's when you're talking about football and people are like, yeah, we held that running back to almost nothing. We shut him down. And they're like, he ran for 120 yards. And they're like, but one of them was an 80-yard touchdown run. You're like, yeah, but that still happened. You don't get to pretend that big run didn't happen. It's like, we have 100 years of jurisprudence that show it just means militias. Like, yeah, but what about the Supreme Court cases and the ones that say it isn't? Well, when you don't count those.
Well, yeah.
It's like, yeah, those are all kind of important. I'm sorry. Those count too. But that's kind of David Hogg his whole life, is he's kind of been one of those guys where like, ignore everything that shows that I'm wrong and only show the stuff that means I'm right. He's a pretty basic dude.
Yeah, he's a basic bitch like that for sure.
He's pretty simple. George Washington, Zen Rhino says, George Washington signed the Militia Act of 1792, which said that the militia was the people and that every white man between 18 and 45 had an obligation to own a gun. Well, I mean, they'd probably have to...
like exactly what I said. The citizens were the militia.
Yeah, they'd probably have to amend that today with the whole white man part. But, well, you get the idea. Corey, we do have Tyson Fury versus... Tommy Fury, not Tyson. Tommy Fury versus Jake Paul on Sunday. What's your gut telling you?
Jake Paul.
I'm thinking Jake Paul, too. First of all, I watched Tommy Fury fight a guy with, like, nobody on his record, and Tommy Fury really struggled. Like, he couldn't stop the guy. He couldn't knock him out. He didn't have any pop on his punches. I don't know, man. They criticize Jake Paul for the people he's fought. I mean, Tommy Fury has fought.
Well, Tommy Fury's only that, it's funny because they're both there because of their name, but it's like two different approaches, right?
Right.
Like Jake Paul actually, and this is a boxer, he's actually doing all the shit where he's training, he's going through, he's being a boxer.
Yes.
He doesn't have to do that. He was a reality star. Whereas Tommy feels like he's just there because of who his brother is.
Which
so it's like
true.
You have one guy who's like trying this extracurricular thing and the other guy who's bringing great shame upon his family if he loses.
Yes, absolutely. Didn't Tyson say that he's kicked out of the family if he loses?
Yes, he did.
And I thought he's only half Fury, right? Like compared to Tyson and Huey. I think
I've never looked at their teeth or cropped their ears. I'm not sure about the Fury lineage.
I think are Tommy and Tyson Fury. We'll just go related and see if it's his father, John, is of Irish traveler descent, and his mother is of Mauritian descent. His half-brother is world heavyweight champion Tyson Fury. Okay. So that's why Tommy is so like bronzish, and Tyson is just lily white. So they're okay, so they're half-brothers. But here's the record of all of Tommy Fury's opponents. 10, 100, 2-3.
Okay.
26-2.
Gross.
220.
How did that person even get a fight? Jesus.
226-0.
Okay.
0-11.
Okay.
0-9. Now Jordan Grant 2-0. Huh?
Okay.
2-0. He's lost a couple of times since then, and he's never knocked anybody out. So there's that. 0-1. And then the last guy he fought in April of last year, 10-1. So
is he also undefeated? No, he's lost, right?
He is. He's 9-0. Or 8-0. I'm sorry. 8-0 with 4 knockouts. Jake Paul, let's look at his. Ali Eason Gibb, Nate Robinson, Ben Askren. But then Tyron Woodley, I think Tyron Woodley would do better than 10, 100, 2-1. If he were a professional fighter.
Anderson Silva for sure.
Tyron Woodley twice. A 3-1 Anderson Silva, who was...
I always forget they ran that back with Tyron Woodley.
Well, that's because it was supposed to be Fury. And then Fury pulled out, and Woodley...
Right, but I just forgot that they ran that twice.
Yeah, and he knocked him out. The second time is when he just, fucking knocked him unconscious. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., yeah, he beat him a year and a half ago. So Anderson Silva was coming off knocking out Tito Ortiz and beating Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., a former world champion, by split decision. So, I don't know. I would definitely say strength of competition favors Tyson Fury, Jake Paul.
Yeah.
If you ask me.
I don't know. I think it'll be a good fight. It'll be interesting. It's going to be, I don't know. It's like, who do you think suffers worse from the loss?
Tommy Fury.
Yeah.
Because Jake Paul's going to get another fight, or they'll run it back, or whatever. Gravy Show says Jake has a tricky style. He's a douche, but he's got decent hands. Look, if Jake beats him, the WBC did say if Jake Paul wins this fight, they're going to rank him. So
he should already be ranked. That's weird.
Well, theoretically, if Jake Paul gets ranked after this fight, he is able to get a title shot. So there are already people who are saying like, oh, there's this guy who has the WBA cruiserweight title and he's not, or whatever belt it is, and he's not very good, and he kind of slipped in the back door with a vacant bullshit paper title. Maybe Jake could fight him next, and then Jake could become a world champion. I don't think Jake's ready to fight a world champion, even at like a paper vacant world champion. I don't think Jake's ready for it, but like
maybe. I mean, I don't know. Let's see who it is. Like, I don't know that he's ready to fight an elite champion, but I don't know. I don't know this, like, the scape of where his like weight class is, but there's always one dog shit guy holding on to one belt, it seems.
Yeah, we'll see, but I would much rather see him just continue to kind of take these baby steps up. He's got time. He's 26 years old.
I like the carnival aspect of it. I think it's fun. It's like a fun, weird sideshow carnival thing. It's great.
You're also wondering if, like, you know, is this going to be the one where Jake Paul finally, you know, runs into somebody he can't beat? You know, there's always that part of it too. Like, when
kind of reminds me of the Mayweather thing, though, right? Because eventually you're just watching it to see if he gets beat, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're like, when's the luck going to run out? The Gravy Show says, I still think Anderson could have beat Jake if he went after him more in the early rounds. He was having too much fun being in there and then got caught. Well, I also wonder that if, like, at 50 years old, you got to conserve whatever energy you have because you might be gassing out quicker.
Well, and I also think that I think that boxing might be harder on your cardio tank than MMA, just because those gloves weigh more. It doesn't seem like a lot more, but like throwing punches and having a little bit extra on your weight on your hands, I mean, that can wear you out pretty quick.
Yeah, it sure can. We are out of time for today. That's going to do it for today's show. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you were convinced to hit the subscribe button on our channel. I hope you liked the video. I hope we get to 400 likes. And I hope you really enjoyed what we brought you today, especially introducing Corey to Wrestling Otaku. Shaft wants to leave us today by saying Corey is heading to head Project Veritas. Congratulations, Corey.
That'd be awesome. It'd be like, yo, we're going to go deeper on this. Let's find out what happened on 9/11, motherfuckers. Like, I wouldn't even spend time with this political bullshit. I'd go straight to 9/11 and the moon landing.
Where are you going after this, Corey?
We are on Rumble. We are on Pilled. We are on Twitch, on Rumble, basically anywhere, man. Corey Adam Comedy. Find us. We'll be there. We're everywhere. Head over to YouTube. We're trying to get our YouTube up. I've got a bunch of like videos, short videos that I've been shooting and working today. I can actually give you guys a preview. Whatever. I'll wait till then. And then I also did those things that you and I were talking about. So I got a few of those that I'll send you this weekend once I'm done editing them.
Cool. All right.
Yeah. So we've been doing a lot of sketches. We're really trying to pump the YouTube channel.
All right.
So head over to YouTube and slam that subscribe and hit those likes.
Throw those links in there. YouTube.com/C/Corey Adam Comedy. Corey, have fun on your show, sir. Thank you.
I will. And also, caw is the law, baby.
All right. Corey Adam, everyone. I'm going to take off as well. We'll be back for our final evening show tonight at 7 o'clock Central Time. I hope you guys enjoy that. We will talk to you again soon.